Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to today's running of the Enjoy Illinois 300 at Gateway Motorsports Park for today's NASCAR Cup Series action live on KRC. Per usual, we have live NASCAR coverage during the NASCAR Truck, Xfinity, and Cup Series races every single NASCAR race weekend. And today we are getting set for round number 15 already of this NASCAR Cup Series schedule here today in the second inaugural race at Gateway Motorsports Park in the St. Louis area. It is going to be a fun one of the shorter races of the year for the point season goes for the Cup Series, as it's just a 300-mile, 240-lap race around this roughly 1 1/3 mile flat oval. And it's going to be an interesting one because practice and qualifying, we saw the Fords kind of jump up towards the top of the board. Fords have ran really well on the shorter / flat tracks this year. You look back at Martinsville when SHR had a good run. Penske had a good run back at Phoenix earlier in the season. Of course, they won the championship at Phoenix last year, and they're the defending winner of this race with Joey Logano going to victory lane in last year's race at Gateway. So although the Fords have some speed, there is one Chevy that may be able to top them today. That would be Kyle Busch. He is the pole sitter in this one. He was top 10 in practice speeds yesterday for the 5, 10, 15, and 20 lap averages. We didn't see anybody run more than a 20 lap session yesterday, but Kyle Busch looks very, very quick, and I think it's going to carry the banner for the bow ties today. The Toyotas also look very quick on these short tracks this season and on flatter race tracks, at least this year. Not so much last season, but this year they have. Denny Hamlin was the outlier in the sense that he ended up running very good for Toyota last year. Kyle Busch as well. Busch, although in a Chevrolet this year, that transition from speed from Toyota in last year's race here did transition for himself at RCR. Kind of goes to show, in my opinion, that it is more on the driver when it comes to this kind of racetrack, more so than the manufacturer, at least in the Kyle Busch question, because he drove a Toyota last year with Joe Gibbs Racing. He finished second, led a lot of laps, in fact led 66 laps, which was the most of any other driver, and of course is on the pole here today and will look to have similar speed. Track position is going to be key. We didn't see a lot of tire fall off in yesterday's truck race at Gateway. The Xfinity Series ran at Portland, so that's really non-existent as far as what we could expect in today's race, but expect a lot of 4 and 2 tire strategies, I think, throughout the course of this one to try to get track position. It's going to be very difficult to pass. We haven't seen passes being able to be made with the next-gen car on the short tracks, although this is a faster racetrack. It is very flat. I don't think you're going to see a lot of movement through the field, so if you had to go to the back, it's going to be very difficult to try to fight your way forward. Can't afford to have any pit road penalties in today's race. We'll go trackside for the command.
One of the toughest tests. It's going to be so awesome, Mike, because of strategy. We heard 2 or 3 drivers discuss that down there on pit road. How will the strategy?
I just realized I'm not connected to the internet. My bad.
You're going to have to passing is a premium. Very hard to pass out there.
This will help the lag. On my phone, at least, when it comes to watching the race.
Not a lot of fall off in the tire.
In motorsports, please welcome 3-time Olympic gold medalist Jackie Joyner-Kersee. Drivers, start your engine!
As the engines are fired for today's race, before we go through the starting lineup, we'll quickly check up on the point standings. Ross Chastain has just a 1-point lead over Ryan Blaney for the regular season standings lead. Chastain had a 27-point lead going into last week's race, and Ryan Blaney jumped from 4th to 2nd in the standings after winning a stage and winning the Coca-Cola 600. William Byron's only 4 points back in 3rd, and Kevin Harvick only -8 in 4th. The top 6 drivers within 17 points of each other right now, so it's going to be interesting to watch those guys. Other drivers in contention still for the regular season champion would include Tyler Reddick, Denny Hamlin, Brad Keselowski, and Kyle Busch. The top 10 drivers in points are all within 1 race worth of points of each other after 14 races. That's how competitive it has been from a consistency standpoint in the top half of the field. this season. As far as the actual playoffs go, currently Alex Bowman is the last driver above the cutoff line on Ty Gibbs. It was Chase Briscoe, but Briscoe had a 120-point penalty earlier in the week, which has actually bumped him outside the top 30 in points, and now is over 2 race worth of points out of first. So when it comes to Alex Bowman and Ty Gibbs, it's going to be interesting to try to watch that points battle, at least for the cutoff. Bowman's had good equipment this year, but since coming back from his injury, at least last week in the 600, kind of struggled on speed. We'll see what he'll be able to do today. Bubba Wallace has been on a hot streak, who was on the outside looking in just a few weeks ago, has 3 straight top 5 finishes. It has now vaulted him to 15th in points, and he's plus 46. Pretty comfortable, but still a lot of regular season left. He could go backwards, needs to keep that consistency going forward. This is not a track that he ran well at yesterday in practice and qualifying, so we'll see if he can jump up the leaderboard throughout the race. Drivers who are locked into the playoffs, virtue of wins this season, would be Joey Logano, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Kyle Larson, Kyle Busch, Denny Hamlin, Tyler Reddick, Christopher Bell, Martin Truex Jr., William Byron, and Ryan Blaney. So currently sitting at 10 different winners, and we have 6 spots still left open for drivers to qualify on points, and we still have drivers like Ross Chastain without a win. Kevin Harvick doesn't have a win. They both won last season, of course. Alex Bowman won last year, hasn't won this year. Daniel Suarez won last year, hasn't won this year. Chris Buescher even won a race at Bristol. Bubba Wallace, of course, that we just mentioned, he had a win late last season, so there's a lot of drivers that are trying to find that win column for the first time this year. We could see more than 16 different winners. It was a big question throughout the course of last season, and I think that will be a big question as far as this season goes as the summer months continue on. We'll go through the starting lineup now for this race today before the drop of the green flag. Kyle Busch, the runner-up from a season ago at Gateway, will be on the pole, and last week's winner in the Coke 600, Ryan Blaney, will start to his outside in row 1. In row number 2 will be Denny Hamlin and Kevin Harvick. Harvick wrecked here a season ago late, had a brake failure, looking to make the checkered flag today, and Denny Hamlin trying to go for his second win of 2023. Martin Truex Jr. and Joey Logano will be in row 3. Logano, the defending winner of this race. Martin Truex Jr. was the winner of a stage in this race last season, but looking to get the race win today. William Byron and Ross Chastain will be in row number 4 in this one. Chastain with 2 wins this year. Byron with 2 wins this year, and Chastain comes in as the points leader. Tyler Reddick and Austin Cindric will be in row 15. Reddick finished outside the top 10 last year at Gateway, but starts inside the top 10 today. And Austin Cindric also won a stage last season in this race, but looking to capitalize on another solid run in St. Louis. AJ Allmendinger and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. row 6. Stenhouse looking to keep that hot streak alive. Had a top 5 last weekend in the Coke 600. Daniel Suarez and Harrison Burton will be in row number 7. Row number 8 will be rookie Ty Gibbs, and to his outside Austin Dillon. Christopher Bell and Alex Bowman will be in row number 9. Bowman's second race back from his back injury, and Christopher Bell looking to vault himself higher up in the regular season standings, only minus 17 coming into the race today. In row number 11 will be row number 10, sorry, skipped the row. Brad Keselowski and Bubba Wallace. Mentioned Wallace has 3 straight top 5 finishes. Keselowski coming off a solid run in the 600 last week as well. Michael McDowell and Kyle Larson will be in row number 11. Larson has been struggling this year in trying to make it to the checkered flag. It seems like he's either in contention to win more often than not, but sometimes he struggles to catch the checkered flag. Last week got in a wreck in the 600, all on his own doing. We'll see if he can have a solid run today. Lacked a little bit of speed yesterday in qualifying, but had the speed in practice. We'll see if they can fine-tune that thing as the race progresses. Justin Haley and Eric Almirola will be in row 12. Almirola ran really well here a season ago with top 5 in both stages and finished top 5 in the race. We'll see if he can have a good run again today. Chase Briscoe and Carson Hocevar will be in row 13. Hocevar making his first career Cup start today for Spire Motorsports, filling in for Corey LaJoie, who's in the 9 for Hendrick Motorsports. Chris Buescher and Todd Gillen will be behind them in row number 14. Row number 15 will be Ryan Preece and Corey LaJoie. Just mentioned LaJoie filling in for Chase Elliott this weekend following the suspension from intentionally wrecking Denny Hamlin in the 600 last week. In row number 16 will be Eric Jones and Noah Gragson. Both had terrible runs last week for Legacy Motor Club. We'll see if they can turn it around this week with solid days. Ty Dillon and BJ McLeod will be in row 17, and rounding out the field today will be Greg Golding and J.J. Yaley, both the Rick Ware racing cars. Yaley with a solid run in the 600 last week, finished 16th, best ever for a Rick Ware racing car on a non-super speedway. So that is the starting lineup. For more pre-race updates, you'll get to listen into the Fox booth today. Guest commentators will be Michael Waltrip and Kenny Wallace throughout the course of the race. And, of course, as usual, Mike Joy and Clint Boyer.
Kyle, that's one box checked. You got
Reagan
the first
Smith with
pit
Kyle
stall.
Busch pre-race.
Now, how do you keep that track position all day?
Yeah, exactly. That's the question. Hopefully we can answer that for you. So the 3G Camaro was really good yesterday. I mean, great speed in qualifying, obviously. Hit everything as best we could. We got the pole. So hopefully we can do our job here on the racetrack today and have a good race car, be able to run up front, stay up front, hold that track position. Having these guys on pit road with the number 1 pit box, that's obviously going to help our day today. So look forward to a good one. Want to go out there, run strong. All of our partners from 3G are here today. It's not too far down the road from Indy, so looking forward to putting on a good race for them.
Good luck today, Kyle. Thanks.
All right, field down in turn number 2. Let's get a word with the outside pole sitter.
Hey, Blaney, it's Waltrip and the boys in the Fox booth. Do you copy?
Sorry, there's a little bit of lag still.
Trying to keep up with the racetrack, but yeah, it'd be really cool to go back to back. We're doing our best today.
Thanks, bud. That was nice. Talk to us right before coming to pit road.
I know it, perfect.
Fans, it's another great day to try and win $5 grand of Clint's cash for free on the Fox Bet Super 6. For your chance to win, just download the Super 6 app on your phone now and enter your 6 race predictions. Download it and get your picks in before the contest closes at the end of stage 1.
Mike, have you ever just given away your money? It made it so easy that you just put it on a free app. They could just get on a free Fox Bet Super 6 app and just come get your money.
Mike, do you know it feels like it's partly of my money? I paid him a lot to drive my race cars, so I get a little credit, don't I?
Yeah, there you go. All right, 1 year ago, that was Ross Chastain into Denny Hamlin, into the barrier. And that's what set off a pretty wild season.
You're going to see this again today. As hot as it is, tempers are going to flare. And passing is very hard. You're going to have to move people.
All right, let's get down to pit road where it's especially warm. Jamie Little.
Yes, it sure is, Mike. We're excited for today's race, and you just saw what happened last year. Ross Chastain and Denny Hamlin, the biggest story coming out of here. Ross Chastain, though, hopes that he is the story again, but this time for winning, and that's something he has yet to do this year. I talked to his crew chief, Phil Surgeon, and he told me they had a great practice session yesterday. He said, real smooth, consistent race car, good speed. He's very confident they have a top 5 car, so certainly keep your eye on that one car starting 8th today. Regan Smith?
Well, JB, William Byron has been on a hot streak as of late. The past 4 races, finishes of 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Nothing outside of the top 5. But Rudy Frugo told me about a month ago that this race was very important to them because it marks the start of the summer stretch of races and one-off events beginning here at St. Louis. He said, we have got to do better in those races as the season plays out. They have a major focus on doing good here today and at the upcoming races that we only go to once a year. Yesterday, you qualified 7th. Things went well so far. Larry Mack?
Yeah, Regan, Michael and Clint talked about how short this race is. Let me tell you something else that's short, is the first stage, only 45 laps. One other element about pit road, only 22 feet wide from the outside of the pit box to the wall. It's tough for 2 drivers to run side by side. So let's take a look now at our Credit One Bank race analysis. There you see it, 240 laps, 300 miles. Stage is interesting, 45, 95, 100. Pit road speed, 45 miles per hour. And Mike, the fuel window, about 70 to 74 laps.
Thanks, Larry. 2 cars to the rear for unapproved adjustments. Eric Jones, number 43, and Gray Galding doing a one-off in the number 15. Carson Hocevar in the number 7. He is taking Corey LaJoy's spot as LaJoy drives the number 9 for Hendrick Motorsports today. Here's the number 7 radio.
Long haul and stay hydrated in there. Deep breath, man. Awesome. Your first cup start. Let's run 95% all day. Run every single lap. We'll be just fine. Show the world what everybody already knows. Yes, sir.
Great agenda. 106 degrees inside that car. We haven't even started yet.
Just went up one, by the way.
I love that direction. Run every lap 90% because Carson is a go-for-it kind of guy. kind of reel him in a little bit. That's a lot easier than trying to kick him in the rear.
Well, the only way you can take full advantage of this opportunity is do that. Make every single lap. Don't make a mistake behind that wheel.
Truck champion Zane Smith put down a template of how to run your first Cup race right here a year ago. Stepped in for Chris Buescher, top 20 finish.
Josh Berry did the same thing in that 9 car. Catapulted him probably, in my opinion, to a Cup ride because of it. Let's see what Corey LaJoie can do in it.
Well, now, Alan Gustafson, the crew chief for this team, told Bob Pockris from Fox Sports, he said he didn't know Josh Berry. They had a getting to know each other couple of races for what each one knew and expected. But he goes mountain biking regularly with Corey LaJoie. So he knows what his buttons are and how far he can push them and vice versa. So they're well acquainted.
Well, and Corey, he found out how far he can push it yesterday. He got in the wall, not in one end, but both ends, figured that out. He knows where the limit is. Let's go.
And I think he just overdrove it a little bit yesterday, and it wound up putting him in that outside wall. He needs to follow the same template, the same advice Carson Hocevar got from his team.
Corey LaJoie has had a career year. Last year at this point, he was 5 positions lower in average finish and way down in the points compared to where that number 7 is right now.
I'm thinking that one right there just might change after today.
You think he's going to figure it out today?
Had a pretty good opportunity. I know that other one that stepped in it did.
And again, Josh Berry is not here in relief for Hendrick Motorsports. He is their designated relief driver, but he raced yesterday up in Portland in the Xfinity Series.
That's quite a ways away.
Yeah, Portland, Oregon. Yes, it is. As we get set in St. Louis, here's the all-new Toyota Camry TRD leading the field. And we'll look for green next time by.
So the field will be getting the 1-to-go signal. We will be racing next time by. Kyle Busch, the pole sitter, will be on the bottom lane for the restart. Now, yesterday in the truck race at Gateway, we saw most of the leaders taking the restarts on the outside lane of the front row, because if you can't clear through turns 1 and 2, the drive off is a lot better on the top than the bottom, especially if you could squeeze that car on the inside down towards the curbing and not allowing other drivers to be able to make their way back into the throttle as soon as they can off the exit of the corner. Got some quick shout outs to give away here to you guys in the chat for whoever is watching in the early going of this stream. God Rides a Harley, David Niehoff, Troy McDonald, Leonard Hall, Frank Powers, Terry Lewis, Kelly O'Neill, Robert Perkle, Patrick Soda, Joanne Sire. Hopefully I said your name correctly. I remember you in the chat yesterday too. Vintage Chick, see, Bond 1771, Brian Zantop, and Billy Kramer and others. Welcome into the stream today. Have a poll in the chat for who you think is going to win today's race between Kyle Busch, the pole sitter, Joey Logano, who's sitting on the outside, is the defending winner of the race, and then the outside pole sitter, Ryan Blaney, of course, winner of a week ago, or other, if you don't think any one of those three will get the victory. It should be a fun day here today. A quick race at that. Again, just 300 miles in this one of the shorter NASCAR Cup races of the season. 240 laps is the scheduled distance around this 1.3 mile flat oval just south of St. Louis, just north, I guess, of St. Louis, Missouri. The green flag is in the air. Kyle Busch will lead him, and down into turn 1 they go. Busch is easily going to be clear of Ryan Blaney, so a good lane choice, I guess, on the bottom for Kyle Busch. Although Blaney gets a second win in the middle of turns 1 and 2, hangs on the right rear corner panel. Busch almost squeezes him into the wall on the opening lap, and Blaney's got a head of steam down the back as they drag race towards turn 3. Kyle Busch again dive-bombing down into the inside, and because he wasn't able to clear Ryan Blaney like it looked like he about had him clear initially, that's going to allow Blaney to get the run on the outside as we mentioned in the pre-race, and Blaney is going to lead lap 1 at the start-finish line, but Busch is still underneath him. Blaney only led that lap by inches as they worked their way down into turn 1. Denny Hamlin quickly able to get up to the third place position. Kyle Busch slides off the bottom trying to work Ryan Blaney off of him. Blaney gets a great drive off, and we've got a caution. Tyler Reddick is around in the McDonald's 45 Toyota, and we are under yellow on lap 2. We had a caution on the opening lap of the truck race yesterday, and on lap 2 of the Cup race we get a yellow at the same racetrack today. So Reddick goes for a spin. He started in the 9th place position, but he's going to be at the tail end of the field now, so much for qualifying to get that track position early. showing a replay, A.J. Allmendinger was behind him, and we'll see if there was contact, and actually it wasn't Allmendinger. It looked like Reddick overdrove the corner into the left rear of Stenhouse and then lost control after clipping the grass once he made contact with the 47 car. So Reddick goes around. It looked like he just overdrove the corner, and probably wouldn't have spun if it wasn't for contact with the 47 car, but definitely kind of flatlined it into the corner and pounded it into the left rear. So around goes Tyler Reddick in an early caution. You can watch the race on Fox Sports 1 if you're wondering where you can watch the race today. It's the second to last race that Fox is covering for the NASCAR Cup Series this season. And again, be sure to hit that like button on the stream. Subscribe for more daily NASCAR content, live race commentary streams every NASCAR race weekend for the Xfinity Cup and, of course, the Truck Series as well during the week. So yesterday we had the doubleheader with the Truck Series at Gateway and then the Portland Xfinity race. Both were pretty solid races in my opinion. Had some drama in the late going of both of them, and we'll see if today we'll have some late drama, because last year's race definitely produced quite a bit of drama throughout, not just late. Of course, with the start of the Ross Chastain-Denny Hamlin rivalry last year began right here at this racetrack. That ensued all the way up until even the early going of this season before things kind of maybe tapered or settled off after Phoenix. So we'll see. Maybe it gets reunited again today. Reignited, I guess, not reunited. They're not united by any means. Although maybe they could be now. Who knows? Chastain is in 9th place and Hamlin in 3rd. Both qualified in the top 10. Both had speed in this race last year. Of course, when they initially made contact, I believe they were battling for about 4th place. And Hamlin, before getting taken out, had a top 5 car, was very fast. Chastain looked very quick. And yesterday in practice and qualifying, they both looked fairly fast as well, which is why they are starting up as high in the running order as they are. Again, only 45 laps in this first stage, so with us going under caution already, although it should be a quick yellow because of the spin by Reddick. Nobody else was involved, and I think Reddick kept it off the outside wall for the most part as well, so get the sweeper trucks out there, but it probably won't take long to clean up any kind of debris because there wasn't really much laying there other than some maybe extra tire rubber. Jeremy Heath, thanks for tuning into the stream also. Mark Kirby, Leonard Hall. Thank you. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. I want Clint Boyer's money. Fox Super 6. Didn't get a chance to go through who was in my fantasy lineup before the start of the race today, so we'll get through that while we're under this caution. Dale, thanks for tuning into the stream as well. Love to see Hamlin get wrecked today. Oh, geez. He just got right hooked last week. Isn't that good enough? Bunch of savages out there. All right. So, yeah, we'll go into this, I guess. So the Fantasy Live, you can go to the NASCAR mobile app or website to play. Chance to win 2 tickets to any NASCAR race if you're choosing the following season, excluding the Daytona 500, if you win our regular season or playoff championship. On the website, I'll show you how to go there right now. You click on Quick Links, and then you want to search for, well, first you click, I can't talk. I'm talking too fast, that's the problem. But anyway, you click on the Quick Links. Man, that's a tongue twister. Hit the Quick Links tab. And there's a Fantasy Live tab there. The sign-in, sign-out's on the right-hand side of the screen. It's free to join. All you have to do is sign up with your email. And then when you go to the league, it'll ask you if you want to join one if you're not already in one. And then you'll want to search for KRC League. KRC in all caps, space, and then a capital L on League. I'll put that in the chat real quick. And you set your lineup every single week for who you expect to run well. You get 6 drivers on your team. At the end of Stage 2, it locks, and only 5 of them you will get points for. And the other one you will not, so you kind of have to watch the race throughout, see who is the worst of those 5 running up to that point. Maybe somebody got in a wreck or whatever the case is, and you put them in your garage. You don't get points for them. So you also save a start with them as well, because you can only use each driver 10 times throughout the course of the season. On my team today, I have Kyle Busch. I think he'll run well. In fact, Kyle Busch is my pick to win today's race. I was debating between him and Joey Logano, but Busch looked very, very fast yesterday in practice and qualifying. So did Logano. I think they'll be the 2 to beat in the early going to this one, but definitely going to go with Kyle Busch in this race. I meant to mention that right away before the race started, but apologize for that. Taking Busch, and I think I'm taking him to win. I picked him to win at Auto Club earlier this year when he won. I think I picked him in another race too, but he didn't win that one. I'd have to go back and look. I'm going to look, actually. Who else did I... You guys will get to see my spreadsheet. NASCAR predictions 2023. Where did I take Kyle Busch this season? Auto Club. Oh, that's the only race I picked him for. I was thinking I picked him some other race. Oh, no, that's Kyle Larson, my bad. I picked Larson like 4 times this year. He's won some of them, and some of them he's lost. Yeah, I guess I only took Busch. I took him in the Clash, too, I guess. He finished 3rd. But, yeah, only the second points race I've picked Kyle Busch this season. I was thinking I picked him more. He had a lot of speed early in the year. He's kind of tapered off in the middle going into the season. Even with winning at Talladega, he didn't run that well the next week after that at Dover. Last couple weeks he's looked a little bit quicker, but I think specifically today, just because of how fast he was last year in this race and how fast he was in practice and qualifying yesterday morning, that's why I ended up picking Kyle to hopefully have a pretty solid run in this one. So Kyle Busch again is my pick. But outside of Kyle Busch on my team, I've got Ryan Blaney, last week's winner. I was looking back on it. I think Blaney's going to have a good day today. I'm predicting him to at least get a top 10 because he has finished inside the top 10 in 6 of the last 7 races, including in the top 5 in 4 of the last 6 races. So Ryan Blaney's definitely on a little bit of a hot streak right now. Martin Truex Jr.'s had some solid runs since really post-Talladega. Denny Hamlin obviously as well. Each Truex, Blaney, and Hamlin have a win since that Dega race, so they've all been really running very, very well. Probably the 3 best, honestly, since Talladega. Joey Logano hasn't been as consistent as any of those guys, but he was very good last year in this race, won it, and he was very good, at least when it came to speed and practice and qualifying yesterday. And I ended up taking Tyler Reddick, who is in my garage right now after he has spun. But the reason why I put Tyler Reddick in my team is because the Toyotas did look pretty quick yesterday. I think it's going to be a Ford and Toyota show, and even though I didn't pick either one of those manufacturers to win because I picked Kyle Busch to win, I think Busch is really the only outlier there. I don't expect the Hendrick guys to perform very well. Maybe Byron gets a top 10, but I don't expect him to compete for the win by any means this weekend. So, obviously, Chase Elliott's not racing. Alex Bowman, he's only in his 2nd week back from injury. He didn't look that great in the 600 last weekend. And, of course, Kyle Larson. And he doesn't typically run that great on the flatter racetracks. New Hampshire, Martinsville, last year at Gateway, he didn't run particularly well either. Now, I know he won at Martinsville earlier this season, but not so good, at least for him in the early going here.
Lightning strikes within 5 miles of the racetrack. Some of those big puffy clouds have rain and lightning in them. Drivers have been advised that they are able to get out of their cars if they wish during this delay, which we hope will be a brief one. We have the vortex theory to scare away rain. Why wouldn't this scare away lightning? All that pyro on the back straightaway.
So cool. We talked about it endlessly, but the event and the fun that the folks have that get to come out to this beautiful facility here just across the river from St. Louis.
I mean, even the anthem, a world-class singer backed up by a symphony orchestra. Very, very cool.
I like Fire's pretty cool. I'm kind of jealous of that guy that got to pull the trigger on that back there.
I can see that.
Right? Everybody's got a little pyro.
No, we call this track St. Louis because we're in Madison, Illinois, across the big muddy, the big river. But we are closer to the Gateway Arch than Charlotte Motor Speedway is to Uptown Charlotte. It's in Concord, North Carolina. So we can't show you the Gateway Arch because that shot would be from the roof, and our cameramen have taken a position of safety. You see the cameras all locked down up on the roof, again, because of lightning in the area.
But there's a bunch of fans in the stand still.
This is a very unique racetrack. We talk about it as kind of like Darlington, maybe kind of like New Hampshire, kind of like Phoenix, but really it's a racetrack all unto itself, based on the available footprint here of this piece of land.
Well, there you see it. Long drag race right here down the front straightaway. Tight radius through 1 and 2. Very, very tight. Downshift 4th, downshift 3rd, and then right back from 4th to 5th down that back straightaway, Mike.
And then when you get to 3 and 4, Mike, it gets wildly different. A big sweeping corner, and we head to pit road, and we get there, the narrowest pit road in all of NASCAR. Charlotte's pit road's 38 feet wide. This is nearly half that at 22 feet wide. Wow. So challenges are not only on the track, but when you come to pit road, where there'll be contact sometimes throughout this day, I'm sure.
Oh, without a doubt. So of all the tracks that I just mentioned, Darlington, New Hampshire, Phoenix, does this race like any of them?
I think if anything, maybe Phoenix a little bit, the old Phoenix for sure, but the short answer is no. I think the drivers are going to work harder today on this racetrack than they do anywhere else.
I think the old Clint answer is,
Maybe. Look at that sharp exit off turn 2.
I think, just again, those long straightaways entice you to drive into the corner too long. You heard from Kyle Larson, one of the NASCAR's best, right? He said he was overdriving the corner. Corey LaJoie filling in for Chase Elliott. He also said very easy, and he needed to back his corners up, slow this place down. It draws you in to overdrive it.
And as we get going, Mike, that 3 and 4 is going to widen out. You're going to see guys trying to diamond the corner, running up high, and then shooting down low off the track.
All right, a nice breeze despite the 90-degree heat and lightning in the area. So we'll take a break here from St. Louis and the Charlotte studio. We'll speak to you the other side of this break.
All right, so heading to commercial break. We're under red flag after just 7 minutes of racing. Not even racing, really. Some of that is just the caution laps from the Tyler Reddick spin. Reddick ended up spinning on lap 2, so we only had a little over one green flag lap before we ended up having a lightning delay here. So lightning within 5 miles of the racetrack, reported there by Mike Joy in the Fox booth. So due to that, we are under a delay and gonna have to wait it out. There's a 30-minute clock that goes on for lightning delays, so if there's no lightning within a 30-minute period, then we will end up getting back to racing. David Griffin, thanks for tuning in. Yeah, it stinks. I understand, why people, don't like this, but it is for the safety of everybody. You got to figure you got metal grandstands and people sitting. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised that they haven't done this way longer ago. I don't remember there really being lightning delays up until like a handful of years ago, really. I remember high school sports used to do this too when I played. Granted, I didn't play any outdoor sports in high school. Well, I played golf, but not until my senior year. But we never had to deal with any lightning or anything. So, yeah, it's unfortunate. Hopefully there's no rain moving in. I haven't checked the radar. I'm actually going to do that right now. And I'll let you guys listen to the TV broadcast when they are not on a rain delay. I think IndyCar is racing in Detroit, which is like 45 minutes north of where I'm at, so I could have been there, and then I could have came back and commentated the race. No, I'm kidding. I probably wouldn't be able to do both. I'm surprised they're starting at the same time, though. And no, I'm not going to commentate that race while we're waiting on this. Some of you guys might want me to do that, but I can't. I don't even know that track. It's a new track, too. But I have done zero studying for that. The Indy 500 was a one-off, at least when it came to IndyCar broadcasts this year on the channel. Sid for Brains, thanks for tuning into the stream too. I think I did not shout you out yet. Villanova, welcome in. Dale Campbell, thanks for tuning in. Yep, red flag for lightning. AJ Summers, thanks for tuning in. Best announcer ever. Wow, there's a lot of great ones out there. I don't know about ever. Maybe on YouTube. Maybe in the YouTube sphere. It's debatable. I don't have the longevity, though, but I don't really know of any others out there. I don't know of anybody that commentates like any other sport the way I'm doing with NASCAR, to be completely honest. And if they did, they definitely weren't doing it when I started this last season. So I will say, as of the Clash last year in 2022, I know for a fact that nobody did this. There'd be like watch-alongs and stuff, but this isn't quite that. I mean, it's kind of a watch-along to a certain extent, but it's really not. It's mainly the commentating side of things that we're going for here. And Trying to give you guys my best commentary and describe the race as it's playing out. Radio style, nearly. Here is the Fox booth while we are under the lightning
playoffs
delay.
last year and was the only driver to really get in on points. And in the interim, he's sitting over there looking at his teammate Joey Logano win races, won the 2 races there near the end of the season, won Atlanta earlier, and won the championship. And so I'm sure he had to feel like the weight of the world was gone off his shoulders.
We didn't get enough rain delay last weekend, Shannon. We thought we would go ahead
Well, it's not technically rain delay, right? And lightning's getting us this time.
Throw a little bit more in this weekend. Blaney last weekend, though, I mean, it was so impressive because it wasn't just getting a win. I mean, they dominated that race. He qualified well. They had 4 stages last weekend, and I mean, top 5 in every stage. And he's been close, and we, you know, I feel like when we talk about these guys on a winless streak, you just need a little something to kind of get over the edge, and all of a sudden you can get some momentum, and they picked up this weekend, or they left off last weekend.
And I tell you who else I was happy for, and I did not hear this mentioned a lot, but I remember my first win as a Cup Series crew chief. Now, mind you, he and Jonathan Hassler won the All-Star race at Texas last year, but that was Jonathan Hassler's first Cup Series points win. Remember, he took over that 12 car at the beginning of 22 when Todd Gordon retired, so I was really happy for Jonathan Hassler because I'm sure he was feeling the pressure as well.
Yeah, of course, Ryan comes out this week, qualifies second for the race that's going to take place later today while we continue to wait out this lightning delay. You know, I think last week's race had it all, right? We had the Bubba Wallace and Eric Almirola. We had Chase Elliott, Denny Hamlin. We had weather delays. We had Ryan Blaney winning. We're going to relive that with Radioactive from the Coca-Cola 600. Check it out.
Charlotte Motor Speedway now joins a grateful nation on our most solemn holiday, Memorial Day.
Thank you all the veterans and those that are serving today.
Get to do what we love because of the sacrifices that were made by our military heroes. So let's go out and have a good day for them.
600 miles, long race. We prepared well for this. Look forward to a long race. Appreciate it. 600 miles, a long way to go. Stay nice and calm today.
Green flag, the Coca-Cola 600's underway.
You got a big push of weather, make it out alive. All good. I just wait for Freeman. Loose, 3 and 4.
Really drives like I have a swimming experience.
Alex Bowman almost had Ryan Preece in his door right there.
You see Cindric completely sideways there?
It's Cindric, we got to get away from him.
These guys have got their hands full begging for this caution.
Yellow's out. Competition yellow. Terrible. Good job hanging on to her there. No. You got them all.
William Byron with install number 1.
Made massive changes. It might be too tight, but that's a hell of a lot better than spinning now.
And here they come.
The green flag back out here on lap 41. How about Blaney? Got under him.
12 inside.
I think he takes it.
You're clear. All clear.
And for the lead, Bell has caught Blaney.
Copy that. Just run your line like it last year. The worst year driving one in the field. Nothing stinks.
Trouble off turn number 2. Jimmy Johnson has spun, tagged the outside wall.
Left front came around and touched the wall. It just took off. I don't know what happened there.
Pit road is about to open.
Go hard. You got it. You're over the 12.
Rudy Bugle and crew, they are on it. They picked him up another 2 spots.
Look at the momentum. Christopher Bell's not.
20's off you, same lane.
Woohoo! That was so close.
Byron hangs on for the stage.
There's another playoff point completely gone.
Lights off on the pace cars.
All rolling. 2 back to the main.
Boy, and now pit road is full of cars.
Post for 23, no passenger for human interference. All we're doing is just killing ourselves. Never gives ourselves a chance to see victory lane if we keep get it together.
Whoa, trouble. Round goes Jimmy Johnson.
You get to the wall with right front. Yeah, I did.
Oh, trouble.
Kyle Busch.
Around Kyle Busch.
Keselowski hit that outside wall.
Definitely hit the right rear.
I'm gonna get it whipped around. I gotta find a flat spot so you don't kill everything. Hold on.
Coming inside here. Inside, you're gonna be 3 wide mid. 11's right with you.
Just a 9, still outside here. Still there chasing you down.
Still down there.
Oh, trouble. Front straightaway. Hard in the wall goes Hamlin.
They need to park it. Ran over us twice in the last 4 laps.
He just hung a left and right rear.
Ooh, that was big. They were bouncing off each other. I couldn't slow down. Ah, you're good, man. They were trying to wreck. They were wrecking each other.
That's as intentional as it gets.
Got no brake.
Just bring it to us if we fix this piece.
Chris Buescher will get his first stage win since 2021.
Six is on fire. Fire. Ready, green. Take it all the way. Good job.
New leader, number 4.
Best car behind, probably the 20, and he just wrecked off 4.
Oh, no!
Now.
Hang on to it.
Spins without contact.
Good job not hitting anything, man. Put it out. Back straight away. Come on, how bad is it? Flat right front, have to come this time. I need a push. Hey, stop.
First stage win of the season for Ryan Blaney.
94 laps to go here at Charlotte.
Green flag. Lane off at your door, corner clear.
Blaney, that speed, unbelievable.
Yeah, 10-4 on the woo. Yeah, I need to change my underwear. All right, let's go get the 12.
Caution is out. Michael McDowell.
No right front tire.
Cautions, breed cautions.
Good God, he's gonna give it to me. Throw me all the way out of the racetrack.
Oh, trouble! Reddick slammed by Harvick.
Came up or he came down or what happened there? It's a met at the middle. What happened there? This looks like he came up into you and then spun off you.
Reddick and Harvick collide coming off turn number 4 for the 13th caution of the day. Oh, and Cindric is around.
Hold the brake. Hit the wall pretty hard.
Look at that thing give and flex.
One outside, reckon. Stay low.
Oh, Larson's around.
Lock it down. Yeah, we're wrecked. We got a little nose damage. It's a little more than a little. I don't know what to do. It's all these cautions. We're going to end with 6 laps on tires because we can't get a restart in.
Back to green, 20 to go.
So by one, both lanes, Mikey got pulled off of you.
Whoa, Blaney gets loose right in front of him.
Clear the 19. Go get the 12. You were 10 better than that lap. License says that. 12-3 and up. Tight.
And the gap continues to grow.
Still by 14. You're the 10 better. Finish this thing off strong. One more, again. One more.
Been 59 races since he's last visited victory lane.
Still no pressure by 15.
The Coca-Cola 600 belongs to Ryan Blaney.
Oh, my God. Thank you guys so much. How about that? Holy cow.
Of course, Ryan Blaney grew up watching his dad race at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. Now he goes out and he gets that big victory. What an event it was. And, you know, Bubba Wallace is really good friends with Ryan Blaney. So he had a little fun after the race on Twitter and Cameo. Take a look at this.
Hey Ryan, this is your amigo Daniel Suarez.
Yo, Ryan, what's up? Sam Mayer here.
Hey, what's up, Ryan? It's Landon Castle.
Ryan! Kenny Wallace here.
I hear that you're a big race fan and that you like old Sam Mayer. I appreciate it a lot.
Your friend Daryl, or Darrell, I'm not entirely sure. Sorry about that. Said that you're a big fan of mine.
Your friend Daryl.
Your friend Daryl
Daryl told me all about you.
told me that you just won a marathon, and that's freaking nuts.
But you won, so you won a marathon.
Well, buddy, that's badass. You're something else. I couldn't do anything like that. So congratulations.
That is so cool. I'd love to know what your time was and how fast you went.
It's a great weekend here in St. Louis. We got the NASCAR race here. Maybe I'll see you at a race down the road. I don't know when.
Hopefully you guys can come to the racetrack one day and say hello in person.
Hopefully we'll see you at the racetrack sometime.
Let me know your secret. Send me a tweet. Let me know how you got so fast.
Take care, amigo. See you soon. Bye.
Boy, oh boy, you really got to watch out for that Cameo thing, right?
What a diverse group of drivers right there. You had Sam Mayer, you had Kenny Wallace, you had Bubba Wallace, you had Daniel Suarez. It's like they were kind of like all over the place.
Are you on Cameo?
I am.
Yeah?
I haven't gotten Larry before on Cameo.
We have.
I sent a cameo to myself.
Yeah, congratulating himself. It was great. My favorite part of this is that I feel like Bubba Wallace gets a little bit of a bad rap for post-race interviews because he wears his emotion on his shoulders. And I have been around him away from the racetrack. He's got a great sense of humor.
Yeah.
He's really funny. He's friends with a lot of these guys. And I love it that he shared this with us because I think it shows who Bubba Wallace really is.
Yeah, and these guys are such good friends. You know, it's fun to see the younger group of guys who are so close and race so hard and really have kind of started with each other, you know, whether it be the summer shootout at Charlotte Motor Speedway or some of their dads race, and to now see them kind of move on.
Well, and another reason that Bubba Wallace is in a really good mood, he has been running so well here lately. I mean, you look at the last 4 races, including the All-Star race in North Wilkesboro, 4 consecutive, not top 10, top 5 finishes. finishes, and that's in a bunch of different types of racetracks. So he has a lot to be happy about right now.
Yeah, I mean, not just Bubba Wallace, but 2311 in general has been really good. Denny's got to be really proud of that team to see where they have come this year, and Tyler Reddick has stepped in for Kurt Busch and been able to do a great job.
Yeah, because at North Wilkesboro, right, we thought it was going to be the Joe Gibbs Racing Toyotas that went out there and completely just dominated. It was 2311 that finished ahead of everyone else. Okay, one of the big stories from this past week, of course, is the suspension of Chase Elliott. One race suspension. NASCAR deemed that the move that he made on Denny Hamlin, where he got that right rear, was intentional, dangerous, obviously, and so they suspended him for one race. Corey LaJoie in that race car this weekend. Now, Chase is eligible for the playoffs because he did get the waiver, but he's already missed 6 with that broken leg. Now he's missing 1 because of the suspension, and that hill just gets steeper and steeper.
Yeah, and you think about the fact that Alan Gustafson and the 9 team, they are with Corey LaJoie today. They are working with their 4th different driver in the first 15 races of 2023. And I know a race team wins together, you lose together, you go through trials and tribulations together. But if you look at the 5 races before Charlotte, after Chase returned from those injuries, what a jump in the points he had made. I mean, the deficit he was below the cut line, he actually cut that in half. Now, a setback obviously after Charlotte, but missing this race, he's probably going to be more than 100 points below the cut line. 11 races to go. There's some road courses in there. He's still got to qualify for the playoffs, but to your point, I think he's getting into a must-win situation.
It's been a tough year for Chase Elliott, and the one thing that I've learned over the course of the last 5 days is that the internet is still undefeated, and you're not going to win at Twitter with Chase Elliott fans.
No.
They are very passionate towards him, and we've talked about what we saw on the racetrack, and it's been compared to obviously Bubba Wallace and Kyle Larson to what we saw last year, and every situation is going to be a little bit different, obviously at a little bit of a different track, but the outcome was very similar. You see right here, Denny Hamlin got into Chase Elliott a little bit off of turn 2 prior to this, then got into him again off of turn 4. And you know what? We haven't heard from Chase Elliott his side of this yet on exactly what happened, and we don't know what his intent was. I'm going to say that he probably just wanted to door slam him, but the way it worked out, he ended up getting into the right rear quarter panel, turned that car head on into the wall.
I'm going to probably surprise you with something I'm going to tell you, Jamie. Remember, I do a Sirius XM radio show every weekday, and this week, every time a fan would start off by saying, I'm a Chase Elliott fan, I would go, oh boy, here we go. But I'm telling you, 90% of them said, I'm a Chase Elliott fan. NASCAR did what they had to do on this situation. I think even Rick Hendrick knew this was coming. He reached out to Corey LaJoie early Tuesday morning, the morning after the race, because he knew what was coming down.
We worked Race Hub this week together, Jamie, and I did. And I think one of the questions I asked you was, how is this move perceived in the garage with the other competitors? And you've stood by your comment about intent. What was the intent? We don't necessarily think the intent was what happened, but regardless, that is what happened. So we did ask some of the drivers at the racetrack this week, some of the other competitors, their thought on this penalty for Chase Elliott.
Hard to the wall goes Hamlin. Chase Elliott.
That was a savage crash. They saw some retaliation there.
Yeah, it's a tantrum, and he shouldn't be racing next week.
You get mad, you want to immediately retaliate. As a race car driver, it is really hard to keep your emotions in check.
I mean, this is a cutthroat sport.
You got to protect us from ourselves, and there has to be consequences for this.
There has to be boundaries, otherwise we'll just keep going. We have to protect the drivers. I think it's an important line in the stand that NASCAR is trying really hard to enforce.
Yeah, you never want to see Chase out of a car by any means, but I understand why NASCAR's got to be consistent.
Yeah, it definitely will make you as a driver, when you get in those positions, definitely make you think a little bit more about it.
They're finally putting their foot down on a lot of instances. It's good. Need to stop letting the tail wag the dog.
I've been in that situation before. That was actually my penalty was double.
None of us want to hurt anybody, Obviously, that's frowned upon, and we understand why, right? It's dangerous.
I'm going to race, but certainly there's just too much at stake, and that is ultimately why the penalties have been as harsh as they have.
You said over and over again this was the right way to handle this, right? And you just heard all the guys in the garage, they understand that.
Yeah, I really believe they do. And you know what? None of us, including NASCAR, wants drivers to lose their aggressive style. That's one of the attractions of our sport right now, is drivers being aggressive. But there's a line in the sand, and I think now it's a distinct line in the sand, and Jamie said it earlier today, every situation is a little bit different. But you can't be hooking a driver on a straightaway in the right rear quarter panel and sending them headed to the wall. Chase Elliott basically had a teammate last year, Alex Bowman, that was out for several races with concussion protocol after a hit at Texas. You just can't be hooking drivers in a quarter panel.
Well, I mean, that's why I said I don't think the intent was to do that. I think that was just ended up being the result of what happened. But unanimously, all those drivers said the same thing. They thought that they got the penalty right. And it obviously sends a message to the garage that you can't do this. And there's a million ways that you can pay a driver back on the track, but obviously, hooking in the right rear, that goes against the code there is.
I'm not asking you to tell me what Chase Elliott is feeling, right? But as a driver, when you're this close and you're climbing back into the playoffs and you've got your entire team sort of behind you, you've been out for 6 races, and then you go and you do something like this that gets you suspended for another one. I mean, what is sort of the responsibility that you feel to now go back out there and really do what you need to do? And I guess on the flip side, if he doesn't make the playoffs,
that's a long question,
how does that sit with you? I know it's a Jamie McMurray question. It's a Jamie McMurray question.
Here's the deal if you're Chase Elliott. There's a fine line between, obviously retaliating, and a lot of times the crew members, they want you to get back. If you're one of those guys, there are some drivers that get pushed around, and those crew members behind the scenes are hard on them. Like, you need to stick up for yourself because you can't get pushed around. You've got to get back at them. And I think Chase Elliott has proven over the years, whether it was with Kevin Harvick, he's had some instances where he went and got the guy back, and this was maybe just across the line. But again, as he's sitting out, I think sitting out for these circumstances is completely different than the snowboarding accident. I know that was hard, but the fact that they both came in the same year, that makes this even tougher.
And here we are 6 days later saying this was wrong, he shouldn't have done this. Chase Elliott, and I've never driven a race car. Jamie's a race car driver, but how many times have we all done something that we had a half of a second to think about it? We did it and we went, I shouldn't have done it. I know, obviously, Chase Elliott totally regrets what he did.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, that's obviously a story that we're going to be following. As we watch Chase try to climb his way into the playoffs. But this place, in particular, St. Louis, we've seen some crazy events at this place as well. One of them was last year between Ross Chastain and Denny Hamlin. Let's remind you how that went down.
There's some ill will in Illinois.
Ross has been all over the back of Denny, and he finally just runs into him. Denny is not going to be happy about that.
The 11 is waiting on Ross Chastain. Here we go.
You knew he was going to show his displeasure. Around goes the 9, Chase Elliott. The 1 car had something to do with this.
I mean, what was he doing? He ran me over getting into 3, and then ran me over again.
It's a double up.
A double tag team.
The tower just said they think you made your point. You're right.
He will remember that, and he'll put it in the bank, and if he needs to pull that card, it'll be there.
That's funny. He goes, yeah, right. But this has kind of calmed a little bit, hasn't it?
Well, and so listen, as we were just talking about, being able to pay a driver back, that's a great way to be able to pay them back without tearing anything up. He almost, because Ross Chastain had to pit because of being in that wreck, he almost got him to go so slow by sorting on the track that he was going to get DQ'd from the race because he couldn't make minimum lap time. So if that would have worked out, that would have been the ultimate payback job.
Hard to believe everything Ross went through in this race a year ago. He still came back and got a top 10 finish and finished 8th. He probably has no idea what kind of race car he had because he spent so much of the race just trying to stay away from that 11 car.
It's been a couple weeks since we've said Ross Chastain's name in terms of controversy, hasn't it?
I think it was my interview shoot.
I think somebody blamed the engine panel at Stewart Haas Racing on it.
I think that was you, Larry Mack. Listen, I've been to Gateway a couple times, when we were racing the Xfinity Series, many years covering it. I know it's just the second time that we've been here in the Cup Series. It's one of those tracks that you hear drivers say they really like. So kind of walk me through the particulars of this place.
So it's pretty unique, and it starts with just the shape of the track. It's shaped kind of like Darlington, where it's an egg shape, one end being bigger than the other. But the straightaways and the corners are similar to like a Martinsville. It's got these really long straightaways and tight corners. And if you look at the two different ends, the radius is completely different. It's 102 feet different radius in turns 1 and 2 versus turns 3 and 4. The banking is also different. You have 11 degrees in turns 1 and 2 and only 9 degrees in turns 3 and 4. And the one thing that you heard all the drivers talk about in practice is how loose in their cars were to turn 3. It's hard for the crew chief to get a balance on the car with the banking and the radius being different.
Yeah, and one thing that they are doing, and we talked about this on our race day show, is even when the Truck Series raced here a number of years ago, and now of course they're back racing there as well, is they were shifting with a regular 4-speed transmission. We saw in practice yesterday, because the corners are so flat and the corner speed gets so low, under 100 miles per hour, but then you're over 160 miles per hour down that long front straightaway getting into one, we saw these drivers downshifting from 5th to 4th to 3rd at both ends of the racetrack and going back to 5th on these long straightaways, just trying to maximize the RPM.
A big topic in the garage right now is how they can make the short track racing better. The mile-and-a-half racing is incredible. We saw that at Charlotte last week. But what all those drivers would like to do, the teams would like to do, is to get rid of shifting. They think that would make the racing better. And that way, if your car, if you're slow in the corner, when you slow down, if you can downshift, it makes you accelerate just as good as everybody else. So one thing that NASCAR, the teams, everybody is going to work on over the course of the next year is trying to get those ratios where it's such a big split that you're not able to downshift.
And that's the key, because you and I and Clint Boyer had a conversation this week, and Clint said they need to outlaw shifting. And I said, Clint, you really can't outlaw shifting. You have to do exactly what Jamie McMurray just said. You have to make the ratios where it's a disadvantage to shift. You can't just say you can't shift. They've never said that. They just put the ratios where it discourages.
What Larry meant to say is that Clint just continued to talk and we kind of listen.
Yeah, we listen.
Is that how that happens?
Every once in a while we got a
How much more physical of a race is it when you are having to shift to 2 times a lap?
Yeah, the shifting is not that big of a deal. The heat today is the big factor. And you and I were talking about it earlier. It's so hard to explain when you're sitting on your couch at home and in 70-degree weather how hot it is at the track. And everybody we interviewed talked about the heat inside the car. And that just mentally breaks you down over the course. It's only a 300-mile race, but it is 3 hours long, and it is mentally tiring at a track like this. And because it's a short track, and because you'll see some beating, some banging, some bouncing off each other, the frustration level. We saw it. I mean, Bubba Wallace and Eric Almirola were fighting under the rain delay last week, so plenty of frustration in the series right now.
There's going to be more frustration, and it has to do with pit road, because pit road is very long, but it is the narrowest pit road that we have on the circuit, because from the outside of the pit boxes to the wall, Charlotte last week, 38 feet. Look at that, 22 feet. It's barely wide enough for 2 drivers to run side by side. Last year, when you have a caution, you have all these cars on the lead lap, you got a ton of cars pitting. We saw drivers, I remember Chris Buescher, just getting spun out because there's just nowhere to go. It's like a traffic jam on pit road.
38 minus 22, that would be 16, right? 16.
That's the way I do it.
Write that down, did you?
I had to, yeah.
Carried
It's been a while. We'll be back as we're continuing to wait out the lightning delay. Martin Truex Jr. is going to join us on the other side of the break.
Alrighty, I'll step back in during the commercial breaks. Snacking on some baked Cheetos right now while we're waiting up the rain delay, so if you're wondering why I am not on camera for the time being, that would be why. Regine Huddleston, thanks for tuning into the stream here recently. Mike George, I saw you in the chat right before I let the audio play for FS1 there. Thanks for tuning in. Godzilla Legendary 2078, thanks for tuning in. It's not even raining at the track, raining across the river, but pop-up are containing thunderstorms. Yeah, it is not raining at the track from what I've seen from the aerial shots on FS1. I gotta get my laptop on a charger real quick here. Give me a second. I don't want to lose a stream. Completely forgot to have my charger sit next to me. There we go. There we go. That was a close one. Usually when it says the battery's low, it dies literally any second. So, I'm glad I saw that. It was a good time that FS1 went onto a commercial when they did. Listening to you and watching IndyCar. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't do both. Because I'm watching the race on my phone with the way everything's set up here. And I have no control over this TV over here. It's my sister's. I don't know like what her YouTube account is to log in and out of, so. Well, it's not even on YouTube, so that wouldn't even matter. But I don't even know if Hulu's even on there or not. My TV's in my room. I don't have everything set up for the stream yet there, so. Yeah, if you want to keep us updated on what's going on in the IndyCar race, that'd be great. Anybody who's watching it that's in the chat. Jason M., thanks for tuning in also. Radius for Lightning, 8 miles. When Lightning strikes within an 8-mile radius of the racetrack or whatever sporting facility, it's a 30-minute delay. 20 to 30 minutes ago, there was nothing. 10 to 15 minutes ago, pop-up showers appear, cause lightning. Yeah, I still haven't looked at the radar yet. Give me a second to do that. I'll check the radar for you guys. In the St. Louis area. Oh, that ain't it. Pull up the trusty old Weather Channel. And then they're back from the commercial break too, so I'll let you listen into that. But let me see, Saints. Well, where are they at exactly? Madison? Madison, Illinois. It's just a 15% chance of rain. So the chances are below 20%. There is a pop-up shower that is in the St. Louis area, but it's not actually raining at the racetrack itself right now. But there is rain in the vicinity, and it's definitely that red and yellow stuff on the radar. I'll show you guys real quick. So that is that dot, obviously, where the racetrack is at. And so you can definitely tell it is within radius, and you would imagine that there is probably lightning there. Hopefully that dissipates and we don't end up having rain at the track and potentially lose the racetrack. That will extend this delay. And hopefully that pop-up shower moves up. It looks like it's just kind of sitting over St. Louis right now, not going anywhere. Some of the St. Louis area, the northwest side. They're interviewing Martin Truex Jr. From his motor coach, so I'll let you listen into that.
What we used to do back then. And so it's a lot different. Nothing even close, and now we're shifting a lot more than we used to. We used to shift here just in turns 1 and 2 down the back straightaway, and now it's 2 shifts down into turn 1. So shifting. The only thing is the same as the shape of the track and what it takes to go fast around here, and that's using a lot of brake and trying to figure out how to roll speed through 3 and 4, and still have enough driver.
Martin Truex Jr. needs better internet service.
Did you guys get that? The internet's being a little.
We're shifting a lot more.
We are. That's what we heard. Yeah,
that was my takeaway.
We got you, Martin. Go ahead, Larry.
Go ahead. Yeah, so Martin, I do want to go back to that win a few weeks ago at Dover. I mean, there was so much more that went along with that win above and beyond winning a Cup Series race. I mean, you break it, as Rusty put it, the losing streak, at a place where you got your first career win, but then to see your little brother, Ryan, go to victory lane the day before, that was a lot stacked in one weekend.
Yeah, it sure was. It was really a special weekend for the family, and I was very thankful. My dad was thankful weekend, and I wish we could have done it Saturday and Sunday so we could have spent more time together very much. But really just a really special weekend. Obviously for us to kind of get that monkey off our back. We had so many opportunities I feel like slip away in the past year or so. And it's like when those things happen, you're always just like, okay, when is it going to happen? We know we're capable of winning at a lot of racetracks. When is it actually going to happen, and when can we put it all together? So that was great. And then just super proud of Ryan because, he's been through a lot. And, I could go back almost 10 years, that same race he almost won. And, what could have his career maybe have been different if he had. But really proud of him for just his hard work and being willing to do whatever it takes over the years to be in good cars. And it was nice to just see it pay off for him.
Mark, what do you think about where the 19 team is right now? I feel like, we kind of look at Joe Gibbs Racing as a whole. It seems like Toyota, the 2311, all of you guys have started running better over the last month or so. Where do you think you guys stack up in relation to everybody else right now?
Yeah, I feel really good about where we're at as a team. I think if you go back the past month, we've been really strong. And, obviously Dover was good. Kansas, we were right there in the mix for the win most of the day. Darlington in the mix for the win as well and got us some damage. And then I, screwed up and got us in a wreck late. Coke 600, we were right there as well, run third. So I feel like we're right there. Our car feels good for Gateway here today. And it seems like, we're a lot more consistent than we were last year. The short tracks have been a lot better. The road course at COTA felt a lot better to me and looking forward to seeing what we can do at Sonoma next weekend, which is one of my favorite tracks. And I think across the board, understanding this car more, I think Toyota did a great job in the off-season of, getting us closer to where we need to be. So we're in the ballpark there. There were some things that we struggled with last year that our hands were kind of tied on. So, overall, I think we're right there every week. And if we can execute and do the right things we need to, we can win races.
Awesome, Mark. We're going to let you go because I know that internet's going in and out. We really appreciate you taking a few minutes to chat with us. And fingers crossed when you get back out there. We can see the cool suit, so you're frozen. He's gone.
No pun intended.
Bye.
Right? Yeah.
Let's talk about that cool suit, right? Because you wanted to mention it. This is what we see.
That's been a game changer in NASCAR racing in general. That suit, they have a device inside of the car that pumps cool water or cool fluid through the shirt. You can see all those little tubes running through that shirt. And all of the drivers just have talked about that. We had an air conditioner forever, a conditioned air. I think air conditioner is a loosely used term. But they say that cool shirt, like you don't even really need the air conditioner, just being able to keep your core of your body so cool. And every driver uses it now. It's if you walk up and down pit road, it doesn't matter what series you're in, all those drivers want to use that.
But what I was thinking about when he won that race at Dover, it was a 54 race winless streak. But up until last year, if we went to the championship four, whether it was at Miami or whether Phoenix, Martin Truex Jr. was normally a part of it. He was in the championship four, contending for a championship. And then to not only not win a race last year, miss the playoffs. If you'd have asked anybody prior to last year, name me a championship driver that will not even make the playoffs this year, I don't think Martin Truex Jr.'s name would have come to surface, but they did absolutely miss it because they could not find victory lane.
I like reading people's demeanor when we do interviews, and it seems like he's in a better place than he was a year ago. He seems happier. I mean, there was a lot of discussion, is he even going to come back this year? And I think being able to win at Dover, seeing him, and he just seems like he's got a little pep in his step right now. Hopefully we get to see him in the series for a few more years to come.
Yeah, one thing I want to hit on, I heard him say, and I'm going to paraphrase because I don't know his exact wording, but it had something to do with that winless streak and wondering if you still can do it. I feel like we heard Kyle Busch say that this year. We definitely saw a little bit of that emotion out of Ryan Blaney when he broke through and got that. What's that like for a driver to know that you're the best of the best, but sort of maybe question, like, am I going to be able to do it again?
I mean, Jimmy Johnson's the best example. I mean, Jimmy Johnson could win every single weekend at one point, and who would have known, when his last win was going to come, like how that's going to be. And I love when you see, because I was a crier, if you're not aware of that, I cried a lot when I would win, because it meant so much to me when you work so hard for something, you're excited about that. And I loved seeing Blaney last weekend, because he's not a very emotional guy, and to see him kind of start thinking about it and processing it, because you just never know when that next win's going to come. And I'm with Larry. I mean, the 19 team, I mean, Martin Truex Jr. for the last 5 or 6 years, it's been unbelievable, like how good he is. And all of them start to wonder. Even Kyle Busch let his guard down. You brought his name up. I mean, Kyle Busch doesn't let you see any weakness in him, right? Like he has a really big fence up, but even he admitted that.
Yeah, I mean, Hall of Famer Mark Martin said it several times, is you value, and that's a man that won a lot of races in Cup and Xfinity, but he said you treat every win like it very much could be your last one because you have no idea whether it's going to be your last one or not. And I always that kind of resonated with me when he would say that.
But at the same time, I feel like that's a perspective that comes after you're done, because when you are in that seat, how many times do you hear a driver say, I didn't even get to really enjoy that win. I wish that I could do it again. I mean, big ones too.
That's because most of the time, and like for Ryan Blaney this week, you race on Monday and you might be in the simulator on Tuesday. Like, you might get to enjoy it, but you might not because you're moving on and you have to go to the next week. I always wanted to be able to win Homestead because that was the last race of the year, and I'm like, oh, you get 2 months to savor it.
Sure do. Let's see some of the guys who have actually broken winless streaks this season. Obviously, it started very early, race number 1, right? Daytona 500, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., that was a 199 race winless streak. Ryan Blaney, 59 last weekend. We've already mentioned Martin and Denny Hamlin in Kansas, 33. Here are some of the guys who also have the longest active winless streaks right now. Michael McDowell, who won the Daytona 500, hasn't since then. Justin Haley, Brad Keselowski, and Eric Almirola. Listen, I think Brad's really coming on strong. Obviously, he's the one that made that huge move, left Team Penske Racing, went over to RFK to start, have an ownership role, got that big, huge penalty last year and was really climbing their way out. We've talked to him several times, whether it be on Race Hub or when he was here for Drivers Only. That team is in a totally different place in 2023 than they were in 2020.
Yeah, there's a classic case. Who would ever believe when we watched him driving to victory lane at Talladega in the spring of 2021 that we'd now be talking about this 70-plus race winning streak. Now, at that time, we did not know he was going to be leaving Team Penske, but yeah, what a difference a year's made, because honestly, Chris Buescher in that 17, he outperformed Brad Keselowski on a pretty regular basis last year, actually found victory lane at Bristol in the playoffs. But Brad Keselowski right now, we're seeing the Fords come to life. Brad Keselowski is leading laps. He's finishing up there in the top 5. He's finishing top 10. I don't think it's going to be that much longer before we talk about that man right there not being on a long winless streak.
Yeah, I mean, so close. He came, second at Atlanta. He was 4th at Darlington. And you mentioned Chris Buescher, just RFK in general. That's been a rebuilding process, and I'm sure that if you point blank asked Brad, has this been a bigger challenge than you expected? He would say yes. It's hard, and I kind of felt like with the next gen car coming out that might make that transition easier. Especially, I mean, you look at Trackhouse, right? Like, we didn't talk about them 2 years ago, and all of a sudden Trackhouse, whether it's because of what Ross is doing or because of how they're both performing, they have been topic of discussion with the next gen car. But I feel like Brad, and I look at that list, I mean, Harvick is on there as well. Ross Chastain is on there as a winless streak. But Brad is just that guy, I feel like, man, at a super speedway, I mean, certainly, but he ran well last week at the Coke 600 as well, so you just never know with him.
If you just think back to last year, he moves to RFK Racing. He's a part owner in that operation. And then I think it was race number 5, Atlanta Motor Speedway. They get hit with that L2 penalty.
Whammy.
And that just I think that just sucked the energy out of them. And then they move along and they get a top 10 at Martinsville. They get DQ'd because of a weight. It's just like they just keep climbing their way back and get shoved back down. But they got that clean sheet of paper this year, and they're definitely bearing some fruit.
We got a clean sheet of paper as we head to this commercial break, and when we get back, we're continuing to sit through a lightning delay out in St. Louis. So we'll continue to, just chat about racing when we get back.
We'll keep chatting.
We'll just keep chatting.
All right. See what the chat's saying. Start these races in the morning before the air heats up. That's an interesting take. No, not as many people would watch, I'll tell you that much. Diehards will always watch, I will say. I've always been a firm believer of that. But when it comes to trying to create new audiences, which in the TV business everybody's trying to do, no matter whether you're a sport or, some like sitcom that plays like weeknights or whatever, like everybody's trying to create a new audience, and you just would not be able to do that in the morning. The only way you'd be able to do that in the morning would be for like news programs and stuff, but that's a little bit different because I don't want to say everybody, but generally speaking, the only people that typically watch anything in the morning, it is for news coverage. And a lot of the news coverage is mainly just for weather. All right, let's see here. Jason M, though, thanks for tuning into the stream. Linda Leverett, thanks for tuning in as well. Chase can still win this race. Chase Briscoe, but not Chase Elliott. Let's see here. Who else is in the chat? I have not been able to shout out. Jerry Hazlitt, thanks for tuning in. Where's that Xfinity fast internet, Truex? Yeah, really. Well, he's not in the Xfinity series, so maybe it's not offered to him. Seth Thomas, thanks for tuning in. Silent House Scribe says Graham Rahal has wrecked out of the race, lost control of his car, hit the wall, climbed out. Well, that's good to hear. Good to hear that he climbed out, obviously. Not good to hear that somebody wrecked, but... Yeah, IndyCar in Detroit on, I think, local NBC. At least it's local for me. I don't know if that's just because it's only like 45 minutes away from me. I don't know if that has anything to do with it. It probably doesn't, if it's anything like NASCAR. Pillow, Dixon, Rosenquist, Rossi. Power, Pillow, Dixon. That's top 5. We got 40 to go. Yeah, not much to talk about here. As far as... Yeah, Briscoe's in the 14. But not much to talk about here when you consider the fact that we only had one green flag lap, and then Tyler Reddick spun. And after Tyler Reddick spun, we ended up having a lightning delay on lap 5 under caution. So that's where we're sitting right now with Kyle Busch in the race lead. There are quite a few fans in the stands still again, so maybe we'll get back to racing here shortly.
A slight casualty. Mike Joy has more.
I'm here on behalf of my friend Michael Waltrip, and I need your help, those of you sitting near the aisle in section 32 and 33. Yes, you know who you are. Thank you. Michael dropped his cell phone between the grid walk and the announce booth. I know he was running up here at a fast pace, stopped to sign an autograph or two.
I'm gonna die.
It's a purple iPhone.
And if I know you at home,
you find a purple iPhone that's not yours, and well, you know, Michael, I think the battery was about gone, so you may not be able to pull up his and his daughter's face on the screen.
It's got to be the only purple iPhone
if
here.
Down around your feet somewhere as he made his way to the booth, or maybe even on pit road, if you find a purple iPhone, if you get us up here in the tower, you would make a 60-year-old man very happy.
Okay, so then this happens, right? We did a little more digging.
Oh.
There it goes.
There it goes.
The purple.
Paperwork and all.
I don't know.
On the racetrack.
Those aren't notes, I can tell you that
Thank
for
you to
sure.
the AMR. I actually lost my notes on the track one time in Fontana in a ride around, and these guys saved my life as well. And I was able to call the race. Dale Jr. was on the back of the truck with me. But there you can see. Look at that. They got the phone. Michael has not received the phone as of yet. Maybe they're making long distance calls or checking out his picture or something.
AMR phone recovery team.
That's actually really funny.
I don't know if I'm more concerned that he lost his phone or that he's got a purple case.
Purple? I think mine is purple too. Let me look.
Yeah, that's
Michael, I also have a butterfly case on mine. Do you have a butterfly case on your cell phone, Michael, with your purple phone?
no, just a pretty purple case.
Do you have the phone in your possession now?
No, not yet. And by the way, the battery's dead already. Somehow, by 1 o'clock, the battery was dead.
Because he didn't charge it.
So we can't call it either. So maybe AMR will charge it up for him. That is the luckiest thing I think I've ever seen in my life. And thank you to Mike Joy, right? Called him out. 60-year-old man lost his phone at a racetrack.
Well, that
Nobody's ever heard
explains
that
everything.
before.
You know, that explains everything. He's 60. He's going to lose stuff. It's
You'll
going to
always
happen.
be young to me, right? So we have these cards we have to read for certain sponsor things, and the AMR phone recovery team is on the scene, right? There it is. But that's the first time I've ever done play-by-play, saying, okay, here comes the truck, and it's going to stop at this banner, and we're going to see if the phone's there. You got a bigger round of applause for them retrieving your phone than almost any driver during introduction.
Well, we had a good time with this thing, and thank you so much, Mike, for going to the people and telling them that we were after my phone. And Clint, you were really encouraged them to go all CSI on this thing.
That was a full-blown CSI investigation right there. You were one lucky cat that lightning was on hold.
Do you know how many hundreds of $1,000s in cameraman time, technology, and tape operators looking through all of that video of you making your way from the grid walk to the booth it took to find that?
I haven't really taken care of my finances that well, Mike, so I don't want to be charged for anything. If we can avoid that, that would be great. My phone is on the racetrack during the race. That was pretty fun.
Who you need to thank is Scott Fields, the tape operator. He's the one that backed that up. Oh, Dr. CSI. Found your phone for you.
Scott Fields, and Mike
from NASCAR.
Yeah, because he dispatches all of the safety equipment. Mike Phillips Larry McReynolds' best friend got all those guys out there looking for that phone. They've found it. You know, I hope it works after all that.
Mike Phillips, free beer on me. It's for you.
Well done, Shannon.
All right. Listen, right now I'm just wondering if we're going to find Jamie Little and Regan Smith toilet paper in someone's motorhome. Maybe these guys need to watch out because, like, last week, that's what happened.
I just want to correct a statement. He didn't lose his phone at the racetrack. He lost it on the racetrack, and they actually ran a little over a lap of racing with that phone there, it appears to me.
You've lost it.
You want me to comment on that?
Well, listen, last week we're talking about food. This week we're talking about cell phones. We're doing what we can, right, guys? What I want to see, Michael, is you need to post a picture of that phone when you get it back to see, like, what that screen looks like after dropping out of your pocket onto the track.
I've dropped it from much higher distance than that before, so I'm pretty confident in my old iPhone there.
Shannon, I think that's the most famous cell phone in racing since Brad Keselowski on the backstretch at Daytona tweeting the jet dryer fire.
That's a good call. I think that's probably true. Yeah, oh, there it is.
That's my buddy right there. Him and I got off to a rocky start about 30 years ago in Rockingham.
I'm going to tell you what, he was telling a good story. Down there all of a sudden.
He took off running, didn't he?
Well, he's been in the witless protection program for quite some time. So.
Everybody up there needs to be worried because no one is off limits now at this point, right? We're just going to turn the cameras and kind of show everybody that's up there. Well, all right. Well, we'll check in with you guys.
We need these lightning holes out of the way, right?
I'm
ready to go racing now that I got my phone.
Do you have a lock on your phone, Michael? I really hope so because.
I do. Good. I'm very confident in my tech skills.
How about a chain?
I need one of those. That would be even better yet.
There we go. We thought that you were going to find it in your pocket, but we found it on the racetrack. All right, we'll check in with you guys in just a bit because we do have a driver on standby. Tyler Reddick is I think he's ready to go, ready to chat with us. He started, where did he start? 9th today, but of course, Tyler, listen, it's we've got 5 laps down and already it's been an eventful race for you, right? What happened?
Yeah, had some contact with Ricky. I didn't have a very good 1 and 2 on the start there. Kind of got a little excited trying to get back to gas. And yeah, I had a pretty good run on Ricky down into 1 on lap 2. And I don't know, I haven't really gone and talked to him, but looking at it, I made a pretty obvious move to the inside, and he went to cover it after it already kind of committed and joined his inside. So I unfortunately kind of ran him over and actually hit him so hard, knocked the wheel out of my hand. But thankfully, everything on the steering side of things looked straight. Didn't do a lot of damage to our Toyota Camry. So, yeah, I got to pass every single car in the field now if I want to get back to the front.
So, Tyler, big picture. We were just talking to another Toyota driver, Truex Jr. Of course, you got that win at the road course back at Austin earlier in the season. Top 5 at Charlotte. It's like you guys have good speed. But honestly, with 12 races to go in the regular season, where do you see you and that group stacking up right now?
I mean, we're honestly really solid, Larry. I mean, we had a lot of speed yesterday in practice. Second round of qualifying, just overdid it in the turn 3 on the money lap in round 2. So, yeah, put us back there at 9th. But yeah, just, you know, the thing that we've been fighting most of the weekends is just, you know, not making those mistakes. And quite unfortunately, made one on lap 2. So I think we got out of the way at least for the day. Now we just got to wait for the cell behind the racetrack here over by St. Louis to quit growing as it moves west. Just get out of here so we can get back to racing.
Tyler, Larry mentioned the win at COTA, and I think back to that, and you were a dominant car that day, and there was a lot of discussion about you in the braking zones there. We're heading to Sonoma next weekend. We've got Indy Road Course, Watkins Glen. When you look ahead to some of these other road courses we have coming up, do you feel like you guys will be in that same position? Do you think you just had a knack for COTA, or do you think it'll apply to these other road course tracks?
Well, I think certainly some of the fundamentals will, but Sonoma definitely is one of the higher wear fall-off racetracks that we have. So you have to just be really aware of how much you ask for your car within the lap there. So I'm really excited to get there and see what we got. You know, I think Sonoma last year for us was a track we were strong. We had some issues on the car. We had some things break that took us out of that day. So really excited to see what we got there. But certainly I think we do expect to a degree to carry that pace to all these road courses. But certainly that doesn't come without hard work. So we've been working on it, getting ready for Sonoma. Definitely excited to get out there and see what we got in a few, I don't know, I guess a week.
So, Tyler, this is your 5th full-time season in the Cup Series, and it's our 2nd with the next-gen car. We've been having a conversation here in the studio. We've been talking to other drivers. If for 2024, if Billy Scott said, you know what, they've changed the ratios in these gearboxes, and probably we're going to be back to what we used to have. We're only going to be able to shift at road courses in Pocono. Would that hurt your feelings to take shifting away from tracks like right there at St. Louis?
Yeah, I honestly think it would hurt the racing too, Larry. The reason we are shifting as much as we are is just because of where the horsepower is right now. If the horsepower, or if the gear shifting gets taken away, we're just going to be working those Goodyear tires even less than we already are. I feel like a lot of tracks we go to, we've always, these tires just live a lot longer than they used to on the Gen 6 cars. So if we take away the ability to go down a few gears and really put those tires through stress, I think it'll potentially even make the tires last even longer than they are. So, you know what the answer is, right? I think more power would take care of that, but everyone's trying to get there at some point. And if we get that power back, who knows? We got 1,000 horsepower. We won't be able to go to third gear and use all 1,000 horsepower to come out the corner. I can tell you that.
So this is the 2nd year, Tyler, that we've been racing at St. Louis, but obviously there are a lot of guys in the field that race there in the Xfinity Series, race there in the Truck Series. You were one of those guys, 3 starts in the Truck Series. Is there any favor towards guys who have turned laps here? I know the cars are different. I know all that stuff. The track is different. But is there anything that you guys think that might play into your advantage just because of that experience?
Well, I don't think so, honestly.
Yeah.
This track, it's been repaved since I ran a truck here. This next-gen car is much different than what the trucks or Xfinity cars were all those years ago. So, it's about having a good, solid effort all day long. Avoid making a mistake on lap 2 like I did, but it's happened. We're going to have to move on from it now. But, it's just about executing on pit road all day, too. It's a tight pit road here, and having clean stops all day is very, very important. So we'll try and do some of that. At Charlotte last week, our guys did an outstanding job. We killed it on pit road. They did great. So gonna have to lean on them a little bit here today. We were in the hole, but our car's really solid in practice. So we're just gonna have to plug our way back forward.
All right, your 15th race at 23:11 came from RCR. Just explain to us a little bit about what Bubba Wallace has been like as a teammate, and then maybe some of the differences that you see as an advantage for a 23:11 from where you came from.
Yeah, just how the whole organization works together is really great. Billy Scott, Booty do an incredible job of working together. Our cars being as close as they are really allows me to lean on him and vice versa when the opposing driver needs it. So having a teammate like Bubba is hugely beneficial because we approach a lap a little bit different from one another, but having a car as close as they are really allows us to lean on each other's driving styles and mimic it if we need to go faster. So I love his attitude. He's always he's always got something really witty to say. He keeps me light on my feet. So it's always fun when I got him around, and I'm sure if he was sitting next to me right now, he'd be lighting me up about my rookie mistake on lap 2.
So, Tyler, know your focus right now is on this 300 miles that we're running today up there at St. Louis. But we do go road course racing again next week at Sonoma. 3 of your 4 career wins, they've come on the road courses. We talked about the win at Austin. Your thoughts on all the road course racing we're going to be doing over the next couple of months, and in less than a month, a first for NASCAR on the downtown streets of Chicago?
Yeah, I'm getting ready for some street course racing myself. I don't know if you can see it. I got IndyCar on in Detroit right now. I've been watching that. Getting ready for Chicago. These guys got a tight course here, and they're flying down the big straightaway. So I've watched some racing while I've been stuck, up here on the pit box waiting for the lightning bolt to go. I'm liking it, though. We're down to 17 minutes. That's the furthest we've made it so far. So real hopeful that we get it all the way to 0 and we can get back into the start.
Tyler, what was it like to be part of Drivers Only last week?
Well, it was... we didn't really get to cover the race, but we got to talk to every driver, Xfinity driver in the garage. I can't help but think that because I TP'd me and Austin Cedric TP'd Harvick's bus, that's why me and him got together at the end of the race. It was fun, but Kevin wasn't mad at me. I made sure to go talk before the race and get a read on it. He wasn't that bad. I don't think he got a kick out of it. So, yeah, we were walking in the rain. The Nike airships that Jordan Brand gave me for the weekend last year got soaked in the rain, but yeah, I got good use out of those shoes last weekend for sure.
I think Kevin was more mad about you not taking those Jordan Brand shoes off in his coach than he was the toilet paper.
Well, I explained to him when I walked in, I wiped them off with paper towels. They're brand new. I mean, that was the first day I'd worn them. So they didn't have any miles on them, and there wasn't any marks on the bottom of them. They were pristine, I can promise you that.
He's like justifying this shit to us. A week later, we don't care. They can be money on our end.
You just blame everything on Jamie Little, right? I mean, she's the one that dropped the apple juice. She was like, I know that she is the one that made all that happen and got you guys in there, the ringleader.
I love that she threw on his racing shoes as well. That was a great kick. If we were in there much longer, I was going to throw a suit on and be wearing it too. But
it'd be awful big on you, I can tell you right now.
We love it. Tyler,
just a little bit.
Yeah, enjoy sitting out the, hey, listen, the delay out there. We've got a couple extra hours to kind of chat with you guys.
Less than 17 minutes, though.
Well,
I like the update.
Yeah, we'll keep our fingers crossed. Thanks for that update. Can you show us a shot of what it's like? I mean, there are drivers all around, or we lose you already? Oh, it's gone.
He froze as well.
Froze. Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. He unplugged us. But listen, that 2311 team, they really, they're the ones, right? We talked about at North Wilkesboro. They were the ones that were the Toyota flagship at that race, and they've really improved this season.
Yeah, I mean, you think about it. This is the third season. I mean, only the third season for that organization, and for them to be winning races right now and contending for wins with both teams, that's actually pretty impressive.
Well, it's such a good business model to be able to pair up with Joe Gibbs Racing, who we know has great cars, and man, Denny does everything first class. Nothing in that guy's life is not done perfectly, and he's done a great job with the race team. I think he's hired some of the best people to be around him. A lot of guys came from Joe Gibbs Racing, so that makes that working together much easier when those guys already kind of know how their program works.
Oh, and I passed it this morning there at the intersection of I-77 and the bypass.
New building.
This new building. It looks like a mammoth plant that's being put up. I mean, there again, to his point, Denny Hamlin, nothing but first class, but new race shop for 2311.
Yeah, you do have to give Denny a lot of credit, right? Because when he started this venture, everybody said, how are you going to do it? How are you going to split your time between driving and being a team owner? And he's really elevated it, or at least hasn't declined in any way, shape, or form, and it just continues to get better.
He's so busy. It's unbelievable. Our kids go to school together, and I feel like every time I see Denny at school, it's like it's the podcast. It's something for 2311. It's his commitments to FedEx or to Joe Gibbs Racing. He's doing a really good job at being able to manage that and keeping a good attitude, and obviously still being able to win. Got to victory lane at Kansas with that epic battle with Kyle Larson. So really busy, but doing a good job with it.
And as far as the new shop is concerned, I mean, we know what it's like when you go to 100 Motorsports and you go to that compound and you see what it's like. You know what it's like when you go to Alabama, right? In terms of other college facilities. A lot of times it is the facility. It makes people want to come there and work there and be a part of that place.
Well, and I heard Brad Keselowski say that when he went over there to RFK Racing. He said, I want to spruce this place up. I want to make it inviting for people to want to kind of work here. I know they don't pay trophies to shops and to equipment and the way things are up here, but he said, you know what? It just makes people want to come there and makes people want to be able to stay there.
Well, and it's partners, right? I mean, if you bring a partner to one of these, amazing race shops versus one that's not quite so amazing, why would you not want to be at one of these amazing facilities? But I was at 2311 just a couple of weeks ago, and it's pretty interesting the way that shop is now. It's these two small buildings, and because they don't build cars there, there's not a lot of equipment inside of it. You almost think you're like can't get to the part where everything's being made, but because they get those cars from Joe Gibbs Racing, not done, but all the work, the car's kind of like a kit now. So it's incredible how these teams, how many less people it takes to manage one of these teams now.
But I'm sure it's hard to be a driver owner. And I heard Tony Stewart when he went over there to Stewart-Haas Racing, and I really think he did a good job from the beginning. He said, yeah, pretty much from Monday morning till Thursday afternoon, I wear an owner's hat. But when I go to get on that airplane, that owner's hat, it doesn't go with me. It gets thrown to the side, and I put the driver's hat on because you can't wear two hats at once. And I'm sure Brad went through a little bit of those growing pains, and I'm sure Denny Hamlin did as well.
And we heard the flip side of that when Bubba Wallace was doing the pre-race interview. He's like, listen, Denny's my boss until Sunday, and when we get in the car, he's another competitor.
Yeah.
I think that would be really hard to balance.
Okay, we saw last week, or Monday, I guess we should say, when Ryan Blaney won the race. One of the things that he's done throughout his career is he jumps off, obviously celebrating the victory, runs over, grabs that flag, and then he gives it to somebody in the stand, usually, a kid, maybe someone that's wearing a Ryan Blaney shirt. He actually went into the stands last week. This was really, really cool if you missed it. But this event right here changed one kid's life a couple of years ago. Take a look.
That one little moment, it changed everything.
When Ryan won, I gave him a necklace and then he gave me the flag.
That one flag set him off. He was determined now to be in racing. What better way than move our family from Wisconsin down to North Carolina where it's at? Peyton was 4 years old. We went to the Roval that Sunday. When Ryan won, we went down to the fence.
My dad put me on my shoulders and then Ryan Blaney picked me.
I was watching on TV. I had to rewind it a couple times to make sure that was them. Just to see him smiling so much, it was pretty cool.
And they came to the shop Monday or Tuesday right afterwards, and I knew I recognized them from somewhere. Obviously, he came in with a checkered flag, and they told me right away. I'm like, oh man, that's great.
My favorite part about the race car is the 12.
Super cool that they get to run the 12, and that makes me feel good that, hey, maybe I sparked that.
This is my trophy from Mountain Creek Speedway. I won it in May.
When he took the checkered flag, he's beating it on the hood, and he's giving me a thumbs up. He's so excited. It was pretty cool.
That checkered flag, it means a lot, but trying to make a memory for, some kids who are coming to the racetrack with their families, because I remember being, a kid like that too.
Hey Peyton, well it's always good to see you guys and hear from you guys. Appreciate all the support. Running the 12 cars is really cool, and good luck in the rest of your racing career. I'll have to make it out to Millbridge to watch us, so best of luck. Thanks for everything.
It's cool.
I just hope we can, support him all the way so that he can really go for it. We'll always be there for him to do whatever he wants.
It kind of give you goosebumps, to see your kid happy and succeeding in what he wants to do. We're going to chase his dream with him.
It's so cool. I've seen Ryan Blaney do that several times, I guess a lot of times in his career, hand that flag off to someone, and you always wonder the impact that it's going to have, because I'm sure we all can sit up here and tell a story about meeting our sports hero, and when they were kind to us or extended, gratitude to us or whatever, you definitely remember that. So Ryan Blaney's going to pop in now and join us now, and I'm sure that you were listening to that piece, Ryan. We heard you kind of talk in that piece about what it was like to influence Peyton's life. So I want to know more about last Monday, right? The win, breaking through. We talk about the winless streak so much. But when you climbed out of that car, you could see an emotional side to you that we don't normally see very often. And I'm just wondering, what was that like for you processing the winless streak, getting it done, and what we saw from you?
Yeah, sorry, it's a little hard to hear you. No, it was awesome to get the win last week. Winning at Charlotte has always been real special, and obviously to do it in the 600 was even cooler. So, Peyton, got to know him and his family a little bit. Gave him a checkered flag into the Roval, and I've seen him around, throughout the years and see his progress of him racing, and really cool that he carries the number 12, and just wishing him the best of luck. I don't know if I'll still be racing by the time if he makes it to the Cup Series, but I hope so. That'd be very cool, and good family, and best of luck every single weekend.
So, Ryan, you race for one of the most respected car owners in all of motorsports, the captain, Roger Penske. And, of course, last weekend he accomplished something that's never been done. One of his race teams won the Indy 500 with Joseph Newgarden. You back it up with the Coke 600. How did the conversation go when you finally got an opportunity to talk to the captain?
Yeah, that was, definitely a very special weekend for the Team Penske group. And, watching the 500 on Sunday when we were sitting in the rain, just, super excited for, Roger, Joseph, everybody involved in that program. I'm a big Joseph fan. He supports me a bunch. I did the same thing for him. And, it put a lot of pressure on us. Like, okay, we had the chance to do the sweep. Let's do the best we can and try to pull it off for RP. And it was a lot of fun to talk to Roger on Monday night. They were flying home from the IndyCar banquet. So, just really cool to contribute to something like that. That's never been accomplished before. And honestly, it was hard to believe that they haven't accomplished that, yet. All the things that he's accomplished in his life, that's really neat that you can do something for him that he hasn't done before. So, just an amazing weekend, and so cool to do that for Mr. Mason.
Well, Ryan, I'm going to ask the question that every dad at the racetrack today is thinking right now, and that is, if you get to victory lane and you're going to hand the flag out, what do I got to do to get the flag to my kid at the start-finish line? Do I need a hat? I need a shirt? What do I need?
I sometimes I try to look for the kids who have maybe my stuff on. I've handed them out to all the kids. It's just whoever catches my eye. There's really no rhyme or reason to it. It's whoever, catches my eye. Jamie, if you happen to wear street clothes, I might give it to you. You still look young. I might be able to pick you out. But, no, it's kind of random. And, I enjoy doing that. It's just, I remember being a kid like that, enjoying racing and being really fired up to see your favorite driver or just the driver in general. And, it kind of brings me back a little bit. So that's the least I can do for those kids. And hopefully they really enjoy it, and hopefully they keep that thing for a long time.
I'd say after that feature, there's dads with their sons already lined up at the fence just waiting to see what maybe happens in post-race.
I know that you've given that flag away a lot, Ryan, but to see you go into the stands, obviously we saw Joseph do it after he won the Indianapolis 500. How much of what we saw from you was sort of spawned by that?
100%.
Yeah.
100% of what I did was Joseph. Like I said, I was watching that in the rain in Charlotte, and he's tried for 12 years to win that race. It's been close, and I could see the excitement, with his kind of charisma, and for him to go in the stands. I said to myself, I was like, man, that's cool. That is super cool. And I did say, I said, if I happen to win tomorrow, I'm going up in the stands. So I'm happy I remember to do it. Who doesn't want to be as cool as Joseph Newgarden? The guy is great looking, is in great shape, IndyCar champion, IndyCar champion, so I just try to aspire to be like Joseph Newgarden every day, and I was happy I could do that as well.
So, Ryan, we're our second race to be in St. Louis with the Cup Series. You finished fourth there last year. You walked in there this weekend. You guys had good speed. Ended up sitting on the outside the front row, which you're running second right now. I know a year has went under our belt with this next-gen car, but what is it about this mile-and-a-quarter racetrack that you just seem to embrace? And I also see more of what we saw last year. Track position is going to be king in this fairly short race.
Yeah, I definitely think it is. I thought we had a great car last year and just couldn't, we lost the track position, got a flat tire, was able to actually rebound back to the field, back to fourth, and still contend for the win. So just, track position is important. Our car was so good to where we could kind of make up those spots last year. But it is going to be important whenever we do get back going. It's cooled off a good bit here. I don't know if the sun's going to come back out when we get going or not. But I thought all our Penske cars were strong in practice with Joey and I and Austin and the 21 car too. So we'll see. But it's just a unique place. You're shifting a lot here. You're going from fifth down to third in turns 1 and 2, back up to fifth in the backstretch. And this year with a little bit taller gear, everyone's kind of playing around and going down to third and 3 and 4 even. So, whereas last year we were only going to fourth. So, you're playing with a lot of stuff this year, I think. And at this track, if going to third both ends. I mean, you're shifting 8 times a lap. You know, I mean, that's a lot of shifts, and definitely as a driver, it works you hard.
Week 15, right? And I feel like until the last couple weeks, we've really been asking the question about what's up with Ford. And I do feel like the last couple weeks, and we hear, right, it's just a little bit, we just need a little bit more, or we're way out to lunch, whatever. But I do feel the last couple weeks, the tide is starting to shift. Do you guys feel that? Do you sense that as well, Ryan?
Yeah, you know, I don't think it's been I don't think it's been a surprise that, you know, Ford's lack a little speed on the intermediate stuff. You know, I feel like the new Mustang nose, you know, it took us a little bit to kind of get used to. It's just something different. They kind of shifted our aero balance, and really it took some time to kind of get comfortable with from a driver standpoint, and then kind of make the car go fast. So I thought we put all the pieces together last week. Obviously, our car was super fast and had speed all night, and had adjustability in it too. As we're trying to change, we were able to kind of keep up with it. So you hope what you learn at any track, you know, you can apply going forward, not just mile and a halves or whatever. So I think that's kind of carried over a little bit to this weekend because I feel like we've been really competitive. So yeah, you just hope to keep up that momentum and keep building on things throughout the year of what you're learning and applying them as well.
So, Ryan, there's so many things that went along with that win at Charlotte last week. Obviously, we talked about the winless streak, your first crown jewel win in the Cup Series, but you're locked in the playoffs compared to that agonizing journey last year that went all the way basically to the final laps at Daytona. That has to feel like the weight of the world is gone to know you guys can now just focus on trying to win more races and collect more points the next 3 months.
Yeah, I don't. That was a stressful time last year. That's for sure. You know, just not winning, well, you know, trying to win in the regular season and just not happening. And then you get closer and closer, and we're in a heck of a points battle with, you know, the 19, and don't know if we're going to get a new winner. Are we going to get in? Are we going to not? You know, the way it worked out was kind of odd. Of me getting the driver championship or owner championship. We weren't in the chase, so just I don't want to have that stress anymore, and it's nice that we don't have it. So, like I said, proud of the effort. Hopefully we can get another one here today whenever we get back on track and get rolling. I think this team has great momentum right now. We're working really hard, and we're all working hard together. We're a big family, so just try to keep on with the momentum and try to keep getting better every week.
Yeah, I think just before we let you go, how big was the party last Monday night? I think that's the important thing everyone wants to know, right, Ryan?
You know, I got back home so late, and you're pretty exhausted after 600 miles, and you know, and I think Jamie can attest to this. You know, after a race, it doesn't take many things. It doesn't take many years. That's right. So I didn't last too late the other night. It wasn't. I'm getting old, man. I can't do this stuff anymore as much as I need to. So, or as much as I would have liked to, but. No, it was fun. It was fun to celebrate with my guys, and you know, some family there too. So, but no, it wasn't too crazy. I'm over those days now. Yeah. It's just can't do it anymore.
Ryan, you're not getting old. It's called maturing.
Yeah.
He's getting old.
and you know, Ryan, we told you in the past that this is the Ryan Blaney Race Day Studios, so we were super happy for you. We were celebrating the victory for you here in the Ryan Blaney Race Day Studios.
I really appreciate it. Nice to talk to you while we're waiting around. Hopefully we get back going soon.
Well, I know this is your second rain fill or weather fill in a week, right? Last week, obviously, in the Xfinity booth, and now today. So we thank you for your time and helping us kind of fill the space.
Yeah, of course. Thanks, guys.
All right, take care.
See you.
Really, I mean, listen, it's hard not to like Ryan Blaney, right? And it's hard not to
Who
root for a
doesn't
guy
like Ryan Blaney?
who shows the emotions the way he does, you know, parties with the fans and goes out and gives the flag to some fans. He's the one that you really root for and you want to see do well.
And just, I think Jamie hit the nail on the head with the word maturity. You know, even when we interview him now, just like right then, if we'd have been doing this interview about 3 or 4 years ago, maybe, we'd have went, oh boy, we're just not getting much out of him. But his personality is coming out in him, and it's fun to watch, and it was great to see him get that win last year.
I think that Ryan doing TV, like coming in and doing Hub and doing those Xfinity races, that's huge. And I said after my first year doing TV, if you could have the perfect order, you would do TV and then go drive, because you would understand why we want to talk to you during rain delay, or you know, what you're kind of looking for in an interview, what people want to hear, or that they want to see emotion and see you be yourself. So him doing that, I think, has really changed the interviews that we get from him, and kind of he gets what we do.
Yeah, next time he's in, we'll have to celebrate the win with him here in the studios. All right, we're going to continue to wait out this weather delay out in St. Louis. We are going to stick around. We're going to continue trying to catch up with drivers out at the track. So hang with us, why don't you?
Wow. Can't believe that we're still under a lightning delay, but we are. And we've actually been live streaming for almost 2 hours already, and only 5 laps have been completed out of 240. It was supposed to be one of the shortest races of the season, I promise. It still is once it gets back underway, but right now, again, weather delay after it. Well, first and foremost, Tyler Reddick ended up spinning on lap 2 after contact with Ricky Stenhouse Jr. It was in the entry to turn 1. Reddick was on the bottom, looked like he just kind of overstepped the entry to the corner. You kind of heard Reddick kind of mentioned that as well as they were interviewing him during this most recent on-air coverage that I was letting you guys listen to. He slid up the racetrack, didn't really damage the race car. I think he kept it off the outside wall, so he's still in the race, but now at the tail end of the lead lap. And then we ended up having the lightning delay just a couple laps after that under yellow before they went back to green flag racing. So we are still waiting that out. Currently the top 5 after the first lap of green flag action. Kyle Busch is your race leader. Ryan Blaney is second. Denny Hamlin third. Martin Truex Jr. fourth. And Kevin Harvick is in fifth. We already went through the points standings. We're going to change it up a little bit here while we're waiting for them to come back. And we're going to do something that we have not done here on the channel in a very, very long time. And we're going to do some NASCAR trivia. Good old Sporkle. So we're going to do some trivia while we are waiting out this weather delay. I think I got to search up NASCAR up here. Now we used to do these quite a bit. Spelled NASCAR with an extra A. It's like how a pirate would spell it. And you guys will get to look at this as well. Guess there's ads on this website. I want to figure out a way to get the chat going as well on here. I guess I can go back and forth in the chat. I'll just have to keep going back and forth on the screen. Kathleen Schwartz, thanks for tuning into the stream. Delbert Wilson as well, welcome in. Mark Forget, thanks for tuning in. Yeah, they'll be able to get the race in today. We're just waiting out a lightning delay. William Ayers Reacts, thanks for tuning in as well. Mark Witkowski, see you in the chat. I might not have shouted you out yet or not. Maybe I did. Jeff Sperry, I see you in the chat as well. Thank you for watching. Patty Rumdy Creations, thanks for tuning in. Something happened to Corey LaJoie last lap. Saw it from the front stretch. And they mentioned it. I did not catch anything personally. But I did see that he had to make an extra pit stop when they first came back from the commercial break after the Reddick spin initially. Thanks for tuning in. Dark Crypto, welcome into the stream. Brett Whitesides. Yeah, that might be it. David Conley, thanks for tuning in as well. NASCAR Disc Cloud Scene. I reminded Leonard Hall of himself having Cheetos earlier in the chat too. I didn't get a chance to recognize that. We've had a lot of people in the chat already. Appreciate that. And I especially appreciate everybody that's hit the like button so far in the stream. Be sure to do so if you haven't already. This isn't our normal NASCAR coverage. It's normal in the sense that we're commentating, or I am commentating, the live NASCAR Cup Series race for you guys this weekend. But of course, under rain delay, having to change it up. But we're going to do some quizzes here while we're waiting on the lightning delay to finish out. And I'm not sure how long we're going to end up doing this for, but I guess we'll just do this until they get back to racing. So we're going to go... What quiz should we do here? NASCAR all-time race winners, NASCAR champions. I'd say we go from the 2000s just because I don't want the quizzes to take too long. NASCAR win leaders by season. I feel like it's too easy. I'm trying to we'll go that's from 2009. Oh, so that's only, yeah, I don't want to do that then. It's only in the 2000s. I thought that was from like 2000 now. Winners at Talladega, NASCAR Cup Rookie of the Year, NASCAR Champs, NASCAR First Wins by initial. What the heck. We'll do this. And maybe there will be a 2010s one after that, and then we'll do that. We can also do it for the 90s. So on and so forth. So this quiz will have 6 minutes. So 6 minutes to answer as much as I can. I will go to the chat every now and then. You guys can answer along. It's going to be tough for me to go to the chat back and forth because there's a timer. And we do only have 6 minutes to do it. But it's anybody who has won a NASCAR Cup race from the year 2000 to 2009. So 151 races. Obviously, there's some drivers that won quite a few of those races. So once you put their last name in, it does answer that driver, and it fills up like whatever year. So this is actually kind of cool on this quiz because it shows how many wins they had that season. So that might be able to help us out. That's kind of the only hint we have. And let's go for it then. So 6 minutes. Let's see how good I can do. We're just going to put the most obvious names in there first. Got Jimmy Johnson. Going to put Jeff Gordon in there. Mark Martin. I'm going by Hendrick Motorsports first. So Brian Vickers, Casey Mears, one for Hendrick Motorsports. Jerry Nadeau, one for Hendrick. Spelled his name wrong. Shoot, how do you spell it? There we go. Okay, I couldn't think of it. Joe Nemechek. Who else would have won for Hendrick? Well, Dale Earnhardt Jr. I can't spell today. And Dale Jr. Who else would have won for Hendrick at this time? I don't want to spend too much time on it. Did we get them all? I mean, Casey Kane won some races, but I don't think it was for Hendrick. Yeah, he didn't even race for Hendrick yet. That's alright, I have him on here. Let's go Dodge next then, because I already have Casey Kane. So we'll go Jeremy Mayfield. He won in a Dodge. Sterling Marlin did. Ryan Newman. Kurt Busch did at the time. It's going to cover... Oh, Kyle Busch, too. I'm glad I did that. I forgot about Kyle. Okay, so we got the Busch brothers. Who else would have won in a Dodge? Jamie McMurray. Bill Elliott. Is that it for Dodge? I think so. I think that might be it. That's it for Dodge, right? Keselowski. Yeah, technically that was Dodge. Okay. Well, his first one was Chevy in 09. I guess technically it wasn't Dodge. And that was kind of Hendrick. It was a Hendrick-affiliated team. It wasn't actually Hendrick, but... Waltrip. Waltrip didn't win for Dodge at that time. He drove Dodge later. Truex. Was that Dodge when he won with MWR? I don't think so. Alright, we'll just skip the... I think I have all the Dodge. So we'll just put Michael Waltrip in real quick. Steve Park. And then we have Dale Jr. already. So that's it for DEI. Let's go Roush next. So Kenseth, Biffle, Edwards. Already got McMurray. Already got Kurt Busch. Is that it for Roush? 2000s? Man, we're already halfway done with the time limit. Gotta go a little quicker. I'm just gonna start throwing out names. Labonte Stewart. I need to start throwing out names. I didn't realize we're down to like 2.5 minutes already. So we got both. Just put Hamlin in there. Well, I guess Truex won for DEI. I forgot about. Yeah, that was stupid. Boyer, he won. Harvick. Who else was racing at this time? Rusty Wallace. That was one of the Dodgers, I forgot. Logano, yeah, that was an 09, you're right. One race. Ward Burton. That was another Dodge, I forgot. Gosh darn it. And then Jeff Burton, obviously, too, for Roush. Yeah, see, this is what I have, you guys. Like, if you gave me all day, I could think about it. But you give me 6 minutes, it's kind of difficult. This was before Stenhouse. Any other names in the chat that I haven't answered yet? Bush, Kyle Busch, or I don't think so. I think we've all got. I think I've got everybody that has been named in the chat. We need. Oh, geez, that's the leaderboard. Talking to Austin Dillon and Richard Childress right now, and they're in the hauler, so we might be a little ways from racing yet. Okay, we got a minute here, and I feel stupid that we still have 15 on here. 4 wins, 2001. That we haven't named. This is terrible. Oh no. Oh no. I'm blanking, guys. I've got Kenseth, I've got Edwards, Blaney. No, Dave Blaney never won. This is not good. 4 races, 2001. This is not good. I'm going to feel so stupid. I'm blanking out when I really shouldn't. Oh, Ricky Craven. Hang on. I forgot Hendrick, too, with even though he didn't win with Hendrick. So we got Ricky Craven. Dang it. Dale Jarrett. Oh, my goodness. It's because I didn't even think of Robert Yates Racing because I forgot Ricky Rudd, too. I just completely skipped that team. Elliott Sadler. I literally skipped Robert Yates Racing. Because I could have had Sadler, Jarrett, and Rudd. Can't believe I did that. Bobby Hamilton, obviously, 2001 Talladega. Sadler, 2001. That was with the Wood brothers still. And I would have gotten that with Robert Yates. Montoya in 07 at Sonoma, and then David Rudiman in the Coke 600 in 09. And see, I remember those races now when I see the names on here. I should have cleared that. Honestly, I should have gotten them all. I was just blanking. 91%, average score 73. So our goal is to beat average at the very least. I'd like to get them all. I feel like we should have gotten them all there. Let's see. What else do we have here? So let's go NASCAR. Let's try 2010s then next. NASCAR 2010s. Man. Yeah, I got Casey Kane. I am reading the chat. I'm trying. It's hard to go back and forth because there's a time limit I have to answer all these questions by. I appreciate everybody's playing, though. I think I had everybody in the chat, though. Somebody mentioned Jarrett, but was that before or after? Irvin was in the 90s. Yeah, I'm so stupid. I should have got... I just completely skipped Robert Yates race. I should have had all those. I literally named the races they all won. Like, I should have had that. It was just well after the fact. When you have a time limit, it puts extra pressure. Alright, 2010s, car numbers. Stat leaders in the 2010s. How long is this quiz. Stat lead. Oh, geez. 10 minutes. So, stat leaders in the 2010s. They're asking for most wins, most top 5s, most top 10s, laps led, and most poles per season from 2010 to 2019. We have 10 minutes. I think this should easily be cleared. We could easily get this one. I don't know if I want to go year by year. I think I'm just going to put a bunch of big names in here first, and then we'll see where we're at. Because Edwards obviously had his good runs. I can't spell. Alright, Kenseth was pretty good at this time. Tony Stewart won a title. It was 2011. Jimmy Johnson. Gordon's probably on here. Yeah. Only once, though. Drivers, it looks like, are returning to their cars right now. So this is going to be our final quiz. Unless we get more lightning in the next few minutes. Let's see here. Keselowski. Let's go Logano. Most laps led in 2011. It wasn't Stewart. I haven't put Busch in here yet. Yeah, that got quite a few. This is too easy. Truex. I say that now. We're gonna forget one. Harvick. All these stats Truex led. He had 20 stage wins in 2017. Harvick had 19, and I honestly didn't realize anybody had ever won that many stages in the stage racing era. That's crazy. Most top 5s in 2019. Well, the champion was Kyle Busch. Harvick, Truex were the big three. Was it Chase? No. Most top 5s in 2019. That's the only one we have left. Poles in 2013 also. So, Biffle. Okay, that was in 2013. So we need. Oh, we don't even have wins yet for 2010. Hang on a second here. What are we forgetting? I'm having a brain fart. What's the chat say? Yeah, I was thinking Biffle might have been Poles 2013, but I guess not. It was a little later in his career. Denny Hamlin, yeah. It's gotta be Hamlin, right? And that was top 5s also. Don't Google any of this. So, 2010, who had the most poles? That's the only one we need. We have 7 minutes. Plenty of time here. It wasn't Ryan Newman. There's no way it was Ryan Newman. Because he had all of his poles. Most of his poles in his career. Like, very early. Nope, that ain't it. That's not the chat. Larson? Is it Larson? No, Larson wasn't racing until 2014. That's it is not Kyle Larson. Unless you were talking about the top 5s in 2019. Yeah, who had the most poles in 2000? It wasn't McMurray, was it? I mean, might as well try. You don't get any deductions. McMurray. Oh, it was Jamie Mack. Wow, I did not know that. You learn something new every day. Casey Kane and Jamie McMurray had the most poles in 2010. If you want to talk about, stumping. We didn't have to name everybody. It looked like that tied. You just had to name one of them. Because I noticed when I got the 2011 poll with Edwards, it also came up as Newman. Wow, Newman had 3 of them in 2011. I wouldn't have guessed that, honestly. I wonder how many of those were like rainouts, though, too, that it was counting. Props to Jamie McMurray and Casey Kane in 2010 for having the most poles than any other driver. I did not know that. Well, we aced that quiz. We should have aced them both. That is the last quiz we're going to play, though, because they are strapping back into the cars as we speak. The window nets are going up. So we will get back to racing here very, very shortly. Appreciate everybody that was helping out in the chat, by the way. Yeah, somebody said, who said McMurray in the chat first? Daniel Powers, thank you. Dark Crypto said McMurray also. I wouldn't have guessed that, honestly. If I was limited to 5 guesses for who had the most polls, I don't think I would have guessed Casey Kane or Jamie McMurray. I'm going to be honest. There's no way I knew that. I know a lot about NASCAR, but I wouldn't have guessed that they had the most polls in 2010. Neither made the... Yeah, that's what's insane, too. Yeah, neither one made the chase. Although McMurray was good in 2010... because he won the Daytona 500 and he won the Brickyard 400. So maybe I could have guessed McMurray over time. And Casey Kane was racing for Hendrick at the time too, wasn't he? Yeah, so... I mean... No, he wasn't. Mark Martin was still in the 5. Yeah, Casey Kane wasn't even racing for Hendrick yet. Yeah, I definitely would have guessed Casey Kane. McMurray... Maybe I could have guessed within 5 tries, but he wouldn't have came to mind. The only way I would have guessed him within 5 tries is because we already guessed the bigger names like an Edward Stewart, Johnson, Gordon, and all those guys, Bush. Sarah Isaac, thanks for tuning in. Per Bob Palkris, drivers told to get to their cars. Yeah, and they're in their cars right now as they're showing. But just waiting to get back to the green flag racing. A lot of the fans hopefully stuck it out. A lot of them were still in the grandstands despite the lightning delay. They were not scared. They were not threatened. They're like, it's not even raining. The wind looks like it has definitely picked up, and now it is overcast skies, which we have not seen all weekend in St. Louis. It's been pretty much a hot, sunny day. It's still humid out there, but no longer sunny, so... We only had 1 lap, but based off of even qualifying and practice yesterday, we'll see if maybe the drivers that are up there right now maybe start to fade. And drivers who weren't running well with the conditions, now with the changing conditions, may be good. That'll be interesting to watch and see how this plays out. Indy top 5, Palou, Power, Rosenquist, Dixon, Rossi. So Alex Palou won in Detroit then? I was thinking about actually watching the last 20 laps of that during the rain delay, but I still wanted to make sure I had a good gauge and a good eye of when they were getting back to racing. NASCAR Vintage 17, thanks for tuning in. We do have over 100 people watching right now and already 110 likes. We're only on lap 5. This has to be the earliest into a race I've hit 100 likes. Now, granted, we had a rain delay. We're still under red. They have not lifted the red flag yet. It looks like they are about to any second, though. The officials' hands are up. He looks like one of those. What do they call those people that work at the airports that direct the airplanes in? Are they crossing guards? Or I don't know if that's the actual technical term for him. But that's what he looks like right now with his hands up in front of the cars. Fans are cheering in the stands. They're like, I don't know if they're cheering because they know they're on TV or they're cheering because hey, we're getting back to racing. Probably a little bit of both. They are getting back to caution flag conditions. Kyle Busch going to lead the field behind the pace car back onto the racetrack here, so should get back to racing in a couple of minutes. And yes, Michael Waltrip did get his phone back, for anybody wondering. I don't think anybody was wondering, but if you were watching the broadcast, and I was playing a little bit of the coverage for you guys during that rain delay as well, but I guess Michael Waltrip, from the grid walk going up to the booth for the race, his phone fell out of his pocket when he had jumped over the pit wall on the front stretch, and his phone was actually laying on the racetrack while they were racing that first lap before the Reddick spin and then the lightning delay. But it did not get ran over somehow. It was up against the inside wall, but usually on restarts you see guys maybe be more aggressive. If it was a late race restart, I think it would have been in more danger. But because it was the early start of the race, drivers weren't quite as aggressive. But we'll see. We'll see how aggressive they'll be on this ensuing restart when we get back to action. But streaming just over 2 hours so far, and our goal was 150 likes for the stream. Let's get it up to 200. Let's go for 200. I don't know how many likes we had during the Daytona 500 this year. I know the Indy 500 last week, I think we finished at 213 at the end of the stream. So we could top that. And if we get up over 213, I'll have to check to see if what the Daytona 500 stats were. But this could be the most liked stream this season. So I appreciate that from everybody that stayed tuned to our coverage during the rain delay. We did some trivia. We did some... we listened to some of the broadcasts as well. Got to hear interviews from Tyler Reddick, Ryan Blaney, and who else we listened to? There was a third driver in there, if I'm thinking correctly. Yeah, we did listen to 3 of them, didn't we? Oh, Martin Truex Jr., but they cut him off early. That's right. They asked him like 2 questions, but his internet kept cutting out, so they ended up not actually getting the full interview in. Michael's phone cracked. I'd assume he has insurance on it. I don't think it's cracked. I think he said it wasn't cracked. Looking forward to Le Mans. I usually don't watch sports car racing. The only sports car race I usually watch on a yearly basis is the Rolex 24 because that's kind of like the kickoff to the motorsports season. And they have NASCAR drivers in that race typically, so I'd like to see how they do compared to other drivers in motorsports. Pretty cool, like all-star event, I guess, of motorsport drivers. You got a bunch of them from, not even just American motorsports, just even some F1 drivers in there too. So it's pretty cool mix to see them all race each other, and even some of them on the same teams as well. So I like watching that race. Although I did not watch that race this year. I don't know what I was doing that weekend, but I ended up not watching any of it, which is rare for me, especially when it comes to racing of any kind. When there's no other racing on, at least, I'll usually watch. Jeffrey C., thanks for tuning in. Also, I saw you were helping out during the trivia. So again, lightning delay was the reason for the red flag, but the red flag has been lifted. And then we'll get back to racing here shortly. The field is getting the 1-to-go signal this time by, so they'll enter the choose rule. Now, Kyle Busch elected the inside off the start, and he is not going to do that this time. I'm surprised he actually took the inside lane. He was side-by-side with Blaney the entirety of that opening lap and a quarter before the caution came out. And he was having a tough time trying to clear the 12. Blaney did a great job in that outside lane. Now, the outside lane was the preferred lane during the truck race yesterday. I don't think we saw anybody take the bottom intentionally for any of the restarts when they have been the control vehicle, and that's because if you can't clear on the bottom going into turns 1 and 2, you're kind of a sitting duck by the exit of turn 2. Obviously, Busch was able to side draft Blaney well enough to be able to make sure that the 12 was not able to clear the 8, so we'll see now that Blaney's on the inside of the front row if he can do the same thing Kyle Busch was able to do, but with Busch being the control car, he has to be the first to the gas in the restart zone. That should help the 8 this time versus Blaney the last time was in the preferred lane anyway, but now he's in the non-preferred lane, and he can't be the first one to jump onto the gas, so we'll see. But they will be going green this time by, and we'll get back to racing here at Gateway. Once again, be sure to like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. We'll try to run that up to 200 before the end of the stream at 117 right now. And the resumption of this race is finally underway. Green flag following a nearly 2-hour rain delay or lightning delay. Did not lose the racetrack, thankfully. Big blocking going on just outside the top 10 as Ty Gibbs tried to pull out and make a move on A.J. Allmendinger. Allmendinger wasn't having anything of it. 2x2 goes the field all the way through turns 1 and 2. By the exit of the corner, it is Blaney and Busch still side by side. So just like Busch on the initial start was able to hang on the left rear corner panel of Blaney, now Blaney does the same to Kyle as they launch themselves into turn 3. Martin Truex Jr. having to lift up out of the throttle. Denny Hamlin trying to take over third like he did off the initial start. In the top 6 cars all still 2x2 as they enter the front stretch. Busch will lead his first green flag lap of the race. Blaney led the opening green flag lap but was not able to clear the 8. And this is a great battle as they work their way through turns 1 and 2. Busch a lot wider in the center of the corner and almost allowed Blaney to clear him off the exit of turn 2 on lap 10. But again, was not able to, and it is another drag race down the backstretch into 3. And Kyle Busch is now going to try to clear low, but the 12 is still there with his nose. Kyle a little bit patient, maybe too patient. And Blaney not quite going to be able to stay underneath of Busch off turn 4 this time, and Kyle Busch will maintain the race lead at the front of the field. Remember, only 45 laps in this first stage, and a lot of them already ran under yellow in the early going, so we're down to just 35 laps to go in stage 1. Joey Logano, Kevin Harvick on screen battling for 5th. Logano running a pretty unique, and I really like that Pennzoil paint scheme he's actually got on the race car. It's very detailed, too. William Byron and Ross Chastain battling for 8th on track as well, as Chastain's down on the inside, Byron to the top as they work their way through 1 and 2. Very difficult to complete passes on this racetrack, but drivers have been able to stay side by side for quite a long time after these restarts. Usually on most tracks you see them kind of get single file by right now, but for the most part, inside the top 10, you're still seeing a lot of battling for position going on. A little bit of contact made now between Logano and Harvick as Logano washed up the racetrack a little bit. And luckily, that did not squeeze the 4-car into the wall, and they still remain door-to-door, even with the contact. It did cause Cindric to have to check up behind him, and now Chastain, who was on the bottom of the 24, will get to the inside of the 2 instead. Kind of used the 24 car, or the 2, I should say, to pick the 24, so Chastain is clear of Byron. And with Logano and Harvick running side by side, they are definitely losing time from the cars in front of them. They're already a second behind Truex in 4th. And still fading as they still remain side by side. Now Logano not going to side draft this time on the front stretch. He's going to pull away from Kevin Harvick. Goes back up once more into the corner. Going to kind of flatline it a little bit. It's going to be difficult for Logano to stay with Harvick this time and still able to do it. Logano getting a great drive off on the bottom, and I think that goes to show that I think Logano has a better car than Harvick. But Harvick maintaining his positioning on the top is making it difficult for the 22 to actually complete the pass. And now finally Logano will complete it in 3 and 4 as he is clear for 5th. Huge line of race cars behind him, though, that are still battling amongst themselves for position as they try to get sorted out. On the attack is Denny Hamlin trying to get by Ryan Blaney, going to the outside lane. Whatever outside lane that there is at Gateway, at least, through turns 1 and 2. Mainly trying to get clean air on the nose. Might help him get a slightly better drive off. And we'll see if Blaney's going to let the 11 car go at any point in time here. If the 11 of Hamlin decides to put a little extra pressure on the 12, trying to indicate that he is faster at this point in the race. You definitely don't want to give up track position as much as you can help it, especially with the short stage 1. And no competition caution is scheduled in this one. They did have practice and qualifying yesterday. We did not lose the racetrack because there was no rain at the track. It was just a lightning delay for the cause of the red flag. Hamlin to the outside of Blaney through turns 3 and 4. Blaney had a little bit of a hiccup, but it looked like as he grabbed up through 4th into 5th gear off the exit of turn 2 that he was able to just stay in front of the 11 car, but it was a close call. And Busch is not pulling away from Ryan Blaney. That's another reason why Blaney really doesn't want Hamlin to get around him, even though the 11 looks a little bit quicker, because Kyle Busch is not pulling away despite having a clean air advantage on the 12. Cindric and Byron side by side inside the top 10 now for 8th place. Good qualifying effort for the second-year driver. Cindric, who was losing points on that cutoff line over the last few races, so he needs a solid run today and looking for stage points in this quick stage 1 today. Going to have to surrender that position to Byron for 8th place, duck in line behind him before Daniel Suarez has a chance to try to close the gap. A half a second lead at the start-finish line that last time by for Busch over Blaney. Kyle Larson, who started deep in the field, has lost a couple spots from the start. Started in P22, he is now back to 27th, and now going to drop back to 28th as Justin Haley will pass him on the outside lane. So that 5-car struggling. And Tyler Reddick, who restarted at the tail end of the lead lap after his spin on lap 2, has already gained about 10 positions as he's looking to pass Kyle Larson. on track right now, and neither driver wanting to give that spot up. But Larson definitely struggling in the early going. Byron the only Hendrick car inside the top 15. The next closest to him is Alex Bowman in 20th. Hamlin now losing touch from Ryan Blaney over the last couple laps. He was hounding him for the position, but Blaney's picked it up a little bit. Maybe Hamlin's car is a tad slower on the longer green flag run. Blaney was about a tenth quicker, 2/10 quicker, in fact, than Kyle Busch that last lap. He has moved up a little bit, same lane that Denny Hamlin was running when he was closing on the 12. So now Hamlin has to run the bottom to try to get clean air on the nose. Blaney probably saw the 11 making up some ground as a result of that, and that is why Blaney has been running quicker than Kyle Busch, and he may be looking to try to make a pass this upcoming lap if he can have another good run at it through turns 3 and 4. Second and a half gap between the 4th and 5th place cars is probably the biggest interval in between any driver running in the top 10 right now. That would be between Truex Jr. and Joey Logano.
That's exactly what they'd be doing with the gear of the running in the car.
Here he comes.
Now. Yes.
You talked about it, Mikey. Blaney right on the bumper of the leader, Kyle Busch.
Look at that line, swinging out wide.
Just like we saw Hamlin doing. Trying to go with their knot, doing a little bit of a crossover here. Run him down in just a matter of 2 laps.
And left Hamlin behind in doing so.
Kyle Busch moving up a little bit to try to take that air off the front bumper of Ryan Blaney's race car, forcing the 12 to maybe have to run the bottom, but all that does for Blaney is just going wider up the racetrack and trying to diamond cut the corner off by the exit. Blaney snapped a 59-race winless streak in the Coke 600 on Monday night last week, and now trying to go back-to-back. What an incredible feat that would be. It'd almost be similar to what Kevin Harvick was able to do, snapping a similar feat. I believe he was on a 50-race winless streak last year before winning at Michigan and then winning at Richmond again the following week. So we'll see if maybe Blaney can do that here today. As a Ryan Blaney fan, I would love that very much. Go all that time waiting for your favorite driver to win just for him to win twice in 6 days would be great. But under commercial break here for the first time during green flag action in today's race, so we'll get a quick rundown to the full field running order. Kyle Busch is currently a race leader over Ryan Blaney in 2nd. Denny Hamlin is 3rd, Martin Truex Jr. 4th, and Joey Logano rounds out the top 5. Kevin Harvick in 6th, Ross Chastain 7th, William Byron 8th, Austin Cindric 9th, and Daniel Suarez is 10th. AJ Allmendinger in 11th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in 12th, Ty Gibbs 13th, 14th is Harrison Burton, and Christopher Bell 15th. Bubba Wallace in 16th, Austin Dillon 17th, Brad Keselowski 18th, Michael McDowell 19th, and Alex Bowman is 20th. Eric Almirola in 21st, Ty Gillen 22nd, Chase Briscoe 23rd, Chris Buescher 24th, and Ryan Preece is 25th. Tyler Reddick in 26th, 27th is Justin Haley, Noah Gragson 28th, Kyle Larson back to 29th now, and Carson Hocevar is 30th. Corey LaJoie in 31st, Eric Jones 32nd, Ty Dillon 33rd. 34th place is J.J. Yaley, B.J. McLeod 35th, and Greg Gaulding rounds out the field in 36th. We're on lap 24 of 240 in today's Enjoy Illinois 300 at Gateway. Thanks for everybody tuning in. We'll take a quick break here and then get back with our coverage to the end of Stage 1. You can vote for who you think will win today's race at Gateway. As of right now, 181 votes have already been casted. We usually close these polls at the end of Stage 2, so you have plenty of time to still make your vote if you haven't yet. Other leading at 43%. Very close behind, though, is Kyle Busch, who leads this race right now after starting on the poll at 37% of the votes. Joey Logano has 9%, and Ryan Blaney with 12%. All drivers of that list in the top 5 in the early going. And his last couple laps during the commercial break, it looks like Busch is starting to extend his lead slightly. Once he saw Blaney moving up the racetrack, Kyle Busch started moving up to take his line away, and ever since then, Blaney's been losing just a slight bit of ground to Kyle Busch. Busch another couple hundredths faster than Blaney that last lap, not as quick as what he was the last couple laps versus the 12th car behind him, but has extended that lead temporarily to 0.7 of a second. Now another 10th quicker that last lap for Busch versus Blaney. It's an 0.8 of a second lead. Now the actual lead changes between the 8 and the 12s. There would have been 3 of them. The start of this race, 2 of them actually, with Blaney leading lap 1 and then Busch technically taking the lead with the caution. Blaney didn't actually lead any laps when he was running side by side for Busch for nearly 2 full laps after the restart that time. So Kyle has still led all but 1 lap of the 28 that have been ran thus far.
Saw him catching Kyle Busch, ran his fastest lap. Then Denny Hamlin on Truex, Busch the leader, and Joey Logano in 5th have the fastest laps so far. Well, Kyle Larson, he has dropped back. Carson Hocevar went past him just a bit ago, and now so has Corey LaJoie. Regan.
That's right, Mike. Kyle back to the 32nd position right now. Spoke to he and Cliff Daniels before the race started earlier. Kyle said a lot of things I'm working on in the race car to get better. Wanted to do that stuff as a driver, but Cliff also said we are going to wholesale this race car to try and help you out. Unfortunately, that's not working right now. The report from the driver, it is on top of the racetrack and way too loose for Kyle Larson right now.
Well, he repasses Corey LaJoie in a 1-race substitution for Chase Elliott, who's under suspension. And Kyle Larson, I wouldn't say it's been checkers or wreckers, but look at his season. You talk about highs and lows, there's a bunch of them.
Well, buddy, if you won't say it, I will.
All right.
It's checkers, it's wreckers, it's checkers, it's wreckers. That's checkers or wreckers.
Okay.
This is amazing. Corey LaJoie struggling as well. We've talked about Chase Elliott going around him. In fact, Alex Bowman's 20th, and he's the only car that's great today or good today with Hendrick is William Byron up at 7th.
All right, we listened in on the 5. Currently in 31st.
The loose is more of a problem than a tight race.
Yeah, I guess so. But I do get tight sometimes in the center.
Tight in the center?
That's the problem. When you're up on top of that racetrack like that, it's just not down it, not making the grip. It's not a balance issue, it's a grip issue. If you tighten me up, I'm going to be too tight rolling the middle. You can't free it up because I'm too tight rolling the middle. That's a hard thing to fix. Maybe an air pressure adjustment across, left sides or something like that. If anybody can fix it, that Cliff Daniels, he's the man for the job.
Jamie?
Corey LaJoie back in 32nd. I talked to his crew chief, Alan Gustafson, and he said, as if there's not enough new things thrown at Corey this week, we did simulation together for this track. We made adjustments on what we thought would be good. We got to the track, and as a company, we were off. Simulation was off on the line that they really want to run in real life, so that put everybody behind the ball. So right now, they're a little edgy in and off, tight center, not real comfortable in that 9 machine.
Hendrick Motorsports' best finish here last year was Larson in 12th.
See a good battle here among the Toyotas. I'm telling you, Clint, that 5 and 9 car could go a lap down before the end of this first stage. I know it's a short stage, but they're losing about a second a lap.
So right, they're going to get on with it.
12 laps to go in stage 1, which is 45 laps long. Kyle Busch out front as we take you Fox side by side.
Commercial break on Fox as of right now. Quick rundown of the top 10 with 207 laps to go in the race and just 11 laps to go in stage 1. Kyle Busch leads by 1.2 seconds over Ryan Blaney. Denny Hamlin is 2 seconds off the lead in 3rd. Martin Truex Jr. is 2.9 seconds off the lead in 4th. Bigger gap back to Joey Logano in 5th. He's 6.9 seconds off the race lead. Kevin Harvick is 8.3 seconds back in 6th. William Byron in 7th is 9.6 seconds off the lead. And then Ross Chastain is in 8th place right now, 12.1 seconds off the lead. Austin Cindric's in 9th, 12.7 seconds back. And Daniel Suarez rounds out the top 10. He's 13.3 seconds back in the 10th place position as of right now. We'll stay right here and not take a quick ad break this go around, as they have the side-by-side coverage going on. 10 laps to go in stage 1 currently. Monitoring lap times, Blaney was about a 10th quicker than Kyle Busch that last lap. Developing story again with the handling conditions of Kyle Larson. Could be in danger of going a lap down before the end of this first stage. Running nearly a second slower a lap Then race leader Kyle Busch with the clean air. Looks like Greg Gaulding has just gone a lap down in the 15 car, so Busch is just now getting into lap traffic, and Larson's in 31st. His teammate Corey LaJoie this weekend in 32nd, right behind him as they've kind of battled with each other back and forth over recent laps. Some other cars going side by side in the middle of the pack right now. Looks like Chase Briscoe trying to gain some positions, battling Todd Gilliland in the 38 car this weekend for 23rd place. Chris Buescher right around both of those drivers in the 17. Both RFK Fords are outside the top 20 right now, where we have seen Ford shine pretty well this weekend, specifically Penske, but then Kevin Harvick's had a pretty good car so far in the early going of this race as well. Tyler Reddick watched after starting at the rear of the field on this last restart after causing a spin. He qualified in 9th place. He has already made his way back up to 19th, so he's passed about half the field. So he's definitely able to make passes. It looks like the faster cars that maybe are a little bit further back in the running order, they're able to make their way to the front. But for anybody that is definitely struggling, they have not been able to pick up positions. Some of the drivers that have lost quite a few spots, we mentioned Kyle Larson falling back to 30th place right now. He has lost 8 spots from the start. Brad Keselowski started in 17th place, and now he is back to 26, so he's lost 9 positions as well. So those are some of the bigger losers, and then obviously Reddick with that early spin would have lost quite a few positions as well. Our spotlight drivers and when they are running, didn't have any don't-haves for this weekend specifically, but Kyle Busch leading the race. He was my pick to win the race today. I've also got Ryan Blaney, Denny Hamlin, Martin Truex Jr. on my fantasy team, and Joey Logano. So I've got 1 through 5, and then I had Tyler Reddick who spun earlier, and he's looking fast, just back in 19th as of right now. So good for me so far. And good for any Kyle Busch fans out there as he has dominated the early going of the race. It was looking like Blaney was pretty good on that short run at the start. Once Kyle Busch moved up, though, it looks like Kyle has been able to pull away, and Blaney's not letting Denny Hamlin reel him in by any means. Lap time-wise, that last lap, Blaney was like 0.2 quicker than Denny Hamlin, so that 12 car is fast, just not quite as fast as the 8, who was dominant as far as qualifying went yesterday, but Joey Logano was actually fastest overall in practice. Busch was faster, though, on the longer runs. The 15 and 20 lap averages is where that 8 car shined, and with this long green flag run here towards the early going of the race, that is why you are seeing Kyle Busch run as well as he is right now. Can't make mistakes, though, on pit road. It's a very narrow pit road as well, so that will be a factor during pit stops. Brad Keselowski is falling even more off the pace. He has just gone a lap down. It looks like something is wrong with that race car because he was in 26 just a couple laps ago, and he's running a couple seconds slower lap than your race leader.
If he's not feeling something, but definitely Keselowski to 6 having trouble.
But as Larry pointed out, that will be a benefit to Ryan Blaney. Absolutely. Because it means Keselowski can't pit with the lead lap cars, and Blaney will have an easy exit with nobody right in front of him.
That's why I was trying to get that out as soon as I could. I knew we were running out of time, and I saw Busch catching him. That's huge for Blaney.
Denny Hamlin, in the midst of lap traffic, has ran down Ryan Blaney all of a sudden over the last couple laps. Martin Truex Jr. is also closing the gap on the 11 car. All trying to maintain their positioning on the racetrack. And maybe if you're Hamlin or Truex, of course, trying to pick up a couple extra spots if you can in these closing laps of the stage with the points on the line. We're only 2.5 laps away from that first green, white, checkered flag of the day coming out. And Kyle Busch has a 1.6 second lead. Ty Dillon is currently in the free pass position as he has just gone a lap down. Ryan Preece is the last car in the lead lap as of right now. Kyle Larson and Corey LaJoie should be okay, and they should remain on the lead lap to the end of this stage. They're still a couple seconds ahead of where the race leader Kyle Busch is at currently, despite running about a second slower lap, and we only have 2 laps to go. Hamlin trapped in behind the 51 car of Greg Gaulding. Martin Truex Jr. is going to close the gap as he had to go to the outside to get by Brad Keselowski, but Keselowski's definitely well off the pace. He's very slow down the straightaway, so they're definitely losing power. Tough break for Brad. He's making his 500th career Cup start this weekend, and he has gone a little more than 2 calendar years since winning. He hasn't won since Talladega of 2021, and it doesn't look like today will be the day he'll be able to end the streak either. The winless streak, that is. Ryan Preece right in front of race leader Kyle Busch. We'll see if Busch is going to lap him. And I don't think he will. It looks like the 8 car is probably going to cut the 41 a little bit of slack. So the free pass will go to Ty Dillon in the 77 car, who is currently in the 32nd place position. And that green-white checkered flag is in the air as Busch comes off of turn 4. Dominant stage 1 for Kyle Busch as he will win this first stage by 1.5 seconds over Ryan Blaney, who ends up second. Denny Hamlin finishes in third. Martin Truex Jr. fourth. Joey Logano rounds out the top 5 in stage 1. There was a 5-second gap there at the end of the stage between Truex and Logano as well, so I think it's pretty clear those 4 cars at the front of the field probably the best 4. Kevin Harvick is in 6th place. William Byron in 7th. Ross Chastain finished 8th in stage 1. Austin Cindric 9th. And Daniel Suarez finishes in 10th. So the regular season points battle going into the race today. We mentioned about it briefly at the very start of the race, but during the 2-hour red flag period, we'll quickly update you guys once again. Ross Chastain had just a 1-point lead in the regular season standings over Ryan Blaney, so Blaney finishing second in the stage. He will now take over the regular season points lead at the start of stage 2. Chastain had 3 points in that stage for finishing 8th. Blaney gets 9, so it is a swing, if I do my math correctly here, of 6 points. So Blaney will be 5 points ahead of Chastain to start stage 2. And then William Byron got a couple points in there as well. I think he finished in 7th, which means he'll gain 1 point on Chastain, but he loses points to Blaney. He was 3 behind him. Harvick ended up in 6th in the stage, so 1 more point than Byron. So it closes the gap quite a bit between the 2nd and 4th place drivers, with Blaney going to pull ahead just slightly over Ross for right now. Truex obviously up in the top 5 as well. So a lot of those drivers at the front of the field in this top 10 are also in the top 10 in the regular season standings. I think the only 2 drivers that did not get stage points in stage 1 that are not in the top 10 in points would be Reddick, who spun earlier, Keselowski, who is 9th coming into the day, and he's struggling. And then I think Christopher Bell was outside the top 10 as well. Yes, he was. He was 11th, so he did not get any points either. But those guys in the back half, everybody in the top 5 in points all finished in the top 7 rather, in this first stage. So big for them. Remember, 15 playoff points is awarded to the regular season champion as well. So there is that going for him. Thank you, everybody that is watching this live commentary stream. We've got just over 130 people watching. 124 likes already into this one. I appreciate all of you guys on a weekly basis that allow me to be able to keep doing this with working less hours at my normal job during the week, making up for it on the weekend with this. You guys tuning in every single week does help me out, and it keeps me available to do these live commentary streams for every Truck, Xfinity, and Cup Series race. So we'll continue that on again next week when the Xfinity Series and the Cup Series head to Sonoma. So first time we'll see the Xfinity cars out west on Sonoma's road course. And Cup guys going back there again next weekend as well. And then there's going to be an off week after that, as Father's Day weekend. None of the top 3 series of NASCAR will be racing, so no live commentary that week, but they'll be back the next week with a triple header at Nashville, with the trucks on Friday night, Xfinity Series on Saturday night, and the Cup Series under the lights at the Nashville Superspeedway on Sunday as well. So that'll be pretty fun to watch unfold. We'll take a quick ad break here and get back with the pit stops on the other side for stage number 1. Actually, no, never mind. We're going to stay right here. We're going to get through those pit stops first because they are back from the break.
Ones to watch. Clint, who you got to try on?
Ones to watch. My man spins out in the first corner, up 18 spots to 18. Tyler Reddick is a man in the move.
Michael.
I like that, Clint, but I'm going to go with Martin Truex Jr. Martin Truex Jr. led 42 laps here a year ago, and that car came to life at the end of that green flag run. He was really fast. I think Martin Truex Jr. gets the win today, or I'm going to watch him closely anyway.
Well, then I guess I've got my eye at the front of the field, where Kyle Busch has led all but 1 lap today after an unbelievable qualifying lap to win the pole. He's proved that was no fluke. He's been out front almost this entire race. Let's check with the studio.
Yeah, Mike, I've got my eye on the man that won this race a year ago, Joey Logano. In the 9 races since it went in Atlanta, only 1 top 5, qualified 6. He's running 5th right now. Remember, last year, he didn't lead until after lap 200.
Yeah, I'm going to go a little bit deeper in the field with a driver that's making his first Cup Series start today, Carson Hocevar. He started 26, still running 26. I think his goal today is don't make headlines for the wrong reason.
Well done, Jamie. Those are our Credit One Bank ones to watch. And need I remind you, Kyle Busch has won on 24 Cup tracks. This is not yet one of them.
Pretty low-hanging fruit for our guy there, wasn't it?
I mean, somebody had to take him.
I like Hocevar.
So pit road will be open this time and this is where we're going to start to see the strategy game. There's not a lot of tire fall off at this racetrack, both with the Cup cars and even the Truck Series the other day. So it's not just a next-gen problem like we see on some of these flatter racetracks with tire fall off. We're going to see a lot of two-tire stops today. We'll see if anybody will try the gamble here and try to keep their cars out in front of the field, or maybe even jump some positions with the two-tire calls as well.
Boxes, so it's a long way around.
And it's a tight pit road. There's going to be a lot. Larry says it might be some two tires here. A lot of strategy.
I think so.
Not much real estate to do it all in. Look how tight that is.
Jamie.
And that's right, Boyer just mentioned it. A lot of different strategies can be used here. 2 tires, 4 tires, or no tires. The 22, Joey Logano, little free on exit, gained 1 spot there. Air pressure adjustment, and 4 tires for him. Ryan Blaney, his teammate, wants to be a little freer so he can turn better through the corner. A little tight on throttle, Regan.
Denny Hamlin needing 11 car. It's not too bad right now for him. Needs a little more rear grip and a little bit more turn with the car. And Kyle Busch's car came in just a little bit later than what he would like. A little free at the 80% mark of the corner, meaning the back is stepping out.
All right, here's your race off pit road, sponsored by Ram.
Kyle Busch will win the race off of the pit lane. Pretty quick stop. Austin Cindric gains 4 positions with a 4-tire stop. Michael McDowell did go with 2 tires, gains 11 spots, but he'll be 8th on the restart. So McDowell, the only driver to take 2 tires on that pit stop. He'll be in the top 10, but not quite at the front of the field. Nobody stayed out of the pits. Again, they needed to get fuel so that way they can make it most of the way through this next stage if they so choose. And it'll be interesting to see what the strategy will play off at stage 2, which is longer, 95 laps rather, in this second stage. And then the final stage will be 100 laps today, so those will be similar in length. The pit window is 70 to 74 laps for fuel purposes. Not sure exactly how far these tires can go as far as laps go, especially with limited practice nowadays, but we'll see. Maybe they start degrading after 50, 60 laps. I think more so because of blowout, more so than actual tire fall off itself. But we'll monitor it, and it'll be an interesting watch for sure. I'm surprised that there weren't more drivers that took 2 tires, honestly. And I think a lot of these teams are just trying to make adjustments for the first times today more than anything. The changing track conditions with now having overcast skies, slightly cooler temps after that lightning delay versus, it's still fairly hot outside, but the sun is not quite out, so maybe a little bit more grip in the racetrack and maybe more drivers dealing with tighter conditions and looser conditions with the sun going away for the time being. Stock Racing Unlimited, BAL, thanks for tuning into the stream. And I think that's it for newcomers in the chat here recently. Caroline McCall, also welcome to the stream. Kyle Lance, welcome in as well. Pulling for Rowdy. He's booing Blaney. Come on, Kyle. I know my guy got his win last week, but Kyle Busch has 2 of them already, so I would say either one is really due for a win, but no need to hate on other drivers. You just worry about cheering for your own guy, all right? Speaking of Kyle Busch, 37% of the votes from you guys in the chat think that he will win today's race. Joey Logano has 10% of them. Ryan Blaney with 11%. And then 42% say other. So it's a very close poll between other and Kyle Busch. But Busch is definitely the dominating driver in the early going. So we'll see if that sways the poll a little bit. Blaney's been second the whole time. And Logano's pretty much been deadlocked in 5th as well. Although Joey did lose some spots on pit road. It looked like he lost 4 positions, so he went in 5th, came out 9th, though one of those positions he lost was to McDowell, who took 2 tires. And I would imagine Kyle Busch will take the outside on the front row again. Made that mistake off the start, was very lucky, honestly, that Tyler Reddick was the spinning car in that incident. Otherwise, he may have lost the lead to Ryan Blaney. We'll see, obviously, if Busch takes the top again, but I would imagine he will. And we'll see if Ryan can maybe hang on. He held on for about 2 laps on the bottom the last restart before Busch was finally able to clear, but you can only hold on so long there. The top lane is just so much easier to get a drive off versus on the bottom lane, especially when you try to pinch another driver down as close to that curbing as possible. Kenny Wallace joined in the booth for Stage 2 during the FS1 broadcast. I'll let you guys listen into that a little bit longer down the line. Go for 4, pretty much kill your chances of winning if you're up front. I mean, you have to take 4 tires eventually because you're going to have to change the left side tires just so they last. So maybe that's the reason most of these teams took 4. But you would think that you'd be able to save tires in however many sets of tires for later in the race. Although teams probably aren't worried about saving sets of tires because there is no tire fall off this weekend anyway, so I don't think that'll be a factor. But yeah, I'm surprised more teams didn't try to take 2. Because that's going to gauge a little bit worse for how well 2 tires would work versus 4 because nobody really took 4. I mean, yeah, we can gauge it off of Michael McDowell, I guess, but he's mid-pack anyway. He's going to be in the dirty air, and there's nobody else around him with 2. And I don't know exactly where he was running before that, but I don't think it was in the top 15. He gained 11 positions, and he was 8th off of pit road, so he would have been in 19th prior to the caution. So yeah, that isn't really going to be a great gauge for anybody, especially in the top 10, of knowing whether 2 tires would end up working. Busch is on the outside of row 1, Blaney down low. Row 2, Kevin Harvick on the bottom, and Denny Hamlin up high. Row 3 on the restart, looks like Michael McDowell will be on the bottom on those 2 tires, and then William Byron to his outside. Green flag back in the air, Stage 2 underway at Gateway. Pretty good launch by Kyle Busch again this time. He's going to see if he can clear Blaney down into the first turn. He's going to be able to. He's going to go all the way down to the curbing. Blaney with the left sides. On the curbing, McDowell slides in the middle of the racetrack. Up the hill he goes, backs it into the outside wall. Everybody misses him to the inside, and the caution flag is out for the second time today. For incident, at least. So much for seeing if 2 tires is going to work. McDowell overdrove the entrance to turn 1, slid up the hill, backed it into the outside wall. And so Michael McDowell goes around. Showing a replay of the incident. Ross Chastain went to the inside. Did he tag him? Oh my goodness. Oh, he did. Oh boy. It looked like Chastain clipped the curbing on the inside. He tried to go 3 wide. And into the left rear of Michael McDowell, and around McDowell went. So it wasn't McDowell necessarily overdriving the corner. Chastain got in a little hot. 3 wide, a flatter track like this doesn't always work. It looked more like a racing deal in the sense that it doesn't look like McDowell really came down. But it also didn't really look like Chastain really overdrove it too terribly and walked up the racetrack. I think it was just a product of the fact that they were 3 wide in the corner. Chastain did clip the curbing, though, and maybe washed up into the 34 just a slight bit after hitting the curbing, because this car wiggled around just a bit when he got the left sides on that paint. So Ross Chastain, for the second year in a row at Gateway, has knocked somebody into the outside wall. Kyle Larson's back onto pit road for an unscheduled stop.
They fixed that car last week. I don't know if they can fix it today.
Fuel. That's
Austin Cindric also on his way in.
I bet they put 4 tires on that 34.
Keselowski's back in.
Keselowski's made multiple pit stops.
He's got problems under the hood.
What's wrong there? So while several of these cars come in for service, there's evidence of the damage there.
Greg Galding in the 51 car will get the free pass with this caution on the first lap following the restart. Ross Chastain gets into Michael McDowell, bringing out a caution for the 3rd time today. Oh, geez. Yep, Chastain, another one bites the dust off of Chastain's front bumper. It reminds me of the NASCAR Thunder 2004 video game when the crew chief is like, he's trying to use the chrome horn. Ross, I don't know if he's even trying to use it half the time. He just drives so hard. My personal opinion on Chastain and why he wrecks guys, I think, sure, he's impatient in the sense that, like, he does make contact with guys early in the race. Like, again, this week, what were we, like, lap 55, 53 when the caution came out? He just drives so hard so early in the race when other guys are probably running, like, 90, 95%, not trying to go right away. And I think that causes incidents like this on a restart where everybody's packed together. It wasn't like McDowell really... It wasn't like McDowell didn't take off well on the left sides because he was still underneath Logano. I mean, he was door-to-door with the 22 car when the one went to the bottom 3 wide. It wasn't like it was a late move either because he dove off pretty much right after they crossed the start-finish line. So that's why it kind of seemed like a bit of a racing deal, but it did look like once Chastain clipped the curbing that's when he kind of wiggled up the track a little bit. And because they were 3 wide, he didn't have any room to catch it. If he was side-by-side with the 34, or if the 34 wasn't there and he was side-by-side with the 22, I think he would have still been able to keep control of his car and not make contact with anybody, even clipping the curbing. But because they were 3 wide, there just wasn't enough room for a mistake to be made. So when there was a slight bobble, he made contact with the 34, and because it clipped him perfectly in the left rear, around went Michael McDowell. So that's kind of my take on that incident. Patrick Chadley, thanks for tuning in. Let's see, who else is in here? Big Dog, thanks for tuning back in again today as well. So under caution, Michael McDowell spinning off the front bumper of Ross Chastain. And it did crinkle that left rear corner panel when McDowell backed it into the wall, so he does have some damage. It's going to affect him aerodynamically, I'd have to imagine. Brad Keselowski has made numerous pit stops during this caution. They were very, very, very off the pace. And not right away that they were losing positions either in that first stage, but after about 20 to 25 laps, he was running a couple seconds a lap slower than the race leaders, so something was not right in that race car mechanically that caused him to go as slow as he was. 3 wide at Gateway on lap 50? Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think he was the only one that actually tried to go 3 wide on the bottom of the racetrack on that restart. Clipped the curbing and up into McDowell he went. And as usual, McDowell in the fence, and Chastain, on the other hand, keeps on driving. He remains in 7th. It is funny, too. Every time, it's funny in the sense that every time something like that happens, Chastain just goes on his merry way. He's still in the top 10. Quick cleanup, though, following the caution. It's a good job for that AMR safety team getting all the debris taken up off that outside lane, and we are about to get back to action once again. And once again, it will be Kyle Busch and Ryan Blaney on the front row. Busch had a good restart the last time. We'll see if he can do it this time. He was able to clear Blaney to the bottom before they even got into turn 1, but it was short-lived, obviously, with that quick caution coming out. And we'll see if he can do it for the second time in a row. Blaney going to look for maybe more help from Kevin Harvick behind him. Green flag back in the air. It doesn't look like Harvick is close to the back bumper of the 12 into the Geico restart zone. Now he bump drafts him by the time they pull to the start-finish line. Blaney does get a good second win, and he's got the nose out in front of Busch as they get into turns 1 and 2. Blaney did slide the rear tires a little bit, though, in the center of the corner. Kyle Busch with the better bite off the exit, and it looks as if they're still side-by-side down the back as they work their way into turn 3. Harvick has to lift to let Denny Hamlin in after Kevin overdrove the corner. That backs up the 22 of Joey Logano on the inside line, and Byron is going to work his way around the 22 car. Still door-to-door for the lead. Busch leads that lap at the line by inches over Blaney on the inside. And Harvick worked his way back to the inside of Denny Hamlin as he quickly was able to get back to 5th gear and stay alongside. Now a slide job by Harvick. Can't quite clear the 11 off the exit of turn 2 as they nearly make contact. Ryan Blaney side drafts the left rear corner panel of Kyle Busch. It was almost clear of the 12 car as they worked their way into turns 3 and 4. It was on the second lap following the second to last restart where Blaney was unable to keep up with Kyle Busch. And off the second lap this time, they still remained side by side for the lead. And again, Busch leads that lap at the line. A great race and a great battle off this restart between the 12 and the 8. Blaney half a car length out ahead of the 8 car. Slides the rear tires a little more and clear of Kyle Busch. Blaney gets it done. He's out in front now for the second time today, but this time, the first time he has cleared the 8 car of Kyle Busch. And we'll see over the course of the longer run if Busch can get back around the 12. Blaney did seem to be really good in that 10 to 15 lap stint at the beginning of the last run, but then over the 15 to 20 plus lap range is where Kyle Busch was able to pull away. So we'll see if he can get back around him in about another 15 laps or so. But for right now, Ryan Blaney out in front at Gateway as he tries to go for back-to-back wins. Following this restart, your top 5 is Ryan Blaney in the race lead, Kyle Busch second, Denny Hamlin third, Kevin Harvick fourth, and William Byron is in fifth. Lap 17 of 95 in Stage 2. Everybody will have to make a pit stop for fuel purposes at some point in this stage, with the window again for fuel being 70 to 74 laps. Busch is in trouble, though, as Denny Hamlin's going to get to the inside of the 8 car. That's the problem with being good on the long run, is that in every long run there's a short run. And because Kyle Busch has lost the race lead and now is dealing with traffic for the first time today, other than the lap traffic he had in those closing laps of Stage 1, maybe that 8 car has tightened up a little bit too much behind the 12, and the 11 is trying to pounce on him as a result. Hamlin hooks the curbing through turns 3 and 4, door-to-door for about a full lap with the 8 car. This is allowing Kevin Harvick in the 4 in the 4th place position to try to close the gap. Kyle on the outside lane is going to make it a little difficult here for Hamlin. And Blaney is in that upper lane, the same lane as Kyle Busch is, so even more dirty air in the nose of the 8 car in the center of the corner. Although Blaney is now 0.7 of a second ahead of the battle for second place behind him. If you're within about a second, you could probably still get that dirty air effect. And it has to be hurting Kyle Busch as a result. That last lap, Ryan Blaney was 0.3 of a second faster than the 8 and the 11 with them running side by side. When you're door-to-door, you're having to lift more in the corner to try to keep it off the car to your inside or outside lane, and then by the exit of the corner, it's a lot tighter, obviously, as well, versus when you're by yourself. Hamlin got a little loose as he changed gears at about that point in turn 2. Wheel hopped it, went up the hill, kept it off the wall, but Kyle Busch cleared him with ease by about 2 or 3 car lengths, and Kevin Harvick is now within about a car length, maybe even less than that, behind Denny Hamlin. 3 wide back around Kyle Larson, Chris Buescher, and can't tell who else that is. Looks like Christopher Bell in the 20 also struggling today. All battling for position outside the top 20. Kyle Busch made some extra pit stops. They're doing whatever they can to try to make some adjustments to that race car, get it quicker. Off to a slow start today. Was also off to a slow start in the Coke 600 last weekend, but they were able to make the right adjustments that by middle of the race he was a top 10 car and a top 5 car by the end before losing control in a late race restart. When the car slipped out from underneath him as they were getting up to speed, caused a big wreck in turns 1 and 2. And unfortunately for Larson, was not able to get a good finish as a result. If not mistaken, I think he actually DNF'd from that incident. I don't think he finished following his wreck. Ty Gibbs up inside the top 10 for the first time today. Moved up to 8th following that restart. Same for AJ Allmendinger, who is now in 10th. Daniel Suarez picked up 4 spots. He is up to 7th place. And Ross Chastain lost a couple, falling back to 9th.
2 cars going for the same spot.
And one was, the sitting duck. I mean, he was the one that was slow on the restart. Chastain moved the inside. I'm not going to put that blame on Chastain. He was all the way down to the rumble strips, all the way as low as he could possibly go. That's 3 wide on a restart getting into 1, but I really do believe the reason they were 3 wide is because you chose to two tires.
All right, now which of these drivers has the best finish in the race? That is one of Clink's Super 6 questions.
What do you think, buddy? What do you think? Call it, Mikey.
Martin Truex Jr., I told you to keep your eye on him. He's in the back. You watch this. It's going to be amazing as he comes through the field.
Denny Hamlin's in there.
Now, one of those drivers listed is Brad Keselowski, who's had some engine woes. Jamie?
Well, Mike, I talked to the Roush Yates engine team after they looked under the hood twice, and they said even though we changed all the spark plugs, they don't see anything wrong right now, but they told Brad there's something definitely wrong internally. Nothing we can do at this point. We just have to ride it out as long as it'll last.
Wow, that makes for a tough day.
Keselowski already 3 laps down, dealing with some engine issues. Again, they have changed the spark plugs on that race car, but still not able to diagnose the issue. and the internal problem underneath the hood of the 6. So definitely some problems. We'll have to keep an eye on if any more Fords or even the other RFK Ford of Chris Buescher has any engine issues before the end of this race. Very early to have that problem too. They were only about 15 to 20 green flag laps in stage 1 before Keselowski started to fade with that engine issue. Right now, Ryan Blaney has a 1.2 second lead over Kyle Busch. 1.7 seconds back is Denny Hamlin in 3rd place. Kevin Harvick in 4th is 2.5 seconds off the lead. William Byron is in 5th, 3.4 seconds back. Joey Logano is 4.4 seconds off the lead in 6th. Daniel Suarez is now 5 seconds off the lead in 7th. Ty Gibbs is in 8th place, 5.6 seconds off the lead. Ross Chastain is in 9th place, 6.4 seconds back. And EJ Allmendinger is 6.8 seconds back. Be sure to like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. We are up over 135 likes on the stream already. Let's try to get that to 200. Our goal was 150, but we're going to try to get to 200 today. We are off to a hot start. Appreciate everybody that has hit the like button so far. We're going to take a quick break here and then get back with the action as Fox is on a full screen commercial break. And yeah, we'll get back to racing here very, very soon. 209 votes already for who you think will win today's race. This poll closes at the end of stage 2, so be sure to vote if you haven't yet. 41% of you guys say somebody other than Kyle Busch, Ryan Blaney, and Joey Logano will win this race. Busch was at 39% of the votes, but he has dropped back a little bit. Blaney was at 8%, but now is up to 13%, so he's starting to grow in the poll now that he is starting to lead and pull away from Busch. Busch led and won stage 1, but now Blaney's got the track position. He is out in front and starting to take control and is actually running quicker lap times than what Kyle Busch was when Busch was leading at stage 1. I think it's just a clean air thing, honestly, at this point, because Busch was able to pull away from Blaney. Although we haven't gotten too deep into this run yet, Busch was really good on the long run. Blaney's car seemed to fade on the long run because even Hamlin and Truex were starting to pressure him late in the stage. Martin Truex Jr. fell way back. I think he had an issue on pit road. He is back in 19th place right now, so he is no longer in the top 4. And was one of the 4 faster cars, at least at the very beginning of the race. Hamlin's still up in 3rd, and he's still right behind Kyle Busch. He got to the inside of him a couple of, really about 5 or more laps ago for 2nd. Ran side by side for about 2 full laps, couldn't complete the pass. Got a little loose on the bottom off turn 2. Busch was able to clear, and Busch hasn't pulled back away from him at this point in the run. So I think it may be a combination. It's probably a slight combination of all these things where maybe the 8 team went a little bit in the wrong direction on an adjustment potentially during that first stop. Ryan Blaney's team and that 12 team probably went a little bit in the right direction, so they kind of met in the middle more. And Blaney beat Busch on the restart on the bottom lane, and now Busch is having to deal with dirty air for the first time today after dominating stage 1 out in front. So maybe I would imagine his car's probably tighter now than what it was in stage 1 because he had clean air and maybe had felt that he had a perfect car up to that point, but now they're going to have to maybe make some adjustments and try to loosen it up so that way they can keep up with the 12 car if they can't get around him on the next restart. Right now, though, we're at 166 laps to go, and we are at lap 74 as of this point in the race. Current average race speed is 90.3 miles per hour, and again, we had 3 cautions today. We had the stage 1 break at lap 45, Michael McDowell getting turned off the front bumper of Ross Chastain on a restart at lap 53. And the lap 2 incident with Tyler Reddick spinning, followed by a 1 hour, 45 minute, and 9 second red flag during that caution for lightning. So that's kind of the update up to this point. Again, Busch led all but 1 lap in stage 1. Really, the first lap of the race was led by Blaney by inches before Busch got back out in front through the last scoring loop during the Reddick spin. Busch led every lap the rest of the stage, and now Ryan Blaney has pretty much dominated at least the early going of stage 2.
Austin Dillon 15, all running on the lead lap. One of the biggest stories of the day, though, has been Carson Hocevar, who is filling the seat in the number 7, usually occupied by Corey LaJoie, because LaJoie was tapped to fill in the number 9 for Chase Elliott. Hocevar is up to 17th place. He's carrying the team NICU cam. Never ever give up. Great charity, helping with children's cancer issues. And boy, is he giving that car a ride.
He's a trucker, Mike. He's selling.
That's right. Finished 4th yesterday. I've been high on this kid since he showed up. And Kenny, you knew him about him since he was a kid.
You know, I went over to Tri-City Speedway right here in Granite City, Illinois. And Danielle Fry, they saw him coming years ago in the quarter midget series. Now it's called the NASCAR Youth Series. They were high on him 3 nights ago. They said that Carson Hocevar really was a standout as a child. So his talent is showing up.
Just remember this, too. This is all new to him, Mike. He's never run a Cup car before. And this is shifting. We're shifting more here than we do anywhere in on the whole circuit. Look at his eyeballs, studying that rearview mirror, making sure he's right on track with what's going on around him and ahead of him.
But those visors usually work better when they're down, though. You know, a couple things. The sun's, it's cloudy now. It's probably too dark for him. But, you know, everybody's eyes are a little different, Clint.
Keep after it, Carson. Hold the pretty wheel. It's working for him.
You know, it is a little dangerous to have your shield up because if a fire happens, it can get up in her. So you really want that down.
Look at him shifting those gears. Christopher Bell, and that's what we're looking at, are all of the downshifts and upshifts there on the lower left.
Daniel Suarez marching toward the front.
2 gear changes each corner. That's how tight this is. Long straightaways down to 4th gear, down to 3rd gear. Get it around down the exit, right back up through.
Joey Logano
had the wrong leaderboard on there for a second. Had the points up there by accident.
Was there a little contact here?
Hello, I'm here.
Time to go. Been watching that for about 5 or 6, actually longer than that. 10 laps. Suarez was definitely the faster car. Let him know it. Made the old bumper to him, did he?
Out the Ford camera.
Boop. And here comes the Chevy.
You know, I got to tell you guys, I watch these races every Sunday, and this is what the fans are saying they like. This is a new era in NASCAR. I mean, that's what you do now, Mikey. We didn't do that because we knocked the radiator out of our car. Now it's like they just knock the heck out of each other. It's what they do now. The fans love it.
Well, the difference is with this new car is it's stronger, like you said. The other fact is it's got a lot of tire under it. These cars make a lot of grip with all the underbody aero gains that we've got, and you have to hit them harder. The old bump and run, just tap and then move him out of the way, rattle his cage a little bit, we've heard over the years. That doesn't happen with these cars. You have to hit them hard to move them.
What about the line you talked about, Denny? You said they were going to be searching all around the track for grip, and he's way up high.
Mikey, you bring up a good point. This is way different than last year. I mean, they're up there by the wall almost now. Check this line out in turn 1.
Let's check with Jamie on the leader.
Yes, Ryan Blaney continues to lead. How about a tip of the cap to his crew chief, Jonathan Hassler? Last week was his first career win as a crew chief, and he told me it was more relief than anything, just knowing we could get the job done, knowing that we're locked into the playoffs. Now, as far as today's race, though, he said last year we felt like we gave this one up. We felt like we had a car capable of winning, and they think that again today. They adjusted him with a little air pressure, still a little tight center, but he's a rocket ship right now, Regan.
Well, the 8 car, Kyle Busch, trying to chase him down right now. Very quiet on the radio. Kyle hasn't said anything this run, but keep in mind that team did make a small air pressure adjustment on the last pit stop. That was for the end of the run, though. Felt like he didn't fire off as good as he wanted to and got too free at the end of the run. He wanted help on the backside of the run. Right now, Kyle's starting to click off some pretty good laps.
Thanks, Regan. Wonder if anybody told Jonathan Hassler that Blaney's last couple of wins came back-to-back.
Huh. That'd be nice to do again, wouldn't it?
What do they call that? The old momentum, boys.
And I
told you that in the pre-race, Mikey. You never listened to me.
Well, I told you about Martin Truex, and look what's happening here, Mike. He never listens to me.
We're battling Chase Briscoe with the upside app cam. We welcome them to NASCAR on board the number 14. He's got some work to do. They were fined heavily and docked a lot of points and playoff points by NASCAR for a counterfeit part that was found on the underbody during post-race inspection back at the R&D Center after the Coca-Cola 600. Briscoe is going to have to win to make the playoffs. In fact, he's going to have to win in every round to advance. So very uphill climb for that team after that monstrous penalty.
Yeah, the biggest hit is how bad they ran. You know, it's one kick to run as bad as they did, and then you get home and realize, you mean we're getting the biggest fine in NASCAR history because of that performance? How do I explain that to the boss?
Well, one makes you wonder, maybe that's why they were doing that, because they were running so bad they needed to do something to try to run better. But Mike, it seems like nobody learns their lessons every week because this story rears its ugly head, everybody's getting in trouble week after week.
Well, it's the first time, Kenny, that we found a counterfeit part among the single source parts that are required to be on this racetrack, a car. We've seen modified parts before. This is the first time that a team was found to have recreated.
It's racing. It's never trouble until you get caught.
That's right.
You're getting caught. That's the biggest difference.
You know, that's just about what Junior Johnson used to say. He'd go, well, it ain't cheating unless you get caught.
And then you learn a lesson.
Yeah. You know, we talked to some of these drivers, and they're like, hey, the car owners wanted this car. So now the car owner's got the car, and they still get in trouble.
44 complete in stage 2. Kyle Busch holding at about 1.2 seconds behind Ryan Blaney. Denny Hamlin at 1.8, and then it's 3 more seconds back to Kevin Harvick, William Byron, then Daniel Suarez and Joey Logano.
50 laps to go in stage 2. Maybe seeing some pit stops during the next green flag stint that they are showing the full screen coverage for as we approach the halfway point in stage 2. Currently, Ryan Blaney has a 1.1 second lead over Kyle Busch in second place still. Denny Hamlin is in third, Kevin Harvick in fourth, William Byron is fifth. Daniel Suarez in 6th, Joey Logano 7th, Ross Chastain 8th, Ty Gibbs 9th, and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is in 10th. Tyler Reddick is in 11th, AJ Allmendinger in 12th, Alex Bowman on the move up to 13th, Bubba Wallace 14th, and Austin Dillon is 15th. Carson Hocevar in 16th, Martin Truex Jr. 17th, Chase Briscoe 18th, Eric Jones 19th, and Eric Almirola is 20th. Justin Haley in 21st, Christopher Bell 22nd, Kyle Larson 23rd, Ryan Preece 24th, and Austin Cindric is 25th. 26th place is Chris Buescher, Harrison Burton in 27th, Ty Gilliland 28th, Michael McDowell 29th, Noah Gragson is 30th. Corey LaJoie in 31st, Ty Dillon 32nd, 33rd is J.J. Yaley, 34th place is B.J. McLeod, Dre Golding 35th, and Brad Keselowski's 36th. We are under caution right now for the 4th time today at lap 90. Not sure what it is for. They're on a full screen commercial break right now, but caution flag is out. Waiting to see maybe anybody in the running order that has dropped back all of a sudden. Maybe potentially bringing out the caution. We don't know yet. So we'll stay right here. And this will lead us into pit stops during the caution flag period, and that is because we are within the field window to make it to the end of stage 2. So expect there to be pit stops during this caution flag period. Alex Bowman on the move, though, leading up to that yellow flag. He was in 20th, got up to 13th place during this green flag run. Kyle Larson slowly on the move up to 22nd as well after restarting at the back of the pack. He was on speed, running about 30th in the first stage, so although it is slight improvement, he's still got a lot of work ahead of him. Christopher Bell also off the pace compared to a lot of the other Toyotas for Joe Gibbs Racing. In fact, the other 3 have been in the top 10 today except for Bell. Gibbs is there now in 9th, Hamlin 3rd, and then Truex was up in 4th at the end of stage 1, had a slow stop. He has only recovered a couple positions on the restart to 16th. Showing a replay here, and it looks like potentially Carson Hocevar had something break. Looks like potentially the right front tire blew out on the straightaway. Something happened to Fox?
And out of the turn. It's the bell
Horse.
first.
Whoa.
And 2-2. Now Monty's moving on the outside. Monty's moving, but still has some work to do.
Hold on. We have lost the NASCAR race. Horse racing has just taken over. What is going on here? Did that actually happen? They were showing a replay of the incident, and then they cut to commercial right in the middle of it. Something broke on Carson's car. We don't know what actually happened. Did this happen to anybody else too, or is it just me? Fox's replay ended up just pausing right in the middle of it, and then they cut to commercial. I was like, they were showing horse racing, and I was like, what the heck? And then that was an ad, and then it took me a second to realize they cut the commercial again, but they didn't actually show the whole problem. Yeah, definitely a production issue. Not here, though. Jeff Curry, thanks for tuning in. Robert Goodrich, thanks for tuning in. Hoof-hearted takes the lead.
Into our race day studio. So we are having some technical difficulties out at the racetrack. Obviously, we were in weather delay for a significant amount of time, about an hour and a half, from about 4 to 5:30. We are currently under caution out at St. Louis for Carson Hocevar hitting the wall. I'm probably going to bring that car down pit road. Might be done for the day. Maybe be able to fix it. But what stood out to you so far about the race, Jamie?
Well, Carson Hocevar looked like he either blew a left rear tire. I heard Mike say something about a brake rotor. We were trying to figure out exactly what had happened to him. But what a run that he had going so far up to 17th. I talked about him being one to watch, getting a little more track time and getting better and better. So had a pretty good debut. Nothing he can do about what happened. But I think Ryan Blaney would be the story right now after winning the Coke 600 last weekend. Comes to a completely different sized racetrack. You see him downshifting 2 gears on each end of the racetrack. And who's leading again?
Yeah,
Ryan Blaney.
It is. Lap 92 of 240 is what we've completed so far. Let's take a look at some of the race highlights and show you how we got to this point right now. Early on, right before we had the weather delay, it was Tyler Reddick who brought out the caution.
Yeah, it's Reddick said he just got in there a little deep, got in the back of Ricky Stenhouse Jr., spun out. But Shannon, he's been able to recover so far. He's been one of the fastest cars on the track. And here's the restart we had right after the lightning strike. See Kyle Busch and Ryan Blaney going at it. Blaney eventually is able to clear Kyle Busch and go on to lead a lot of laps here.
As you can see, the laps just kind of ticking down, but we've had some eventful moments. Stage 1 winner was Kyle Busch. Ryan Blaney out front right now. Kyle Busch was your pole sitter. He's currently in second position. But then on lap 53, we had this happen. Ross Chastain.
Yeah, shocking, right? Ross Chastain involved in another incident. McDowell had taken 2 tires on that pit stop. I don't really know that Michael McDowell did anything wrong in the situation. Chastain a little bit aggressive on the restart, and then here's where we are right now. You see Carson Hocevar has that issue. They've obviously brought that car down pit road. You see that looks like the right front tire is flat, probably just from dragging that around on the racetrack. Hopefully they can get him fixed, Shannon. He hit the wall pretty hard twice. So the first hit I think he could have gotten away with. Second one, some of the suspension could be bent.
Through the magic of television, Larry McReynolds is in the house, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm back.
Welcome to the party, America's crew chief. What stood out to you so far about this race?
Well, the fact that after we had that one pit stop there at the end of stage 1, it looks like Kyle Busch maybe lost a little bit in his 8 car, and that 12 car, as we saw yesterday in practice, they just keep right on keeping on. But I'm going to tell you who I've been watching marching through the field is Martin Truex Jr. in that 19 car, removing the fuel can on his pit stop. James Small brought him back to pit road that last caution before this one, put 2 tires on him, filled it up with fuel, and he's marches his way back close to the top 15.
We are still under caution out at the racetrack for that Carson Hocevar wreck that we just showed you. I want to talk about Ricky Stenhouse Jr. because you mentioned him. You said again in the top 10.
Yeah, he just has been a top 10 car really pretty much every week so far this year on every different type of racetrack we've been to. And along with Stenhouse, we've seen Denny Hamlin, we've seen some of those guys actually be able to move up a little bit on the racetrack, make this racetrack wider than what we've seen in the past. There's no traction compound or resin added to it this year, and honestly, the racing has been pretty good.
Yeah, and this caution right here, what's timely about it is this puts them into a fuel window that they can make it to the end of stage 2, because we had a lot of drivers that came in like Austin Cindric, like Martin Truex Jr., Michael McDowell. They topped off on that last caution. They were going to be close to being able to make it, but this is kind of a reset. But I hate this so much for that 7 car and Carson Hocevar. He was doing a yeoman's job in that 7 car, and but this place is hard on brakes. I mean, we see a lot of brake pressure at the end of these long straightaways. I'm not totally shocked that we saw a brake failure, but I certainly hate it for him.
I know that you had asked, I don't remember who it was during the weather delay, about just the difference in temperature, maybe Austin Dillon. Yeah. And as we get later in the night, the temperatures are obviously going to be a lot different. I mean, this is where we would be ending the race right about here if it was regularly scheduled. So do you think there will be much change as it starts to progress?
Sure, there'll be a little bit of a balance shift to all of these cars. Typically the cars get tighter as the sun goes down. So the crew chiefs will have to adjust on that. But I saw the lights starting to come on. It was already getting dark at the racetrack. So that balance shift will happen from here on throughout the end of the race. Probably not as much as we see at Charlotte, Larry, that being one of the most temperature-sensitive tracks that we run at.
But the grip level just goes up. With the grip level going up, that means the speeds go up. And Mike Joy made the note, back about lap 62, well after that restart before this caution, most of the top 10 ran their fastest lap of the race. You could start to see it get cloudy, the track temperature is coming down. So that's the biggest thing. Balance changed, but the speeds go up.
Yeah, and the big difference today is that it was not like it was just kind of hot. I mean, it was really hot. It was in the mid-90s earlier today, so it'll be a pretty big transition.
All right, we're going to go to commercial break right now, see if we can get back out to the racetrack afterwards. This is why we are under caution right now. Carson Hocevar filling in for Corey LaJoie, who's filling in for Chase Elliott, hits the wall. We'll be right back and try to get you back out to St. Louis.
America is one.
So again, a technical error with Fox, currently under caution for a Carson Hocevar incident. It looked like maybe a brake rotor had blown out. He was having a great day. That's a tough break. He was in 16th place in his debut in the NASCAR Cup Series, and he was running for Spire Motorsports in his debut. So it was a great run for that small team up to that point. Delgado Lucas, thanks for tuning into the stream. Mark Barnum, Dave Martz. See who else has been in here. David Parker, thank you for tuning in. And others, yeah, thanks for tuning into the stream today. We're under caution, just kind of waiting out this delay here for Fox. We have no clue exactly what is going on at the racetrack currently. I'd imagine they've probably already opened pit road because it looks as if Joey Logano has lost a couple positions. Trying to see maybe some other changing of positions in the pecking order. I think Bowman's up a couple spots, it looks like, on pit road. Same for Bubba Wallace. Just kind of glancing down the running order, seeing if anything major has changed. Haven't seen anything major change yet, at least. But again, under caution. I wonder if they're going to go back to green flag racing even if we don't have footage. I don't know how long they can, just keep the race under caution for while this is going on. And it looks like there is footage back at the racetrack again.
We're under caution at lap 92 when Carson Hocevar's great Cup debut came to an early end.
It was going so well. We're going to ride along with him. There it is. It's a brake rotor. Brake rotor broke. He was talking about having trouble. Unfortunate. Man, he was having such a good run in his 7 car, doing exactly what he needed to do. That happens here. Long straightaways.
Watch how violent this gets, Clint.
Well, he hit hard. There it broke. I love that he turned it over into the wall seam, steering that thing right into the wall, not spinning it out. That was a very heads-up play by him. Unfortunate circumstance, but a good heads-up play. Regan, what do you got?
Well, Clint, about a half a lap before that happened, Carson came over the radio, said my brake pedal is going soft. So he had a hint that was coming. Unfortunately, ended a great day for him. The 14 car of Chase Briscoe, also a hole in the radiator, possibly damaged from stuff coming off of the 7 car.
You can actually see it in that replay right there. You saw it hit the front of the 14 car. How unfortunate is that? Saw it. That same thing happened last week to the Legacy cars. Both of them, by the way.
So Chase Briscoe sits and waits while they make repairs trying to get him back on track.
We're going to see various strategies here, I believe, guys. What do you think, Clint?
Pit road open this time.
I think you're splitting the stage right in half right here. It's time to play. Well, I can't pass them on that racetrack.
See if anybody takes 2 tires.
Somebody get me 2 tires, get me some track position.
Yeah, I think somebody's got to do it this time.
Free pass on this, the 4th caution flag of the afternoon.
I want 2 tires, please.
I like it.
Jamie?
And Ryan Blaney has all the track position right now. A little bit tight center, sliding that nose. They're going to free him up a little bit like they did last stop, take a bigger swing at it here. The 4 of Kevin Harvick really had some really good lap times there, just losing grip as he ran. That seems to be across the board, Regan.
The 11 of Denny Hamlin a little bit too loose to start the run. Stayed too loose as well off of turn 2 in particular. Wants help in that area. And the 8 car to Kyle Busch was tighter in the center. Better on the exit that run, but they've got to figure out how to get that car to fire off better.
Look at this.
Ryan Blaney easily is going to win the race off of pit road. A pretty slow pit stop for Denny Hamlin and his pit crew. They ended up losing 4 positions on pit road there. A lot of 2-tire stops, though. Ryan Blaney took 2 to try to keep the track position. Joey Logano took 2. AJ Allmendinger took 2. Truex took 2. And Bowman took 2. Bowman gained 7 spots. 11 spots gained for Allmendinger. Looked like 16 positions gained for Martin Truex Jr. So a lot of 2-tire strategy calls there. I don't think anybody would have stayed out of the pits considering they had to take fuel to make it to the end of the second stage from where we're at right now. But the good news is it looks like we do have coverage from the racetrack once again, and we should have an ensuing restart coming up here momentarily. Diego Morales, thanks for tuning into the stream as well over recent laps. I don't know if you're still watching or not, but Dad, thanks for tuning in. I think I saw you in the chat earlier. Right before Fox ended up going like kaplooey there for a second. I'll be sure to vote in the chat for who you think will win today's race. We will close this at the end of stage 2. 231 votes casted so far. Other at 40% of the votes. Kyle Busch with 37% is close behind. Ryan Blaney, who leads this race that has dominated stage 2 so far, only at 13% of the votes. And Joey Logano, who is now in second after a 2-tire stop, is at 10% of the votes. So we will see. Be sure to hit the like button as well. Our goal was 150 likes. We're at 147 right now, and we still have a little over half the race to go. We'll see if we can get to 200. Honestly, if we can add 25% more, or I guess technically it'd be 33% more votes than what our initial goal was, that would be awesome. So let's see if we can get that to 200 here before the end of the race. We have almost that many people watching as of right now. I'd like to personally thank everybody that tuned in for last weekend's coverage of the Charlotte races for NASCAR, of course the Coke 600, but the Xfinity, the truck races, and even the Indy 500 as well. Last week was the most viewed stream, or we had the most viewed stream last week during the Indy 500, at least for this year's motorsports and NASCAR coverage, so appreciate that so much. Ended up setting more likes, I think, than what we had in any stream this year. And it was the most viewed stream of any stream so far this season, even more than the Daytona 500 at the start of the year. So, again, thank you, everybody. A lot of you guys may be returning from last week to this week as well. And maybe some of you guys were watching the IndyCar race at Detroit earlier, especially during the lightning delay that we had for about an hour and 45 minutes for this NASCAR Cup race in St. Louis. But the weather's moved out of there. We are in good spirits to try to get the rest of this thing in. It was only a 15% chance of rain too. It never actually rained at the racetrack, but they had lightning within an 8-mile radius, so luckily they did not lose the racetrack due to rain. Otherwise it would have caused probably a longer delay than what we already had. But glad to see the cars back out on the racetrack and getting some racing in here after all. It's going to be interesting to see what those drivers on 4 fresh tires are going to be able to do versus the drivers on 2 fresh tires. I think track position is going to triumph isn't the right word I'm looking for either. It's going to trump the 2-tire strategy, or the 2-tire strategy should trump the 4-tire because I think track position matters most. That's what I was trying to say. As far as those drivers, though, outside the top 5 on 4 fresh tires, it'll be interesting to see how quickly they can try to move through the field, especially faster cars like Kyle Busch and Denny Hamlin. Are they going to be able to move through the field quickly? I think Kyle Larson took 2 tires also to get up to 11th place, but obviously he's a little bit deeper in the field because he was deeper when the pit stop started anyway. Both the Penske Fords on the front row, Ryan Blaney on the outside, Joey Logano on the bottom. Blaney actually won the last restart on the inside lane versus Kyle Busch, so we'll see what he'll be able to do up high. He does have experience with this, though, because he did start on the outside lane at the initial start of the race. The green flag is in the air. We're back underway in the middle of Stage 2 at Gateway. Cars ducking out of line, 2 and 3 wide. Further back, a little bit of contact made as they enter turn 1. Ryan Blaney's got a half a car lane clear on his teammates. Kyle Busch is 3 wide on the outside with Hamlin and Bowman underneath, and Bowman did not fire off well off turn 2. Lost a couple of positions. Truex is door-to-door with the 8 car after they split around the 48. Suarez got passed by 4 cars in that corner. Kyle Busch ripping around the outside and now pulls alongside and clears Martin Truex Jr. off turn 4. Looking for a run to dive bomb to the inside of Allmendinger for 3rd place. And Kyle will take over the spot. A little bit of a slide job after driving it in very deep. Hamlin goes up the hill a little bit in the outside as he's still got Truex underneath him. Truex going to try to box the 11 behind the 16. Hamlin knows that, so he's going to just try to bump draft the 16 car, and that actually worked out for Denny. The problem is he had to get out of the gas way early to make the corner because of how much extra speed he was carrying going into turn 3. Allmendinger's able to stay clear of both the 11 and the 19, but Hamlin does get back around the 19 car on the outside. And now Allmendinger's going to let him go in the top lane this time by as well. AJ will drop back another spot, and that will move Hamlin up to 4th. Ryan Blaney, Joey Logano still at the front of the field. Kyle Busch is now hounding the back bumper of the 22 car for second place off of turn 2. William Byron throwing a couple of blocks on Daniel Suarez. Truex initially hops out of line now, trying to make a pass on AJ to the bottom after not being able to pass him on the outside through 1 and 2. Byron stuck on the top with nowhere to go behind the 16, and the 99 is going to try to box him in off of turn 4. Suarez just below the cutoff line in the point standings for the playoffs coming into the race today. We are down to just 11 regular season races after today's race ends. Hamlin catches Kyle Busch before Busch has a chance to get by Joey Logano, and now Hamlin is going for 3rd. Couldn't make the pass on the 8 car. These two were battling for 2nd off and on during that last green flag run prior to the caution flag. And Hamlin working the top, Logano on the bottom, which is where Busch is running, so Busch having to deal with that dirty air. Here's Carson Hocevar with Jamie Little.
Great. I had a blast. I'm just so thankful for the opportunity. I don't have a job for next year. I know Al Nees and Cody Eba are sitting there wants me to run for them, and I'll forever run a race or however many. Man, I'm just so thankful. They gave me the opportunity, Premier Security. Gave me the opportunity to drive Xfinity car, and now I was driving a Cup car, and I was running 16th. I was just so surreal. First time ever. I thought we were going to have a good day and be a good spot, but Schluter, Celsius, Spire, Ryan Sparks, hopefully that call for a Cup ride isn't the only one I get in my life.
Don't worry, son, it won't be. You're going to see a lot more of this young man.
Keep driving like that, that's for sure.
You know what I like? He said, I was running 16. That tells you how tough NASCAR is. That's a big moment for that kid.
That's right. It tells you
In his first career start, too. Hate to see him with an early exit after that brake rotor failure on the right front. Bowman losing quite a few spots, as well as AJ Allmendinger, though the two Fords of Blaney and Logano at the front of the field continue to maintain their track position. Ricky Stenhouse Jr.'s jumped into the top 10, now up to 8th place. Kevin Harvick not working his way through the drivers that took 2 tires quite as quickly as those others around him. I do believe he lost a few spots on pit road as well. He is just now getting inside the top 10, passing Allmendinger to the outside, and Tyler Reddick coming from the back of the field after that lap 2 spin is now working his way by Kyle Larson for 13th. Kyle Busch has reached Joey Logano once again after fending off Denny Hamlin. Logano on the inside lane off of turn 4. Kyle Busch will clear him, and Busch is going to try to run down Blaney, who, remember, took right sides only as well despite being the leader. Blaney didn't want to lose any track position, decided to keep it. He's got 31 laps to go in stage 2, though the problem with taking 2 tires there, if you're the leader, Ryan Blaney, you know for a fact he's going to take 4 during the next pit stop. But with that being said, that opens up the door to take 2 tires in the final stage when they have to make the final stop. So we're still sitting at about 2 more pit stops left to make it to the end of this race on fuel. And so I guess with taking the 2 tires now, sure, you're guaranteeing yourself 4, but then it opens up the playbook to take 2 again later in the race. You might see more drivers take 2 in the final stop of the race versus what you saw here, even though you did see 5 drivers do it. Especially depending on how long Blaney is able to stay out in front for. The longer that 12 car stays out in front of those 2 tires, the more likely we're to see more cars take 2 tires during these next and final 2 stops of the day. Little contact to look like between Harrison Burton, Corey LaJoie, and Christopher Bell. Bell got squeezed into the outside wall off turn 2 when they were 3 wide with cars underneath, and Bell now shoots the gap on that outside lane, went a little bit too far up the hill, up into the marbles, and now allows for Ryan Preece to get underneath him and challenge him for the 22nd place position. Denny Hamlin looking to the inside of Joey Logano for 3rd. Hamlin not able to pass Logano that time by, couldn't even stay underneath him either. The longer it takes Hamlin to pass the 22, it's going to allow Busch to pull away. Kyle Busch, that last lap was about a 1/10.5 quicker than Ryan Blaney on the racetrack. He's cut the lead from 1.6 seconds back when he first passed Joey Logano, now down to about 1.3 seconds off the lead, so the 8 is coming. He was the fastest car in the long run back in Stage 1. Stage 2, though, not so much. Blaney was good all the way around, but those older left side tires on the 12 could hurt him the longer this green flag run goes, and we may even stay green for these final 28 laps of the stage. We'll just have to wait and find out. Your top 5 as of right now in Stage 2, midway through the race. Ryan Blaney has the race lead. He is 1.4 seconds ahead of Kyle Busch in second. Joey Logano is 2.3 seconds back in third. Denny Hamlin in fourth place is 2.5 seconds back. And Martin Truex Jr. is 3.3 seconds off the lead in fifth. So again, that is your top 5 with 27 to go in the stage. Logano still on the top. Hamlin just can't get by him on the bottom. I'm sure Hamlin would like to run the top, but can't do it with the 22 up there. It put him in too much of a dirty air bubble, and they continue to go backwards compared to the 2 cars in front of him. Joey was running in 5th place when that last caution came out, so as long as Logano can stay above 5th place, this 2-tire strategy seems to be the right call. It did help that there were other drivers that took 2 tires obviously behind him, and that obviously helped for Ryan Blaney too, because Busch is trying to overcome that deficit. It looks like he's still chipping away, because Busch was another 0.2 quicker that last lap than Blaney again, and the lead's down to just 1.2 seconds at the line. Busch has been consistently running 33.4 second lap times, or Blaney's been in the 33.5s and 33.6s. Denny Hamlin's also been a little bit quicker lap time-wise than Ryan Blaney and Joey Logano. William Byron in 5th place, though, on the other hand, who was the next closest driver of 4 fresh tires, ran a 33.6, which was actually slightly slower than Blaney's last lap, so not quite able to run quite as fast as those other drivers. So it looks like Busch and Hamlin quicker than the Penske cars as of right now, but as far as everybody else on 4, that is not the case. So the 2-tire call may work out here to the end of this stage for the 12 and the 22, at least as far as staying up in the running order. Although because Blaney was leading, I guess for this 2-tire strategy to work for him, he needs to win this stage, which could end up happening. He did end up winning a stage last week in the 600. It was actually his first stage win of the year up to that point, and then ended up winning the race. We'll see if he can do that same thing here today. Remember, Kyle Busch ended up winning stage 1, and Busch came into this race 10th in the point standings. In fact, hadn't won a stage this year either, despite the 2 race wins he had in the 7 top 10s with the 3 top 5s. A consistent year for Kyle Busch, but just no stage wins up to this point. Not a lot of stage points going for him. He seems to get good finishes, but pretty strong start to the day. Obviously having the track position with qualifying on the pole yesterday morning, and Kyle Busch, as of right now, is trying to run down Ryan Blaney for the lead, but again, 1 stage win apiece, it looks like, for Blaney and Busch as of right now. On a full screen commercial break during stage number 2, we went through the top 5 running order there briefly. We'll go through the full top 10 real quick. So I mentioned Ryan Blaney in the lead, Kyle Busch 2nd, Joey Logano 3rd, Denny Hamlin 4th, William Byron in 5th. Martin Truex Jr. is up to 6th after having that slow pit stop at the end of stage 1. Daniel Suarez is having a solid day quietly in the back half of the top 10. He's still in 7th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. moving forward now in the middle going to the race. He is up to 8th. Kevin Harvick has fallen back to 9th after running 4th prior to the last incident. And Alex Bowman, who took 2 tires on the last restart, has fallen back to 10th after the restart. But once he lost those 4 or 5 positions in that first lap or 2, he's kind of settled in where he is running right now and trying to hold off Ross Chastain for that final stage point to the end of this second stage, sorry.
Laps to go in stage 2. Blaney's lead over Kyle Busch now cut to 1 second, with Hamlin 2.3 seconds back. Let's take a Sunday NASCAR rank it up on FS1.
There we go. Crank it up. Down to 16 laps remaining in stage 2. Kyle Busch now just 9/10 of a second behind Ryan Blaney and slowly closing, although the gap he is closing at not quite as quick of a rate as what it was when he initially got to second place, passing Logano at the time. Logano during that last probably 10 lap stretch or so has dropped from 3rd to 5th. He is now 5.5 seconds off the lead. Denny Hamlin, who had gotten to 3rd place, is still not quite closing in on Kyle Busch. Busch was about a 10th quicker than Hamlin that last lap, and in fact, even race leader Ryan Blaney on the 2 older left side tires still faster than Denny Hamlin as well. William Byron is in 4th place as of right now. His lap time that last lap was actually quicker than Denny Hamlin. He's 4.2 seconds off the lead. So Byron quicker, really, than anybody on the racetrack that last lap. He was even quicker than Kyle Busch and Ryan Blaney. So maybe look out for the 24 car to maybe start chipping away a little bit, as he is really the only Hendrick car that has had any sort of speed today. He's the only one in the top 10, although Bowman has picked it up a little bit, as well as Larson. Maybe made some major changes to the cars through the first couple pit stops. William Byron, the only one that shows any sort of potential top 5 speed today. So Willie B's starting to get it done here in the middle going. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. has just passed Martin Truex Jr. for the 7th place position on the racetrack that last lap as well. So how about Ricky moving his way up through the running order after a solid run in the Coke 600 last week, as he got a top 5 finish, looking for another one today. Won the Daytona 500 at the start of the year. He's having his best career season to date for GTG Doherty Racing, even in his Roush years for that matter, as not only he's already locked into the playoffs with that win, but he's still 12th in the point standings coming into this one through the first 15 races, and has a chance to maybe get inside the top 10, considering that there's some drivers not that far ahead of him in points, having a pretty struggling effort here today that he is outrunning, like a Christopher Bell, who is 22nd place right now. Tyler Reddick's been outside the top 10 all day today, although he's up to 12th, not really struggling as much as he did earlier, but still definitely slower. Kyle Larson making his way around Alex Bowman for 11th place on track, and Reddick just there close behind the 2 Hendrick Chevys in front of him. Bowman down to the bottom. Reddick ended up moving his line at the last second to go to the outside with Bowman in the 48 right there, and it was a late decision that might have costed Reddick a little bit of time in the center of the corner. Larson going to pull away from the 48 just a bit more. I don't think he's going to catch Chastain for that final spot to get into the top 10 before the end of this stage, considering Chastain's got 4 tires. Larson did take 2, but so did Bowman. Bowman just not quite hanging on quite as well. Great job by Cliff Daniels, really, to make the call to making whatever adjustments they have to that 5 car to try to get it up to speed. He was in 30th place on speed at the very beginning of the race. He was battling a very tight condition in the center of the corner, but was kind of loose on entrance and exit. But whatever they ended up doing, they went onto pit road multiple times during that first caution of the race, or I should say really the second caution of the race during that stage break. And they have come to life all of a sudden, at least in 11th. And we'll see. Maybe he's got a shot to get up there in the running order in the final stage if he catches the right breaks, depending on where cautions could potentially lay out. Daniel Suarez has just entered the top 5 for the first time, as well as he passed Joey Logano a couple of laps ago. So Suarez now up to P5. Kyle Busch continues to close on race leader Ryan Blaney. We're down to 9 laps to go in stage 2. Got a playoff point on the line for the stage win, and obviously 10 points for the regular season standings on the line here as well. Now Busch is 10th in the standings, but Ryan Blaney came into today's race only 1 point behind points leader Ross Chastain. He already outscored him by 6 points in that first stage, so would have came in mathematically 5 points behind, or ahead of Chastain rather, to start stage 2. Ross is in 10th place right now, looking at 1 point, and Blaney looking at 10 potentially. Even if he gets passed by Busch here, he's looking at 9 points, so this is big. And speaking of which, Chastain actually just going to pick up another spot on Martin Truex Jr. for 9th place on the racetrack, as he has him cleared cleanly off of turn 4. One car's pretty much been in that 8th to 10th place position this whole race. I think his biggest highlight of the day was taking out Michael McDowell on that restart way back at the beginning of stage 2. Truex very, very tight off of turn 2. Almost ended up in the wall. Front of his car really bobbled around quite a bit. Almost overcorrected it. Alex Bowman, Tyler Reddick running door-to-door. Bowman with an aggressive side draft halfway down the back as he was really pinching the 45 down, trying to hold on to every position he can. Reddick is going to run him up the racetrack now as he clears him and forces Bowman to have to lift off turn 4 or he was going to end up in the wall. So I'm not sure what happened the corner before that, but they were aggressively racing each other there for that spot. Austin Cindric's lost quite a few positions from the start of the race, not keeping up with the Penske Fords. He started in the top 10. I think he was 9th at the end of stage 1, but now he is free-falling back to the 22nd place position after Christopher Bell has just passed him on the racetrack. Harrison Burton also has kind of fallen, not a Penske car, but a Penske-affiliated car for the Wood brothers. Burton was 14th at the end of stage 1, and I believe he is now currently in 23rd, right behind Cindric. So those two cars falling off. Obviously, Logano in this long run has dropped back to 6th. The two-tire call, maybe not the right one for Logano because he was 5th prior to the caution, but the right one potentially for Ryan Blaney. I mean, we don't know. Blaney could have taken 4 tires and he could be pulling away from Busch right now. We really don't know, but it doesn't look like it's going to be a loss for that 12 team. If anything, with him taking 2 tires now, it probably opens a strategy call for more drivers to take 2 tires, I think, especially those towards the front of the field to try to keep track position and maybe even for the 12 car later in the race if they continue to lead in the later going. Stenhouse catches and passes Logano for 6th, so that will drop the 22 car back to 7th place. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. on the move during this long green flag run. He's about 2 seconds behind Suarez, so he's not going to pick up another spot here in the final 5 laps of the stage. Ryan Blaney lapping another car, like BJ McLeod. Actually, no, the 15 car. JJ Yaley losing a lap. Blaney moving way up the racetrack, by the way. He has moved his lineup even further, and I haven't seen anybody really run that high up on the track other than Stenhouse the last couple laps, who seems to be making his way up. So maybe Jonathan Hassler, Blaney's crew chief, has radioed in, hey, maybe try moving up a little bit. Stenhouse is making up a lot of ground as a result of that. In fact, Ricky, that last lap was quicker than everybody but Ryan Blaney, and Blaney was 0.2 quicker than Busch that last lap after Busch got that gap down to about 0.8 of a second. Once he moved all the way up, though, he's starting to pull back away from the 8 car. 2.5 laps for Busch to try to mount a late charge in stage 2. Truex has lost another spot in recent laps and now is in danger of falling out of the top 10 and losing any sort of chance at a stage point in the second stage if Kyle Larson can get around him. As they work their way into turns 3 and 4, Truex going to give up a lot of the bottom. Larson really working the inside still very well. Maybe his car's not capable of handling the top. Whatever the case is, though, he is starting to make some headway, trying to get into the top 10 before the end of stage 2, leading into pit stops. Couldn't stay alongside the 19 car that time. We'll see if the 19 maybe moves down to try to protect the position. He doesn't do it there either. I'm quite surprised, honestly. He's not taking Larson's line away. Larson will get to the inside and stay there down the backstretch. A little bit wider exit to turn 2. It's a lot more narrow off turn 4, and I think that's part of the reason why we're seeing a lot more guys maybe be able to stay under cars on the backstretch versus the front stretch. We see it on both ends of the track, but maybe more so on the back than the front. And that has a lot to play into it. Turns 1 and 2 a lot sharper on entry than 3 and 4. But the exit of the corner is a little bit wider and less narrow of a straightaway than the front stretch is. Kyle Busch going to get to within about 3 car lengths of Ryan Blaney at the start-finish line, but that's going to be about it. Ryan Blaney will win stage 2 at Gateway. Kyle Busch second. Denny Hamlin third, William Byron fourth, and Daniel Suarez will end up rounding out the top 5 in this stage. 6th place was Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Joey Logano 7th, Kevin Harvick 8th, Ross Chastain 9th, and Martin Truex Jr. will round out the top 10, all receiving stage points in stage 2. We'll take a quick break here, and then we'll have pit stops on the other side. You're listening live on KRC on the YouTube channel. For more daily NASCAR content, be sure to like and subscribe, and we will get into this final stage here shortly. I will leave the poll open for these caution laps leading to the start of stage 3, and then I will close that poll out. Ask you guys who you think will win today's race between Kyle Busch, Joey Logano, Ryan Blaney. Blaney, Busch have been 1-2 the whole day. Busch won stage 1. Blaney wins stage 2. Blaney's led the most laps so far, but only 15% of the 255 votes and counting have taken Ryan Blaney to win today's race. I'm quite surprised. Kyle Busch, 37% of the votes, only 1% behind Other. Other is still leading. You guys think somebody other than Busch, Blaney, or Logano will win, which is surprising considering how strong the 12 and the 8 car seems to be here today. Blaney's probably been the hottest driver, not just because of his win in the Coca-Cola 600 last week, but prior to that, he had finished inside the top 10 in 6 of the last 7 races and has 4 top 5s in the last 6 races as well. Prior to the Coke 600, I believe he finished 3rd, 2nd, and then 1st, and now looking for a potential another win today. 3rd place at Dover. Had a 2nd place finish at Talladega, I believe, as well in that stretch, so he's been very, very consistent. And that's the reason why he's 2nd in points very quietly coming into this race. And as we run, he is the current points leader if the race finishes the way it is running currently. SC30, thanks for tuning in. Ryan Blaney, wreck. Need Busch payback. Oh, what? Payback? When did those two get into each other? I'm unaware of this. But yeah, it's been the Blaney and Busch show so far. And Denny Hamlin's been quietly in 3rd the whole race too. So, I mean, you never know about what he can do, especially if we get a late race restart. But it seems like you have to be on the front row in a restart. Unless you're hoping the top 2 just take each other out. That's really the only way. Or you get a good enough launch to go 3 wide to the bottom into turn 1. But I think that would only lead for the outside car to probably clear everybody, if I had to imagine. But pit road should open here very shortly, and then we will see our 2nd to last stop of the day. Remember, the fuel window is 70 to 74 laps. We will go green with probably in the ballpark around 95 laps to go. So this is not going to be the final stop. I'd imagine a lot of teams are probably going to take 4 tires now so they can take 2 later. The teams that take 2 tires now, they're not going to be able to take right sides only again the next time. So I probably imagine that they're going to end up all hitting pit road for 4 tires this time as a result. And then maybe you'll see 4 again versus 2. We'll see. We'll see. And I wonder if Blaney on 4 is going to be able to pull away from Busch if he gets a good restart. And obviously the pit stop's got to be pretty good as well. Keep that car out in front. They did not open pit road this time by, surprisingly. So they will run 1 more caution lap before opening the pits. While that is taking place during our Stage 2 break, as usual, we have some diecast showing. This guy is my favorite driver, but he also won last week's race, so I wanted to make sure that the diecast showing for this Sunday was going to be Ryan Blaney. I have a lot of them, obviously, but this is from 2020, I do believe, for this Advanced Auto Parts diecast. I might have shown this one on stream before. This is one of my favorites from him. I do need to get the Midnight Advanced Auto Parts black paint scheme. I do like that one a little bit better than this, but this is the one I've got for right now. But this one's still a pretty solid one. So Ryan Blaney Advanced Auto Parts 2020 diecast is what I have for the diecast showing at the end of Stage 2 for this week. And we'll see if Blaney can go back-to-back. The last time he won in the NASCAR Cup Series, he went back-to-back in 2021, winning at Michigan, following the next week up at Daytona for the regular season finale. So pit road is open this time. Blaney going to lead the field in.
Exit from his box.
And a great pit stop all starts with a great entry by the driver. He's got to put it right on the mark so the choreography of the pit stop can go down.
He was so lucky when that 6 car went a lap down.
All right, here we go, Jamie.
Daniel Suarez, the 99. Welcome to the top 5. It's been a rough 4 weeks for him, finishing 15th or worse. What a top 5 would do for this team. 4 tires here, good balance overall. Doesn't feel like he's as good on the long run as the guys around him. Ryan Blaney in the 12 said, just bottom line, keep me turning through the middle better. He's been tight. 2 tires for the 12, Regan.
Denny Hamlin in the 11 car, still needing to be tighter with that car. He's free in the middle of 1 and 2 and off of 2 in particular. And the 8 car, Kyle Busch, laps 15 to 18. It starts to get loose off, and then it starts getting tighter center after that.
All right, here's your race off.
Tyler Reddick going to win the race out of the pits, taking 2 tires. Surprised somebody did it. He was running outside the top 10, so I guess if somebody were to do it, it was going to be somebody running that deep in the field. So Reddick out in front for the first time today, coming up on the restart. That 24 team of William Byron, every week they have the fastest stops week in, week out. He was actually the first driver off of pit road that took 4 tires. So look out for William Byron, man. That picker never fails. During the 600 last week, didn't they gain like 20 positions on pit road? They won the race off of the pits almost every single time they had caution flag pit stops. So Willie B in that 24 team, they're after it again. They did beat Blaney out. Remember, they finished second to Ryan Blaney in the 600 last week as well, so maybe they have another 1-2 finish in themselves today. But Reddick will be the leader on the restart. I did see Cindric move back into the top 10 to 9th, gaining 13 spots on pit road by taking right sides only as well. But we know for a fact that Cindric and Reddick more than likely are going to have to take 4 tires with the next pit stop. I think the big thing they're hoping for is that we end up having green flag pit stops rather than pit stops during caution, so that way they can make the strategy pan out. Because if we have to pit under yellow again, I doubt that they're going to take right sides only for the second straight time. Alrighty. So I don't see anybody in the chat here over recent laps. We will close that poll off now as we're about to start stage 3. 259 votes. It was a very close poll, probably the closest we've had this season for who you think will win a race, and that's for really any series. I didn't realize my comment was still pinned from earlier too. I'll unpin that. But 37% of the votes, it was an odd number of votes, and I think 38% when I ended it was at other. So you guys think that somebody other than Kyle Busch, Ryan Blaney, or Joey Logano will win this week, which is surprising again because Kyle Busch and Ryan Blaney have been the top 2 cars on speed. They both split the stage wins. I'm surprised more people didn't vote for Blaney. Honestly, only had 14% of the votes. And then Kyle Busch at 37%, just 1% below, just 1 vote off of other, honestly. So very tight poll there. Joey Logano, 10% of the votes. He's been top 10 all day today, too. He was 5th at the end of stage 1, and at the end of stage 2, he was in 6th. Take a look at my fantasy team, see how that's going at this point in the race. By the way, that was the 2nd stage win of the year for Ryan Blaney. His first was last weekend in the 600. So I had Blaney finishing ahead of Reddick, Wallace ahead of Almirola, Cindric ahead of Gibbs, and Keselowski ahead of Buescher. I'm definitely going to lose to Keselowski over Buescher with the engine issues that Brad has had. But the other 3 are definitely obtainable. And I did have Reddick in the garage following what has happened. He has been outran up to this point by those other 5 drivers. Even though he is the leader right now in the ensuing restart, he didn't get any stage points today and took 2 tires. So I'm still pretty confident in having Reddick out of my lineup at least to this point, so we'll see how that goes for me. But yeah, this is going to be interesting to see how this is going to shape up here for the finish as we're down to 94 laps to go and counting down as we get later and later into this one. Blaney not being on the front row for the restart is going to be interesting. This is the first time that neither Ryan Blaney or Kyle Busch have been on the front row for a restart. I would imagine Byron will probably take the bottom, and I would assume that Tyler Reddick will take the outside. So I would have to think Blaney will be outside of row 2. It's probably his best chance to try to get the second. He doesn't seem like somebody that would try to take it 3 wide to the bottom, and I still don't know if that would necessarily work. We saw Chastain try to do that earlier and ended up causing a wreck between him and the 34, although Chastain's still in the race back in the 12th place position. They've gotten the 1-to-go signal this time, and I was correct with my assumption that Reddick on the outside of the front row, that's been the... I mean, really, you can take off well on the bottom. I think the initial fire out of the restart zone is where the outside is more preferred, especially off the exit of the corner as well. But you can hang on to the bottom for a couple laps. We saw Blaney actually beat Busch on the bottom last time they were head-to-head on the restart, but it took him about 3 laps to clear him. And then William Byron in the 24 car, He'll be on the bottom, though, this time. I think the big thing is Reddick having 2 tires versus everybody else on 4. Can he fire off as good as the 24 car underneath him? That's one thing that William Byron has been good at this year on top of pit road with that 24 team is the restarts. Because of how fast they've been on pit road, they've been on the front row for a lot of restarts this year, so he's only getting better and better at his restart craft and getting through the gears as quickly as he can without sliding the rear tires. And we'll see if he is going to be able to do that again here today as he battles Reddick. Might have this race finish under the lights, maybe not after that hour 45-minute lightning delay that we had at the beginning of the race, but needless to say, the final stage will go on, and we will see a checkered flag waved at the end. Green flag is back in the air. Couple cars pulling out of line, 3 wide further back. Kevin Harvick, Daniel Suarez trying to make moves on each other, but it looked like Suarez was able to throw a successful block. Blaney got boxed in behind Reddick, who did not take off well into turns 1 and 2 on those older left side tires, allowing William Byron to get to the race lead. Blaney is now battling for 3rd place with Denny Hamlin after that lost track position. And now Hamlin's boxed in with Reddick still in the outside lane. Blaney having to deal with dirty air for the first time in this second half of the race, really. Byron leads his first lap of the day at the start-finish line. And the longer Blaney and Hamlin run side by side, the more it's going to allow Reddick and Byron to pull away at the front of the field. Hamlin's so close to clearing Blaney in the middle of 1 and 2, but he's not able to do it there. And Ryan Blaney continues on, and he is going to barely be able to hang on to the left rear corner panel. It looks like barely, meaning Hamlin staying to the inside of the 12, powers through the center of the corner. What a move by Denny Hamlin as he moves up to 3rd, completing the pass on Blaney through turns 3 and 4. Kyle Busch still has a handful of Daniel Suarez, who's underneath them, and now Stenhouse and Logano go door-to-door into turn 1 with Joey to the inside of the 47. They battle for 6th place behind him. Logano slipped up off the bottom a little too much, couldn't stay underneath. The 47 had to lift to keep it off of him, and now Kevin Harvick challenges Joey for the spot. 0.2 of a second lead at the start-finish line that last time by for Byron, though Reddick had a mishap off turn 2. Denny Hamlin's closed the gap on him as a result, and Hamlin's going for 2nd. Denny Hamlin for 2nd place on Tyler Reddick. Hasn't led a lap today, but he's been in the top 3 all day. Is that 11? Gets by his own car. Reddick going to let him go. Blaney now trying to make a pass on Reddick. Gets to the inside and hanging in the left rear corner panel now. He'll have a 2nd go at the 45 car. Logano on the bottom lane. Glad to have the 4 fresh tires back on his race car. He's going to try to make up some of that ground he lost on the 2-tire strategy back in the last stage. Blaney still cannot make the pass on Reddick. Reddick really crowded him getting into 3, and Reddick is going to be clear. Suarez is almost clear of Kyle Busch. Busch chases him all the way down the front stretch, down towards that inside wall, just trying to hang on the right rear corner panel and side draft him. But to no avail, as Suarez will pull clear off of turn 2. Busch to the back bumper, and now Kyle with the crossover, and he'll be on the inside into the next corner. Ryan Blaney for the 2nd straight lap gets to the inside of Reddick into turn 3 for 3rd place. This time, he's going to charge the center of the corner, but still not going to be able to clear Reddick. They'll be door-to-door off of turn 4 this time. Blaney knows he's got to go. Top 2 starting to check out. He's about a 1.5 seconds off the lead and hasn't really had a lot of long-run speed today. Easily, though, Reddick is finally going to drop back into 4th as Blaney clears him. It's amazing how much the 12 car really drove it in, getting into turn 1 that time, trying to make sure he was going to clear Reddick. Drove it in so deep that not only he cleared the 45, but he still lost a couple tenths in that corner to the leaders in front of him. But he had to clear that 45 car as soon as possible because he was losing track position. We are down to 87 laps to go in this race. Following the restart, William Byron leads by 0.8 of a second over Denny Hamlin. Tyler Reddick is in 3rd. Ryan Blaney is in 3rd. Tyler Reddick is 4th. Kyle Busch in 5th. Daniel Suarez 6th. Joey Logano is in 7th. 8th place is Kevin Harvick. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 9th, and Kyle Larson is in 10th. Martin Truex Jr. in 11th. Alex Bowman 12th. Michael McDowell 13th. Great recovery for him after that spin and backing it into the wall earlier. Bubba Wallace is in 14th. Austin Cindric 15th. Austin Dillon in 16th. Christopher Bell 17th. Ross Chastain 18th. Chris Buescher 19th, and Eric Jones is 20th. Eric Almirola in 21st, Ty Gibbs 22nd, Harrison Burton 23rd, Todd Gilliland 24th, and AJ Allmendinger is 25th. 26 is Corey LaJoie, Justin Haley 27th, Ryan Preece 28th, J.J. Haley 29th, and Noah Gragson is 30th. 31st is Ty Dillon, B.J. McLeod 32nd, Greg Galding in 33rd. 34th place is Brad Keselowski, Chase Briscoe 35th, and Carson Hocevar with the brake rotor failure will finish last today after running in the top 16 at the time of his incident back in the early going of Stage 2. Man, massive shot to the back of the 54 car of Ty Gibbs. Couldn't tell who that was that bump drafted him. Maybe the 38 of Todd Gilliland, and it was. They tried to work their way around Allmendinger, who's lost a lot of track position. AJ qualified in the top 12, was top 10 early at Stage 2, but ended up moving backwards, and he is now well outside the top 20. Cindric, who took right side tires only during that last pit stop, restarted 9th. He's lost 10 positions since the restart, as Eric Jones will pass him for 18th now. And Ross Chastain also lost some time in that last restart, from 12th back to 17th place. A net loss of 5 positions. Kyle Busch trying to work on Tyler Reddick right now. And Ryan Blaney, those last couple laps, actually that last lap was an identical lap time to that of Denny Hamlin in second. Hamlin was about a 10th quicker, though, than William Byron. Byron hasn't been up, obviously, in the lead at all today, so he's got the clean air advantage, but he hasn't quite looked quite as quick as the 11, the 12, and the 8 car today. Busch obviously taking the longest to get around Reddick since the restart. Hamlin got by Reddick pretty quickly, and I'm sure Reddick probably let him go, knowing the Toyota backing he has. Hamlin being his team owner there and knowing he had fresher tires. It probably was going to be an easier battle for Hamlin getting around the 45 than what it was going to be for Blaney or Kyle Busch up to this point. There's about a 1 second interval time between Hamlin and Blaney. Blaney was about a 10th quicker than Hamlin that last lap, and William Byron picked up a little bit as he was about 500th of a second quicker than the 11. 80 laps to go at Gateway in the NASCAR Cup Series. Once again, William Byron leads, Denny Hamlin second, Ryan Blaney third, Tyler Reddick fourth, and Kyle Busch is still in fifth. That lead has trimmed down to about a half a second between the 24 and the 11 car up to this point. Kyle Larson back in the top 10 as well, in the 10th place position following the restart. Just got by Martin Truex Jr., it looks like, on track. Once again, be sure to hit that like button, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Our goal is 200 likes on the stream. We're at 161 right now. Appreciate it for everybody watching throughout the course of the race, sticking through that hour 45-minute red flag period we had for Lightning earlier. David Bowling, thanks for tuning in here recently. Marvin Davis as well, welcome into the stream. And we will see who is going to get up there in contention for this one. Cindric still losing spots. Chris Buescher going to get around him. It looks like Harrison Burton's working his way around him as we speak as well. Hamlin within 0.4 of a second of the race leader. It was about a 10th of a second, quicker than Blaney again that last lap as well. Kyle Busch to the outside of Tyler Reddick. That's going to be the easiest way to get around the 45 car, is to get to the outside lane rather than the bottom, and Busch is finally able to get by, but by the time Busch finally passed Reddick, he is now more than 4 seconds off the race lead. So he's definitely lost quite a bit of time. What Ryan Blaney needs is the 11 to get to the 24 and then take forever to pass him so he has the chance to close in, because the quicker Hamlin gets by Byron, the worse it's going to be for Ryan Blaney. But Byron not going to give up that track position as easy as possible, and as Hamlin closes in quicker behind Byron, Blaney another 10th quicker. Even though Hamlin's still 0.4 of a second off of where William Byron is on the track right now. Full screen commercial break. Again, your top 10. William Byron out in front by 0.4 of a second over Denny Hamlin. Ryan Blaney's 1.3 seconds back in third. Kyle Busch is 4.2 seconds back in fourth, and Tyler Reddick is 4.8 seconds off the lead in fifth. Daniel Suarez is sixth, Joey Logano seventh, Kevin Harvick eighth, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. ninth, and Kyle Larson is 10th. That rounds out your field here in this one with 76 laps to go. Been following Kyle Busch since he ran Legends of the Bull Ring at Vegas. Oh man, so you're a long-time Kyle Busch supporter. It's cool to see. Feel like this race is gonna go to the final 8 laps. Oh, you're saying like the green flag run, so you're saying 4 tires is the best way to go? I see what you're saying now. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. We haven't seen green flag pit stops today because of how short stage 1 was. It was only 45 laps. They didn't have to pit. And then stage 2 having the caution right in the halfway point of the stage, that we may have seen pit stops open up, but we didn't actually get to them yet. If we do have a long green flag run where they have to pit for fuel in the final 20 to 30 laps of this race, it's going to be interesting to see if anybody even takes tires. Maybe some drivers take 2. And we'll see exactly who will be able to capitalize off of that. I'd say if you're out in front, you may consider going fuel only, but then you run the risk of going fuel only, potentially getting a caution, and then you're kind of going to be stuck behind or in front of guys with much fresher tires behind you, because you are having to ask about 90 laps out of your tires to the end of the race. So that's quite a bit. I think right sides is at least the way to go. We saw Blaney during the 95-lap second stage win the stage by going with only right side tires. So I think 2 tires is good. No tires is a bit more of a gamble. You're just hoping it stays green to the end, but it will save time because you're only going to need 20 to 30 laps of fuel to top off to make it to the end. And even 30 laps may be a little generous. Again, we went green with about 90 to go, and the fuel window 70 to 74 laps. So I would imagine we'll probably see guys stay out of the pits until right around 20 laps to go at the longest before they're going to have to pit. Troy, thanks for tuning in. It's up at the 48 and the 8. Kyle Busch is still fast. He just lost track position. Slow pit stops has kind of hurt the 8 car because he was right there with Blaney on speed, but took him a while to get by Reddick. Clean air is just a big factor on these flatter racetracks with the next-gen car. I mean, that's a big thing. Very difficult to make passes as a result. And a lack of cautions and restarts have made the passing even more difficult because the field hasn't been bunched together too many times so far today. Getting to see these longer green flag runs play out, but we haven't seen green flag pit stops yet, though. Had cautions pretty much within that 40 to 60 lap increment on a consistent basis today. Daniel Suarez moving back into the top 5 as he gets by Reddick for 5th. And he's more than 3 seconds behind Busch. And Busch has been running quicker than Byron, but not quite as quick as... Actually, that last lap, Busch was the quickest on the racetrack. He was quicker than the 12 and the 11. Blaney's slowly closing in, though, on Denny Hamlin still. That last lap, he was a couple hundredths of a second quicker. He's cut the lead down to 1.1 seconds. I think he was 2 seconds off the leader. No, he was 1.6 to 1.7 seconds back when he initially passed Reddick. So he has ran down Hamlin a little bit. And Hamlin got to within 0.4 of a second of Byron, but hasn't gotten any closer. In fact, Byron a little quicker than the 11 the last 2 laps. Hamlin has had to move to the bottom of the racetrack where he's not able to run quite as quick of lap times. But that's the way he needs to run to get clean air on the nose. He's going to be faster in the middle of the corner, but the exit of the corner, he's not going to have the speed. With the 24 running the outside. Logano and Reddick now battle for 6th as Reddick continues to go backwards. Again, I believe he was 12th or 13th at the end of that last stage. Alex Bowman is battling right now for 12th place. Great recovery by Christopher Bell, who was outside the top 20 on speed in that last stage. They've made some massive improvements to that DeWalt 20 Toyota, and they have now recovered at least into the top dozen, and maybe has an outside chance to still get a top 10 finish. He was only about 2 seconds behind Larson, who holds the 10th place position. Obviously, he's still going to end up having to get around Truex as well, but if he pulls up on him quickly with them being teammates, he might just let him go pretty easily. And Larson's in quite a big battle right now with Stenhouse and Harvick, who are closing in behind Reddick as well. So there are about 4 cars bunched up within about a second of each other in the back half of the top 10. So it could get pretty racy there over the next handful of laps. Maybe it allows Truex and Bowman to try to close that gap back in again, to potentially get a top 10 finish.
Big part of it, he also just said, I burnt the rear tires off. Jamie?
And a couple spots behind him, Alex Bowman in the 48 started this race 18th up to 13th now. When they put 2 tires on it, he lost all the handling, so they brought him in that last stop, put 4 tires on it, made adjustments. But I talked to Alex about his comeback last week after missing a few races with that broken vertebrae. He said, I was fine in the race car, but I was sore all week long, and I did not expect that. He said, I've been stretching, but there's nothing else I can do. In the car, I'm fine, but I know this next week is going to be soreness.
All right, thanks for the update. Kyle Larson has broken into the top 10, trying to gain a couple more spots.
Somebody's in the wall again. It's Reddick. I saw it right in front of those guys. Saw the smoke. I think it's the exact same situation. Now, he was a 2-tire guy here, but I think you're looking at the same exact thing, running 7th, just like Carson Hocevar. I saw the smoke in those guys' screen there, and man, sure enough, Reddick.
Now this caution is a break for William Byron. On the team radio, they had a concern that he might have a right front tire rub for the 24.
Maybe working his way through some of that lap traffic. I don't see anything.
Okay, here he comes down.
Oh, yeah.
Exact same thing as Hocevar. I'm going to tell you, that's a brake rotor as well.
Just a violent explosion right there. And look at him hugging that wall.
Look at the shrapnel coming out from behind there.
That's so smart of those guys to hug that wall and not go up into it at an angle.
Takes me back to Pocono a long time ago. Jimmy Johnson had the same thing happen. Spun down below. Man, it was the worst wreck I think I've ever seen. It was right in my lap.
Jamie?
Well, you see the 45 of Tyler Reddick. They just told him to bring it down into the pit box. Let's get tires on it, and then we'll take it back to the garage. But he certainly confirmed what you guys saw, brake rotor explosion there.
Man, he was the one needing a caution. Didn't need to be the caution.
So a brake rotor failure on Tyler Reddick while he was running in the 8th place position on the front stretch. Same spot we saw Carson Hocevar also have a brake rotor failure. Now that was a Chevy earlier and a Toyota this time, so manufacturer really has nothing to do with it. A lot of it is just the amount of brake pressure these drivers are applying on a faster racetrack. Remember, we don't go to a track this big on this flat of a racetrack. Again, Phoenix, 1 mile track, pretty flat for the most part, has more banking really than Gateway. New Hampshire, slightly flatter, more symmetrical on both ends of the racetrack, but maybe not as fast because it's about 1/3 of a mile shorter in length than this track here in St. Louis. So that definitely pulls into effect why we're probably seeing brake failures today. We didn't really see it with the next-gen car in the New Hampshire race last season. Now, I will say we did see some brake rotor failures last year. Remember, Kevin Harvick ended up wrecking very late in the going because of a brake rotor failure, which set up that green white checker overtime restart in which Kyle Busch and Joey Logano dueled each other for the win. Logano did get the win that day, so we could set ourselves up here. We're going to have a little over half of this final stage still remaining, but maybe a bit of a concern taking 2 tires, considering that you have to apply more brakes. And Reddick on the 2 tires just had that brake failure, so it'll be questionable. The option will be there. And you'd have to imagine, I mean, it worked for Ryan Blaney in the last stage. He may be willing to do it again. But he has to hope that more drivers take 2 tires behind him. He was very fortunate that he had 4 other drivers that restarted on taking just right sides only as well. We will see what will be the call. We haven't seen a lot of fall off in general in this race. We are down to 63 laps to go. Pit road should be open this time by. Oh boy. Yeah, probably the final stop. Definitely the final one for fuel. FEMA Camp, thanks for tuning in. Up to 169 likes on the stream so far as well. Let's try to get that up to 200 before we get to the checkered flag of this one. Again, we are still at 63 laps left under caution after a brake rotor failure for Tyler Reddick. Good thing he was in my garage in my fantasy team. So everybody else on my fantasy team's been in the top 10 the whole day. They're all 1 through 5 at the end of stage 1, I remembered, and it looks like they're all in the top 10 still right now. 4 of them in the top 6. Truex is in 10th. He was running, he's kind of been pretty much 8th to like 12th most of the second half of the race. Leaders are on pit road.
A lot of discussion, Clint, on 2 or 4 tires. Travis Mack and Daniel Suarez going back and forth. They think, though, 4 tires will probably be the call here. The 12 of Ryan Blaney said, let's take a big swing at it here. Let's get on the other side of it. Free me up. Get me to turn better so we can win this race. 4 tires there. Regan.
William Byron's crew is pretty good. His race car is also pretty good right now. Just a little free and clean air for him. Said to leave it alone in the 11 of Denny Hamlin. A little bit better from the last run. Just still needs that little bit of late exit grip.
Kyle Larson, 2 tires, 7 positions gained on pit road. Michael McDowell, another 2-tire change, picks up.
So there you have it, Kyle Larson. Hey, Cliff Daniels, make the call to take right sides only. Gained 7 positions on pit road as a result, and he will be the leader. Denny Hamlin, his pit crew. They haven't been in the spotlight for good reasons most of the time, but this one, they were the fastest pit crew on pit road that took a 4-tire stop that last time. They beat out the 24 and the 12 team. And I do believe Ryan Blaney got beat out by the 24. He had a slightly faster pit stop than him, but because the 11 was in between the 24 and the 12 when they came onto pit road, I think that was enough of a gap that Byron still beat Blaney out because Blaney's pit crew was about 0.6 of a second faster. But Denny Hamlin had the fastest pit road time there, and unless he had a pit road speeding penalty, he is going to be the leader of the 4-tire brigade at least. Again, Kyle Larson will actually be the leader on the restart. This is the first he has led all day today. Hasn't even really been above 10th in the running order today until now, but taking right sides only in this race. Now, in the last restart, Tyler Reddick restarted on the outside of row 1 on older tires, and was not able to hold on to the race lead. Byron cleared him by the exit of turn 2. So on older tires, will Kyle Larson take the outside of row 1? Again, I would have to imagine he would. It's been a preferred lane today, and if he does, is that going to allow Denny Hamlin, who will more than likely be on the inside of row number 1, giving himself a shot to try to beat the 5 car? Michael McDowell also took right side tires only, so that is worth noting. He will be in 5th place on the ensuing restart. Second time that he has done that. Last time he ended up getting wrecked by Chastain. Good news is for McDowell, Chastain's back in 24th, so you won't have to worry about the 1 car wrecking him this time. He did take off pretty well on the last restart. I don't really think he did anything wrong. Definitely more of a racing deal, being 3 wide on a flat track like this, going into the corner, definitely was the cause of the incident. He didn't really crowd the 1. The 1 didn't really I guess technically he overdrove the car because of how flat he was going into the corner. He clipped the curb, which kind of knocked him up into McDowell in the first place, but more fault on the 1, I'd say, than the 34, but it wasn't as blatant, I guess, as we've seen in recent weeks, or really over the last calendar year with the 1. Reddick Biffle, thanks for tuning in. Hocevar, unfortunately, he did have brake rotor failure. He was in 16th at the time, and then Reddick was in 8th at the time of his brake rotor failure. Reddick had 2 tire stop, and then Hocevar did it earlier. I think he was on 4 tires at the time. Counting on another yellow, you talk about Larson's crew, potentially. We'll see. Kind of the story of Kyle Larson's season, though. He's been in contention to win races almost every week. This week, not the case, but because of a strategy call, maybe he does have a chance after all, as we are down to just 60 laps to go.
Further details when they become available.
Always a scary situation on these tight pit roads, any pit road.
That stop being treated by the...
That's amazing.
Just that. We have a man down on pit road. We believe it's from Eric Jones' crew. Went down during that stop, being treated by the AMR safety team on pit road at the head end of pit road, pit stall number 2. And we'll give you further details when they become available.
Always a scary situation on these tight pit roads, any pit road. It's not necessarily just because it's tight, it's just a lot going on down there. You have a caution like that with a lot of cars in the lead lap, it's just a lot going on pit road.
2 laps down.
Tough to hear. It sounds like a pit crew member on Eric Jones's pit crew injured during pit stop, so hopefully he is okay. They're stretchering him into an ambulance as we speak, so that is why we are still running some caution laps. Pretty quick stop there by Denny. Beat the 24 out by quite a bit. And Kyle Busch actually beat the 24 out as well. He had that number 1 pit box after qualifying on the pole, so that worked out in his favor here on what is more than likely the money stop for this race.
They said, so we're not sure on the injury bar.
Working, and Jamie.
Yeah, just an update on the injured crew member for Eric Jones's team. It's the front changer, Thomas Hatcher. So he was on the outside of the car. They just told me that the 3 of Austin Dillon cut inside the yellow box and clipped him, hit him actually head on, square, they said. So we're not sure on the injuries right now. He was put in the ambulance, and we'll get further updates for you, Mike.
Thanks, Jamie. NASCAR has been working to cut down on teams cutting through the pit box immediately behind them. You'll see the orange lines at the corner of the box, and cars are supposed to stay outside of that orange triangle and not interfere with the stop of the car right behind them.
Looks like the racers do look after one another, Mikey.
Speaking of Tyler Reddick.
Slight. You know,
Tyler Reddick with Regan Smith.
To get a little soft. Not quite soft enough for me to just totally bail out on our 2-tire strategy there, but I was concerned with the amount of laps that we had left that I was gonna have to start really giving up some entry speed into 1. So I had a bad feeling that could be the outcome if I kept pushing hard. I should have just been on top of it a little bit more. Definitely had some signs of it happening, but obviously when it goes like that, you lose all brakes. So you just try and hang on and find the wall so you don't pound the thing. Thanks, Tyler.
He did just that.
So Larson will be on the outside of row 1. We're going to have 57 laps to go when we get back to green flag racing, this time by the pace cars on pit road. Hamlin to the inside of row 1, going to try to overtake Larson on the restart. Kyle Busch on the outside of row 2. Byron and Blaney on the inside behind Hamlin. Green flag back in the air on what could potentially be the final restart of the day. Cars are fanning 2 and 3 wide out as they work their way into the corner. Suarez underneath the Penske Fords of Blaney and Logano. Logano gets out of the gas to let the 12 car in. Byron slides up the hill almost into the side of Michael McDowell, and still side by side for the lead between Hamlin and Larson in the backstretch. Busch going to push the 5 car clear down into the corner. Larson cuts to the inside to try to block Hamlin. Busch to the outside for the race lead as Larson was more worried about the 11 car. He gave up the outside for Kyle Busch. Busch is going to be out in front at the start-finish line. Now can he clear Larson? Down into turns 1 and 2. Kyle Larson is not going to be able to keep pace with Kyle Busch, and Busch is going to be clear. He is out in front And it looked like he may have actually overdrove the center of the corner because Larson's still underneath him on the backstretch. Busch went maybe a little too far wide. Hamlin's still in the mix. Larson has a second chance to try to get by the 8 car. Sliding around on the curbing on the inside of turns 3 and 4. He's going to try to work his way up, but Busch is still there, and they're still side by side for the race lead. 55 laps to go. Kyle Busch trying to get his way back out in front for the first time since winning stage 1. Doesn't go as wide this time in turns 1 and 2, and that's going to allow him to get a slightly better drive off with pinching the 5 of Larson. And just like that, Kyle Busch is back out in front. And now Larson trying to play defense on Denny Hamlin and Ryan Blaney behind him. Blaney took a little bit of time trying to get by Michael McDowell, who still remains in the 5th place position. Hamlin a little wider line than Larson, who was hugging the bottom of the racetrack. We saw Larson on the inside of the track most of the way through that last green flag run. He doesn't seem to be able to rotate the middle to upper groove that we've seen other drivers and some of the faster drivers in the race be able to run with their race cars. Oh, near crash on the backstretch. A couple cars got together there. Kevin Harvick and Bubba Wallace off of turn 2 as they work their way down into turns 3 and 4. 3 wide behind them now, with Byron being put in the middle of Bell and Truex. Boy, Byron's lost a lot of positions on this restart. He was on the inside of row 2, and now all of a sudden he has fallen outside the top 10. And really out of nowhere, the 23 cars in the top 10 excelling this time around. A lot of commotion going on back there, though. That kind of stalled everybody out from 10th on back. Top 9 really starting to pull away. Alex Bowman moving back into the top 10, up to 8th place, just in front of Ricky Stenhouse Jr., and right in line behind the 22 of Joey Logano. Larson still within 0.2 of a second of the race leader, Kyle Busch. Your top 5 following the restart. Kyle Busch leads, Kyle Larson 2nd, Denny Hamlin 3rd, Ryan Blaney 4th, and Michael McDowell is 5th. 2 Chevys, a Toyota, and 2 Fords. Mentioned in the pre-race that Ford was dominant yesterday in practice and qualifying. Toyota, probably the second manufacturer right behind it, but if there's one guy that can win this race today, it would be Kyle Busch in the 8 car. That isn't one of those 2 manufacturers, and right now in the late going, Kyle Busch leads this race with 51 laps remaining. Byron's still struggling with his car. Almost, actually, might have made contact with Austin Dillon. Dillon barely kept it off the outside wall. 24 car is just slipping backwards and just can't find a hold of his race car right now. He's free-falling all the way back to 15th. Ryan Blaney putting a lot of pressure on Denny Hamlin. They made some massive adjustments to try to loosen that 12 car up during the last pit stop, trying to help the drivability in the car, and we'll see if he'll be able to hold on to it over the course of a long green flag run if we don't get another caution the rest of the race. Larson is not able to keep up with Busch the longer this green flag run goes on those older left side tires. Larson hasn't been quite as good either. He was lucky to get back in the top 10 after some massive improvements to that race car and the handling side of things. Speed still not all the way there, but with this 2-tire strategy for Larson, if he finishes anywhere better than 10th, I think the strategy is going to work out for him. Gotta hope those brakes make it to the end of the race, and it's interesting to know if we might get any more brake issues the rest of the way. Ryan Blaney looking underneath Hamlin. Maybe he was there for a brief moment. Can't stay underneath the 11 car, though, and by the exit of turn 2, Hamlin going to pull the 12. Wallace and Harvick still going for that 10th place position on the racetrack. I think this would be 4 straight top 10s for Bubba if he can get a good finish here. It's the first time he's been in the top 10 today. Harvick has kind of faded back throughout the course of the race. At stage 1, he was 4th. And then he was about 6th or 7th at the end of stage 2, and now he's back in 11th place, so he's just kind of slowly slipping back as the race goes on. Still the highest running SHR Ford. In fact, the next closest is Almirola in 18th, who had a top 5 here last season, but has been nowhere near that in this year's race. Daniel Suarez having a solid run, carrying the banner for Trackhouse Racing today. Chastain outside the top 20, but Suarez in the top 5 once again as he passes Michael McDowell through turns 3 and 4. Joey Logano, very close behind the 99, follows him to the inside as he tries to get by McDowell for 6th. 47 laps to go at the start-finish line that last time by. Logano is there, rides the 34 up the track a little bit. Can't quite clear him this time. 1.1 second lead at the start-finish line that last time by for Busch over Larson as he is running the fastest laps on the racetrack. Blaney still very close behind Denny Hamlin. But the 11 and the 12 are losing track position to the 8 with racing each other. And they're still going to have to deal with Kyle Larson in second as well. The big question now is, will we stay green to the end of the race? Wallace and Harvick door to door off of turn 2. Harvick hanging on the left rear corner panel of the 23. Looking for a top 10 finish for both of them. They've already lost a couple seconds behind Stenhouse in 9th. Kevin Harvick will complete the pass to get back inside the top 10. Bell looking to the inside of Wallace now for 11th. Mentioned how poor Christopher Bell was running earlier in the race, but now all of a sudden has a potential top 10 car, very similar to Kyle Larson's situation. And this one wasn't running quite as bad as Larson in the beginning of this one, but was outside the top 20 on speed earlier on. And now he's outrunning both Wallace and Truex in the Toyota camp. Even Ty Gibbs. Gibbs was in the top 10 very early, but now he's back at 17th. Logano, Suarez battling for 5th. Joey's car seemingly coming to life all of a sudden. Had that two-tire strategy, lost a couple extra positions there at the end of stage 2 as a result. Couldn't stay up towards the front like his teammate Ryan Blaney. As he battles the 99, they're going to go up the hill. They're going to make contact with each other in the center of the corner. And Logano going to give the 99 a little bit of room on the front stretch. Going to go up trying to side draft him. Alex Bowman, meanwhile, trying to pass McDowell for 7th, just close behind the 22 and the 99. Joey definitely used Suarez up quite a bit there. Surprised both cars didn't end up in the outside wall. By the exit of the corner, you could bet Suarez has probably got a crowd. Oh, we got a car hard in the wall further back. Noah Gragson has destroyed the left rear of his race car. Our 7th caution of the day is out. And Gragson has crashed in turns 3 and 4. Violent impact. Got fluids leaking out of the left side of the race car. I almost wonder if he had a brake rotor failure and did not stay up against the wall like Hocevar and Reddick did earlier. Oh, and he did not. You could see the tire marks from the bottom of the track all the way to the wall. Vicious impact for Noah Gragson. We haven't seen the replay yet, but that looks like he hit a ton. He is still inside the race car. The window net is down. And hopefully Noah Gragson will be okay. And they are now showing the replay. Yeah, he definitely lost it going into the corner. I don't know if it was a brake failure or not. We'll have to wait to hear an interview from him, but it's tough to tell for sure. It's hard to tell for sure. He definitely lost control and backed up into the wall driver's side first, which is where all that damage on the left side of the race car came from. Completely destroying it. A tough rookie season for Gragson thus far. Him and Harrison Burton hovering right around in the points where all those drivers with the points penalties this season are sitting, like Chase Briscoe from a week ago, as well as earlier this season. The 43 car had a penalty. Obviously, Gragson had a penalty too. It's part of the reason why he is back there in the standings. He is walking into the AMR safety truck under his own power, which is good to see. After a very vicious crash. And they have stopped the cars on the back stretch for right now to try to clean everything up in turns 3 and 4. And I almost wonder if they have to fix the safer barrier potentially. And we may go under a red flag situation in this one. Track is definitely blocked with all the safety officials there for right now. And they are displaying the red flag. So it looks like they're going to have to do some maintenance to the outside wall in turns 3 and 4. which again has put us under red for the second time today. But this time because of an incident. We had a lightning delay earlier on. So 42 laps to go. Fox heading to a commercial break. Your top 10 at the time of incident. Kyle Busch leads. Kyle Larson second. Denny Hamlin third. Ryan Blaney fourth. And Joey Logano is in fifth. Daniel Suarez is sixth. Michael McDowell seventh. Alex Bowman eighth. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. ninth. And Kevin Harvick is 10th. Above average Ford Fiesta, thanks for tuning in. Country Haley 33, thanks for tuning in also. The race is on Fox Sports 1 today. Steve Lynch pulling for Kyle Larson. Thank you for tuning in. And I think that's it for anybody new that has joined the chat here over recent laps. Around 172 likes on the stream. Any updates on the pit crew member? I have not heard anything yet, no. There was a pit crew member from Eric Jones's crew that I guess got hit by Austin Dillon on pit road during the last set of pit stops. I don't think we're going to see any pit stops, at least for the drivers at the front of the field here. But brake rotor failures have definitely sparked more commonly here in the later going of this race. As the equipment starts to wear on. Once again, next weekend, the NASCAR Xfinity Series and the NASCAR Cup Series head to Sonoma. Xfinity race will be on Saturday with the Cup race on Sunday. Start times for live commentary streams will look like this. We'll pull up the schedule real quick while we're under a red flag period. Nope, that's the wrong schedule. That's this week's schedule. Richmond. That was weird. Let's look here. Our Cup Series live commentary stream next weekend from Sonoma will begin at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So again, 3 p.m. next Sunday, live commentary for Sonoma's Cup race. That will be on your local Fox affiliate, and it will be the final race on Fox this season. Yeah, it looked like the brake rotor did fail on the 42 car before entering the corners. They show a zoom-in replay. Some smoke popping out of the front of the race car. So our third brake rotor failure, and really the only cautions for incident have come because of that, other than the spin from Michael McDowell off the front of Ross Chastain earlier. So once again, under red flag right now. And also once again, 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time next Sunday will be our live commentary coverage for the Sonoma race. The Xfinity Series race at Sonoma next Saturday, our live coverage will begin at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So out here on the east, it's going to be a late start, but out west it'll be a 5 p.m. Local start time. Guess it doesn't get dark till like 8:30, 9 o'clock anyway, so they'll have plenty of time to get that in. Plus they can race in the rain if they need. But 8 p.m. start time for next weekend for the Xfinity race, and then again Cup race on Sunday. Our coverage begins at 3 Eastern Standard Time. A lot of speedy dry being applied to the racetrack from the bottom of the groove all the way up to the top following a brake rotor failure from Noah Gragson in the 42. He did get out under his own power, and if we get an interview from him outside the Infield Care Center, you guys will get to listen into that. Christopher McComas, thanks for tuning in. There are some teams grabbing tires up for on the pit wall. Maybe we will see pit stops coming up here. I don't expect many drivers to take 4 tires, though. And it'll be interesting if anybody takes 2. I'm sure we'll see some drivers stay out, but this is definitely going to open up even more varying pit strategy as we approach the finish of this race here today for the running of the Enjoy Illinois 300. 173 likes on the stream right now. We've got around that many people still in the chat as of right now. So appreciate everybody that is watching. Be sure to hit the like button if you haven't already. We'll try to get that up to 200. We've already obliterated our goal of 150, but we'll try to get up to 200 here before the finish of this race. So definitely hit that like button. Let's get up to 200. Maybe, just maybe, we can break our record for the most likes in a single race this season. We got to get to 213 to break that. We are just shy of, just a little over, 40 away from that? See if we can break that.
Yeah, Boyer's trying to talk to you. Go ahead, Boyer.
Sounds like they're going to queue up Kyle Larson.
Well, I actually wanted to know what you were going to do, Cliff Daniels. Man, you boys have been all over the place. Fix this thing yet once again. This is 3 races in a row. You guys are getting pretty good at this. Starting at the back, getting this thing figured out. Now you have the track position. Now you got a gamble on your hands. 2 tires or 4.
Yeah, we certainly hate that, we haven't been closer to start some of these races, but huge credit to the team. Just battling through and getting the car fixed up. We've had to throw a lot of adjustments at it, but that's what this HinderCars.com Chevrolet team is made for. Guys have been tough, and obviously Kyle's done a great job with it. I'm sure some of this really wouldn't be possible without Kyle Larson behind the wheel. So, yeah, we'll keep battling.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see what you do here. Keep up the good work. Nonetheless, it's been effective. Great job so far.
Yeah, man. Thanks.
We've lost our communication with Larry Mack, but he is still able to text us. And Larry says that with less than 40 laps to go and 32 drivers on the lead lap, track position is so important. You have only 15 green flag laps on your tires. Larry thinks a lot of drivers will just stay out.
Yeah, and that was interesting because, hey, here's Dale.
And there's one of them.
By the way, that's what they did last year.
Yeah.
Remember, old Larry told us to have that stuff put up. It's already back of the holler eating ice cream. Do not even think about coming down pit road.
We know what Larry McReynolds would do. He would stay out. And when we first listened in on Larson, he was talking about choosing the inside or outside. That leads me to believe that they're staying out because he's going to maybe line up behind Kyle Busch on the outside instead of taking the bottom.
It's all because of the 2-tire stop, but it's all because of the teamwork. You heard Cliff Daniels talk about it, grinding these races out, figuring it out. Even when that team is down and out, somehow, some way, they can get the speed back into their car and get some track position gain, whether it's strategy or that guy behind the wheel.
Sounds like the firing engines up again.
I love the NASCAR racers down there on pit road. They're war rooms where all the engineers back in Charlotte are hanging out. They can't be in touch with the teams on pit road. We got Larry McReynolds. He just texts us and tell us what he thinks.
Don't you think that's
Jim Williams, Gary Williams, thanks for tuning in as well.
Without the connectivity of the internet and being able to transmit data back and forth, you're right. It's old school, and we're having to make old school choices here.
You know what else we wouldn't have been able to do today?
Find your phone.
Find your phone.
Now, each of the manufacturers has a war room on site to share data with their teams.
There's Ford's right there. I've been in there on the good side of a meeting and bad. There's Chevrolets right beside it.
How many guys are up in there, guys and girls, working on the plans for these race teams?
Well, usually when a manufacturer specific one like that, they're overlooking all the things, whether it's the engine data and stuff like that, things that they control. But the correlation between all the teams under that manufacturer, they certainly, know what's going on and see all that stuff.
Here we go.
Remember, some of that stuff's shared, some of it's shared to different levels than the others. They're the ones that usually dictate that on how they disperse the funding throughout each team.
Great crowd here. Every seat was sold. They announced a sellout a couple of days ago. And even on a hot day with a lot of sunshine, most of them want to stay and see how this turns out.
Bailey Zimmerman saying, Brothers Osborne saying concert. There's a concert after this race with Dierks Bentley.
Wow.
This track went all out to make sure fans had plenty of things to do.
Let's see what they do. They're getting warmed up. Well, they're going to...
All right, 9 minutes,
use them or
21
not.
seconds of red flag. It's the Confluence Music Festival. And Dirk Bentley getting ready to perform as the band is entertained by Noah Gregson's car being loaded up onto the rollback right in front of the stage.
Going to have to get Noah out of the way, or they'll be standing on top of that car.
The only person we know is going to come down pit road is William Byron, because that car dropped like a rock in this last green flag run, got tremendously loose, and he said on the radio didn't know why.
And a lot of those teams, they might be out there stretching, Clint, to make sure nobody knows what they're going to do. That might all be for show, acting like they're getting ready to come to pit road.
More than likely.
The only thing Byron's going to give up here is his string of top 5 finishes. He has enough wins in the bank that they can certainly come in and give up track position, take on tires, and we'll see how far back to the front he gets. But like to Larry's point, with 31 cars on the lead lap, if you're up in that top 10, you're going to think long and hard about giving up track position here.
Green light is on. Pit road entrance is open. Let's see what they do.
It's like
first few staying out.
First few have stayed out.
No takers yet.
There's one right there.
Alex Bowman, I think.
Bowman.
Yep, 2 cars in front of Byron, then Byron, and about half the cars behind him.
There's Byron, Truex, Wallace, Gibbs, Chastain.
That's what those guys at pitted want to see. Everybody, please come with me, because I'm ahead of you and I'll go out ahead of you. If a lot of the back markers stay out, just cost them track position.
But then you go back to Larson's conversation. All right, second place, still on a deficit on those 2 tires. This caution will change that. But Regan on the 24.
Yeah, Clint, they had to pit right here, the 24. You guys talked about how loose he was earlier. This run, though, he just said it's sideways, and I don't know why.
Martin Truex can win the race off pit road from Alex Bowman.
Back to Larson, though. Like you were saying, if you're Bowman, you pit, right? You show that you're pitting, you're looking in the mirror, man, I hope they come behind me. Larson, he didn't pit on that deficit of 2 tires. He liked that pad. There's a lot of cars behind him that didn't pit.
And he was holding them off. I mean, he was running really good on those 2 tires.
40 laps to go in St. Louis.
Well, there you have it, 40 laps left. A lot of the leaders staying out of the pits there. Alex Bowman from 8th place was the highest running to hit pit road. Not too many more drivers closely behind him followed. The top 15 cars stay out of the pits and will be on older tires. Everybody that did come down took 4, and that leaves everybody from 16th through 31st of those remaining on the lead lap that actually did come down to take 4 fresh Goodyears. So again, into the final 40 laps of today's race. Be sure to like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. We're going to take our final break and then bring you the finish the rest of the way following this. iRacing 413, thanks for tuning in. Just thinking Kyle Busch has it. We'll see. 1 second difference between Busch and, I don't know why I said that. They're under caution. Interval doesn't matter. Said that like they're racing at full speed right now. It's been a long stream. 2 weeks in a row we've had long cup streams. The 600, having a couple stoppages. We ended up, that stream was like 6 hours. Plus we had to do the Xfinity race just before and just after. And then with the delays to this cup race so far today, we have already clocked in at about 5 hours into this stream. So 2 cup streams in a row that we're going above 5 hours. We haven't quite hit the 5 hour mark yet. We're only a couple minutes away though from hitting it, and obviously with still 39 laps to go. We will approach that very shortly. So waiting for our leaderboard to update.
Car set down and blew the left front brake rotor, I think, out of it, and then at that point you're like, shit, what do I do? So tried to hook it through the infield. I've seen guys do it at Pocono. Obviously, once I went through the infield, I'm like, that's the wrong thing to do, but it's that or go head on into the fence. So tried to scrub a little bit of speed, but overall, just been a tough year. Thanks to Maury Gallagher and Jimmy Johnson and Mike Beam, everybody who's a part of this Legacy Motor Club team, Sunseeker, it's just been tough on us, and thought we were gonna have a decent day and ran on the lead lap the whole day, just nothing to show for it now. So going to probably one of my favorite places next week, Sonoma, and then I've been counting down the days till this off season. It'll be good to relax and regroup, but everyone's working hard. Thanks to everyone back at the shop, and definitely a hard asset.
Noah Gragson out of the race with 42 to go.
37 laps left on the restart. Kyle Busch will get the launch into the Geico restart zone. Green flag back in the air. Blaney on the bottom. Will he take it 3 wide under Larson? Yes, he's going to. And he is not going to be able to keep his nose there. Larson trying to stay door-to-door with the 8. The 11 all over the back of the 8. Slipped the rear tires and ended up having to lift. Blaney had to keep it off of the 11 car, as well as now he's playing defense with Daniel Suarez just behind him as they work their way down into turns 3 and 4. Busch is clear for the race lead. Suarez flatlines his corner entry to turn 3, trying to get to the inside of the 12. He's not going to be able to do so. Blaney stays in front of him, but lost a little bit of ground. And Joey Logano now sweeps underneath the 99 after he struggled to get off of turn 4. Clears him well before getting into turn 1. Same goes for the 34 of Michael McDowell. Remember, Larson has 2 older left side tires. And we've got trouble. Back of the pack, Christopher Bell is around. Caution flag is out again. Our 8th yellow of the race. And we'll rack them and stack them at least one more time.
That's back around that, first cars on 4 tires.
Bell was running in 11th place.
Oh, loose on the bottom was Cindric, and he got into Bell, and around Bell went.
Got loose once, caught it, got loose twice, and bounced off of him hard enough it turned him around. That was ahead of that 4-tire conversation, but just desperation setting in, right?
But whipping right around him when this happens is Martin Truex, who gained some ground.
There's the contact from Cindric.
Yeah, I can't really see much there, but definitely, I saw it hit once, hit twice, turned him around. That's unfortunate. Christopher Bell has passed a lot of cars today. Be frustrated with this.
Oh.
Hard hit. Enough to get him around. Trying to stay off of him, right? If you're Austin Cindric, that's not an on-purpose thing. That's just 2 guys going hard into the corner. You get loose, and once you do, the only way to correct it's turning up the hill. Unfortunately, Christopher Bell was there.
And this will put Mr. 500, Brad Keselowski, making his 500th career start today, back on the lead lap. He gets the free pass.
Wow.
His motor's struggling.
But he is gritting it out.
That's why you don't give up.
Right.
Larson's got to do it all over again. I don't think that was extremely aggressive driving by Kyle Larson to get that second position. I don't know that he can do it again.
All these cycles on the tires, your 2-tire deficit kind of goes away a little bit. Starts to match up a little bit.
I talked about a couple laps and get a caution for those guys that got tires. Martin Truex got 2 tires, and he's all the way up to the 11th place right now. So he did a nice job on that restart. You saw him whipping around the outside of Christopher Bell when that went down. He's putting himself in a pretty good position here with those fresher tires.
You got to pounce on them early, though. When these cars are balled up, you're talking about gaining a lot of spots still to get up into a winning strategy here, and it all is going to have early on the start.
So you see Truex there in 11th with fresh tires. Christopher Bell now, Bowman, Byron, Wallace. See how many spots they can gain in these final 34 laps.
Byron from 18th with those 4 tires. We'll see where he goes.
And back from Ty Gibbs, Corey LaJoie.
24th.
It's about as good as it's been, isn't it?
Restarted 30th, so there's a big gain right there. One of the cars that stopped for tires.
I'm impressed impressed with Michael McDowell holding strong, holding steady to what their game plan was. 2 tires, 2 tires, 2 tires. That car's, man, he's overcome a lot. Running 5th. It's a great day for them.
McDowell with a lot of road racing experience. So this situation today where the way they're driving with all the up and down shifting, it's like a road course with all left turns, probably sits right in his wheelhouse.
Yeah, we talked about that yesterday. And Austin Cindric, another guy with a lot of road racing experience, he's currently in the top 10. And Daniel Suarez won our road race out in Sonoma a year ago. Can't wait to get out there. Man, that's such a great event.
Still impressed with Stenhouse Jr. Been in the top 10 all day long. Again, goes back to Coke 600 last week. Same exact scenario.
He's the best car with fresher tires.
We have turned the shortest race of the year into about the longest race of the year.
We are racing into the evening here in the Midwest. I've had a great time, man. Thanks for having me up here with you guys.
Always fun with you, bud.
An update on Thomas Hatcher, the front tire changer for Eric Jones, who was injured on pit road. We looked at video. There was no contact from the number 3 car, but as he came around the front of the car, he and the tire carrier got tangled up as the car slid to a stop. He ended up on the ground, was helped to a stretcher. The team says he is awake and alert and has been transported to a local hospital for further observation and treatment.
That is such great news. So scary down there on pit road when something goes wrong. I know the one that wants to hear that news the most is Eric Jones, just knowing his comrade is okay.
And as we showed earlier, Tyler Reddick's front tire changer has come over to help out with Reddick out of the race.
Now watch row 6.
2! Watch 2! Watch that. Blaney was looking to the inside of Larson the last restart. You better watch 2 before you worry about 6.
We need to watch a lot of places because Martin Truex Jr. is going to be coming.
Watch Kyle Busch. If that car will stick going in, he's going to drive off the corner into the sunset.
That's what that car's been doing best all weekend long. He can drive deeper into the corner than anyone.
Well, here we go again. 31 laps to go, and we'll see if this will be the final restart of the day. Again, it's the Kyle and Kyle show on the front row with Larson down low and Kyle Busch up high. Blaney right behind in row 2 on Larson. Green flag back in the air. Blaney does not try to make a move 3 wide to the bottom this time. A couple other cars deeper in the field do. Larson is content with just trying to stay on the door of the 8 car of Kyle Busch. They'll be side by side on the backstretch. Larson all over the left rear corner panel of Busch as he tries to stay door to door. Hamlin's going to be cleared for 3rd on Ryan Blaney, who is now battling McDowell for 4th further back. Blaney with a second surge of momentum with a deep dive getting into turn 3, but Hamlin will win the race back to the throttle as they're side by side again. Kyle Larson for a full lap has been able to stay door to door with Kyle Busch. Can he get out in front of the 8 cars? We're down to 30 to go. And Joey Logano trying to battle up there behind Ryan Blaney. Blaney is going to be clear for 3rd on Hamlin. Logano to the inside of the 11. And meanwhile, at the front of the field, Kyle Busch is clear for the race lead on Kyle Larson. Hamlin and Logano still side by side for 4th. Logano on the bottom lane. Denny Hamlin on the outside lane. Ryan Blaney just a couple car lengths ahead of him in 3rd, trying to keep up with the 5 and the 8. Remember, it was Busch and Blaney who were the 2 fastest pretty much throughout the course of today's race. The 12 has to get by the 5 car as quickly as he possibly can. With Larson having the older left side tires, it is not going to be easy. Even with that being said for Ryan Blaney, because of how hard it has been to pass cars on the track today. Daniel Suarez and Kevin Harvick battling for 7th. Great recovery for Harvick after running just outside the top 10 a couple of restarts ago. Trying to work himself forward once more. And we have a car stalled out, which is going to cause yet another caution at the exit of pit road. The 15 car is stopped. That would be J.J. Yaley. And we have another caution, our 9th yellow of the race. And Kyle Busch will have to try to fend off Kyle Larson at least one more time. And Ryan Blaney will be the third place car, so it'll be interesting to see if he takes the outside of row 2 once again or the bottom.
Briscoe spent laps, many laps, well, 49 of them, in the garage making repairs.
Update on Willie B. He's up to 13th with those 4 fresh tires.
And they were 4 wide back there, Michael. It was, wow.
Oh, 4 wide, 3 wide. I saw a wreck twice in the 3 that just didn't happen.
Right.
Dive bombs.
That's what is going to happen.
That's going to, yes.
In fact, there's a lot of disagreement there. They're still not single file under caution. There's 4 cars that all think they're in about 21st place. NASCAR scoring will sort that out.
I can't get over this 5 car.
He was almost clear of Busch. Just so close off of 4.
And in our first stage, he was so close to going a lap down. He was running about last.
That's right.
And look at him. It's amazing.
All right, here again, laps on the tires, and that is pretty much the key statistic here. There's William Byron with just 14 laps, same for Martin Truex, Bubba Wallace, Alex Bowman, A.J. Allmendinger. But as you say, every restart lessens that advantage. Meanwhile, Kyle Busch is saying, how many more times do I have to do this?
And he's done it very, very effectively each time. And you don't expect anything else out of Kyle Busch. When he made that qualifying lap yesterday, Clint, he was so happy with the performance of his car, the job that he did.
Oh, J.G. Haley's in the 51, my bad.
Everyone else, and he's doing the same thing
I
now.
was thinking he was in the 15 again.
Patience. You know,
yeah, you're right. Greg Golding's in the 15.
Think about this race last year with him and Logano. It was a shootout after shootout, just like we're seeing right here today, finishing this race off. And Logano was the one that had the patience. Busch beat him on that restart. Logano was patient, went back up and passed him. That's what I see out of Kyle Busch today.
But that fella sitting on the pit wall after winning the pole was the happiest Kyle Busch I've seen in a long time.
I loved it.
And all of that carries over to knowing he's got the car to beat here.
And he knows he has the upper advantage. Kyle Busch knows what's going on around him. He knows that Larson's on 2 tires and knows that he has the advantage. That doesn't mean he knows if that 5 car gets in front of him, he can pass him.
And plus, he's got to know that that 5 car's got to keep that thing straight up under him. We know how easy it is to slip up, just like Austin Cindric just did.
But the thing I love about the line that Kyle Busch is able to run, he leaves plenty of room for him to do that. Doesn't crowd it down on his door, gives Kyle Larson plenty of room. He's able to keep the speed up there and beat him off of 2. He's beat him off of 2 every time so far.
Oh, look at the baby. He wants the baby to be on TV.
Got his wish.
Ah, baby.
Running out of hours on this one. Yeah, fix that. All right.
Hi, buddy. That's fun. Look, Dad. We're on TV.
Dad was bummed out too, and he fixed that. I love it. Awesome.
That is so fun.
LaJoy's on pit road.
Yeah, along with Brad Keselowski and Ty Dillon. They were some of those cars toward the back of the lead lap that were racing 3 and 4 wide. There might have been a bit of contact there to kind of sort out, make sure there wasn't a tire rub.
I saw Gibbs have trouble off of 2. I don't know if he got in anybody or what happened, but he really fell back, lost 5 or 6, 7 spots, just wham off of 2. So that doesn't surprise me to see Gibbs on pit road. Maybe LaJoy had the same problem. I saw right rear mark up on the right rear of his car.
Family day at the races.
You know, that's something those kids will think about for a long time to come. Being on TV, see their smiles.
So if we choose here, the restart will come with 23 to go.
In order to beat Kyle Busch, Blaney, Hamlin. They're going to have to get rid of Larson first. And he's taking the bottom again. Hamlin down there with him.
Do you think that's the right call? I mean, you know, it's Kyle Busch going to be hard to beat whether you start next to him or behind him. It's probably a better shot next to him, right?
2 times in a row, he's made it work. He's stuck in the second position, and that's all he could really. And he had a chance to grab the lead so close, as you called it, Clint.
Oh, that's definitely the right call. He's got a different guy behind him, though. Rolls first behind him in the mirror. Let's see if Denny Hamlin will try to put him 3 wide getting into the corner.
You got to get
the key is to get a good jump.
You got to get a good launch. That's what I was going to say, because they will take you 3 wide at this point in the race. A couple guys kind of got some etiquette early in the race where they don't do that as much. Now all bets are off.
Pay window. Say it with me.
Yeah, you like the pay window, don't you? It is open.
All right, pace car's got to run and hide here. We're going to restart with 23 laps to go. Kyle Busch, Kyle Larson on the front row. Keep an eye on.
So again, Larson and Busch on the front row for the 3rd consecutive restart. Hamlin and Blaney alternate compared to where they were the last 2 restarts. Blaney on the outside of row 2 and Hamlin on the inside of row 2 this go around. Green flag is back in the air. Busch has his hand out the window, signifying he wants Blaney to push him. Larson trying to stay on the door of the 8 car. Harvick trying to block the 3 of Austin Dillon. There was near contact back there. Busch chasing his car up the racetrack just a little bit. Ryan Blaney trying to clear the 11 of Hamlin. Larson is going to have to duck and hide behind Kyle Busch very quickly. Blaney was able to clear the 11 as well. 3 wide further back in the pack down the backstretch into turn 3. Martin Truex Jr., the first driver on 4 fresh tires. He's got McDowell and Harvick underneath him. 3 by 3 as they exit turn 4 just outside the top 10. Hamlin back to the inside of Blaney on the front stretch as they go door to door for third. Hamlin's going to clear the 12. The 12 quickly dive bombs down to the bottom, and we have another wreck. It's going to be Austin Dillon and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. both into the fence in turns 1 and 2. Our 10th caution of the race, and another one following one of these late race restarts. So this time Hamlin got by Blaney on the restart on the bottom when Blaney got by Hamlin the last go around. But nobody can get by Larson or Busch. Oof. It's like Cindric into the right rear of Austin Dillon, turned him up into the 47 of Stenhouse, and that's how they both ended up in the wall. It didn't really look like the 2 car cut down the racetrack. I have to see another replay first. 2 and the 47 were side by side, and then he just kind of got hung up on the 3. Had a big run, didn't lift going into the corner, was going to try to go 3 wide. I don't think Austin Dillon realized the 2 was there, and it just seemed like kind of a racing deal. Late move by Cindric, but it didn't really look like the 3 came up either. I think the gap just itself closed off quicker than Cindric was thinking it was going to as they were getting into turn 1. Top break for Stenhouse. He was in the top 10 all day today, up until that incident.
New tires, and Truex had a lot of steam. If we could run the rest of this race green, you might hear from those guys.
Byron was just ahead of this.
Austin Dillon just turns right up off the nose of Cindric, right into Ricky Stenhouse Jr.'s lap. It was bound to happen. We saw it in a 1 right there, but I mean, it was off a 2, into 3, off a 4.
All right, Cindric continues, and Dillon has made it around to pit road. Stenhouse will go on the hook.
Well, from our angle of that, Cindric was way down the track where Dillon was, and there was room to his right. But he could have just been trying to angle into the corner. And
that's right. Dillon needs to get an angle into the corner as well, and I feel like came up just a pinch to try to get his angle right. I don't think there was nothing egregious there on Cindric's part. He didn't hook him on purpose.
See up off the corner.
See Dillon actually brush the front or the rear bumper of Byron, moves way down,
and maybe tries
to come up a little.
He didn't have it.
It wasn't. That's just a bad deal.
Yeah, you can't blame any part of that on Austin Dillon.
Or really Cindric.
Well, if you're going to pick one.
They were coming on him pretty hard on the inside. I mean, or excuse me, on the outside, both of them. You know, every now and then you don't have to pick it. It's racing. You know,
that was racing.
That does happen.
Yeah, that was racing.
I want to thank now Stenhouse climbing out of his car. And the 3 of Austin Dillon is going to be held 2 laps because of an infraction on the DVP, damaged vehicle policy clock. Stenhouse has climbed out.
Here comes some more tires, Clint.
Yep. And a big thank you to our NASCAR on Fox crew, our cameramen working on little rest after a long, long Monday in Charlotte, which, as Nelson Hastings told me, is a really tough teardown. And this racetrack is a really tough setup. And these fellas, they don't have to just get you the pictures. They have to lug all that gear into position and then tear it down and pack it away so it can all go to Sonoma. And with the internet connectivity issues that we've had today, the track and the teams have had, thanks to all of our replay operators, we have limited capability there, and they've given you great pictures and replays of what has unfolded here through 10 caution flags. So they're trying to get Ricky Stenhouse's car hooked up and removed from turn 1.
Under caution following an incident involving Cindric Dillon, Austin Dillon that is, and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Waiting another restart where we're more than likely going to see Kyle Busch and Kyle Larson on the front row, with Kyle Busch on the outside and Larson on the bottom. That has been the case the last 3 restarts. I don't see why Kyle Busch would take the bottom lane, and I don't see why Kyle Larson isn't going to try it again. He stayed side by side with Busch for about a full lap a couple restarts ago. The last restart, though, quickly Busch was able to clear off of turn 2, and then Blaney actually cleared for 3rd quickly off of Hamlin, but Hamlin got back underneath him off turn 4, cleared him getting into 1 when the caution ended up taking place behind him getting into the corner, so Hamlin back into P3 again, did swap that position back and forth with Busch. As for Martin Truex Jr., he is still in 8th place. I think he restarted 9th on the last restart, so he only got 1 spot there on Michael McDowell, following a pit stop later in this race. He has the freshest tires of anybody in the top 10. And then Bubba Wallace also pitted the same lap as him, I guess, running in the 10th place position. William Byron rebounded to 11, so there are a few drivers on 4 fresh tires trying to work themselves now into the top 10 that restarted 16th on back a few restarts ago, but they're running out of green flag laps to try to get it done. I'd almost argue that the cautions are probably helping them get in contention because they could pass more cars probably in a restart than what they would be able to do on their own during green flag conditions, in my opinion, just because of how hard it's been able to pass with this next-gen car on the shorter/flatter racetracks, road courses as well, where we might see that problem come into play again next week at Sonoma. We'll wait and see on that one. Our Sonoma coverage next week on Saturday night for the Xfinity Series will begin at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and our Sunday coverage for the Cup race next weekend for Sonoma will begin at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So hope to see you guys right back here for that one. True Assassin 86X, thanks for tuning into the stream. Yeah, 5-hour stream. 2 weeks in a row, we've gone above the 5-hour mark. Of course, the Coke 600 kind of expected that with the pre-race going as long as it did, and then obviously with this one too. Last weekend we knew it was going to be one of the longer races of the year. This one, I thought it was going to be one of the shorter races of the year. Scheduled distance-wise it is. And it does look like they're under red flag again, with 18 laps to go. And I'm not sure if this is because of cleanup that they're under red, or what the case is. But we are under red flag conditions, it looks like, with 18 laps to go. When we come back from the commercial break, we will see exactly what the reason is for.
because they are repairing the Turn 1 safer barrier, which has really had a workout today. First Carson Hocevar, then Tyler Reddick, then Noah Gregson, all into the Turn 1 wall, and now Ricky Stenhouse and Austin Dillon. So NASCAR and track officials making repairs there to make sure that that safety system is intact.
So you remember, these safer barriers are steel. That's a steel wall. They're square steel tubing. And it looks like the seam broke right there where they hit it and broke that seam apart. So welder on standby right behind him, got the hood on already. Have it fixed up in no time.
So the field has been stopped on the back straightaway under the red flag. Foam blocks there separating the steel part of the safer barrier from the concrete wall, and track officials are bringing bottles of water to the drivers as they wait. Regan?
Well, Mike Burnett has gotten his driver Kyle Busch into position today. You guys started on the pole. The car's been fast all day long. Getting ready to do the 5th restart here. Can you guys hold them off for a couple more if you need to?
Yeah, we've had a really fast 3-Chi Chevy Camaro today. Kyle's done a great job. Had good speed all weekend, so these restarts are getting to be a little much, but it's part of it. We'll see what happens here. Got another 15 laps to go by the time we take the green, so feel good about our chances. We've got a real good car and the best driver in the business in the thing, so we'll see what happens.
You're a local guy from 20 minutes away from here. I know you got a lot of friends, family. Your mom at the racetrack today. How nice is it to have your car out in front of all your hometown crowd?
Well, it certainly means a lot. Grew up racing around here at this track. Even here before it was oval track. So it'd be really cool and really special to win here in front of my hometown, and hopefully we can hold them off.
Thanks, Randall. Jamie?
And Jonathan Hassler brought another strong race car for Ryan Blaney after the big win in the Coke 600 last Monday. Now it's been a good day running up front all day long, but you guys sit fourth. How do you feel like you stack up to the competition around you here for the shootout to the end?
Yeah, our car ladies has been strong all day. I feel like maybe we've lost a little bit the last couple runs, but Ryan's been able to do a really good job on each of these restarts and make some positions. So definitely wouldn't count us out of it at this point.
So it's been a challenge for all these teams up and down pit road with the Wi-Fi going out. What's it been like for your team and just handwriting notes and not being able to communicate?
Yeah, fortunately we got a lot of experience on the 12 team and a lot of guys that have been through scenarios like this before. So everybody just kind of changes their procedure a little bit, takes some hand notes, watches the boards here at the track and improvises and do the best we can.
I know you've been waiting a long time to get to victory lane. What was the moment like to finally get there on Monday?
It was great. Like I said, it was a big relief. I know this team has been capable. We've been in position a lot of times, so it was nice to just finally get the job done.
All right, well, congratulations, and we'll see if he can go 2 for 2, Mike.
Thanks, Jamie. They're getting ready to fire engines now as they're just about done down in turn 1. We talk all year about the Coca-Cola 600 being stock car racing's longest night, but the green flag here first flew 5 hours and 10 minutes ago.
We've been through a lot. What time's the sunset around here, Boyer?
About 8:30 or so.
Plenty of lights at this track.
Fun racing into the evening.
8:21 is sunset officially, so not quite half an hour away.
Wasn't too far off.
No, it's very good.
For a guess.
We went on a little boat ride till dark the other day, didn't we?
Sure did.
Kyle Larson, can he do it again?
He got a little bit better jump than he did last time. He got jacked up a little bit from the behind with Hamlin on his bumper right on the initial fire. I was thinking he was going to spin his tires and stack that line up. They got going, but didn't get the jump on the 8 near as good as he did the time before.
So the only cars that stopped under this caution were Eric Almirola, BJ McLeod, and Austin Dillon, who was involved in the crash. So they'll have new tires, but Dillon is being scored 1 lap down, and Almirola and McLeod will be 28th and 29th when we restart. That means 7 drivers back to Kevin Harvick. We're last on pit road at lap 178. Martin Truex's tires are 22 laps fresher than that, as are Bubba Wallace's and William Byron's.
Bubba's back in the top 10 after making that pit stop. Watch him. 23 car has shown a lot of pace lately. He's in a good spot.
McDowell got moved up the racetrack in that 3-wide scenario on them old tires, the 2 tires with him, he was in trouble. That caution saved him.
He scored in 9th. So we'll try it one more time, and we'll probably restart with about 15 laps to go.
This is where that game of chicken after these long straightaways comes back into play. Dive bombs.
You talk about a launch, but equally important in this game at this point is the launch the guy behind you gets. You need that big push as well.
Yeah, again, going back to that last one, that's where that bottom lane deteriorated a little bit because of that connection. They hit too hard right there and kind of jacked the 5 car up a little bit, and he never was able to get the launch door-to-door with Kyle Busch on his outside.
So if you're Denny Hamlin or Ryan Blaney, and probably going to restart here in the second row, what are you thinking you need to do differently to have a shot at first or second place?
Well, let me go back to this. First of all, went right back to roles reverse. Blaney's on the bumper of the 5 on the inside, 11 on the outside of Busch. That's the way when Larson got the best jump, it was off the bumper of the 12 car.
Okay.
So that's the play right now. Blaney, if you're third place, try to get a little bit of gap maybe in there. Try to create something where you can get to the inside of him and create that dive bomb. I mean, it's a desperation time. You're out of options.
And look there on row 4 and 5 on the bottom. Both those cars have fresher tires than the rest. Can they get the shove that they need to make some momentum and get up there and be a factor? There you see Truex, my one to watch, shaking his tires in on the back straightaway.
Truex and Bubba Wallace have those fresher tires, as does Alex Bowman.
15 laps to go coming up. They will be going green this time by, as you heard, Kyle Busch, Kyle Larson will be on the front row with Larson down low once again and Kyle Busch up high. Ryan Blaney on the inside of row 2. Denny Hamlin to his outside, and then row 3 will be Daniel Suarez down low and Joey Logano up high. Pace car is in. Field enters the Geico restart zone once more for another late race restart. 15 laps to go at Gateway. Green flag is back in the air. Blaney trying to push the 5. The 5 didn't take off well there initially, trying to side draft the 8, while the 11 gave Kyle Busch a great shot getting in. Larson chatters the rear tires just a little bit in the center of the corner. He's not going to be able to hang on. Hamlin going to get nearly pinched up into the outside wall. Ryan Blaney trying to cut underneath the 11 of Hamlin. I think he had a bit of a hiccup trying to get underneath the 11 car. He wasn't able to do it. He's got Joey Logano trying to side draft him. Denny Hamlin trying to get to the outside lane, get clean air on the nose as he tries to make a move on Denny Hamlin. Joey Logano now going to look to the inside of Ryan Blaney down the front stretch for 4th place into turns 1 and 2. Joey can't get a good drive off. Ryan Blaney will hold clear on his teammate. And Martin Truex Jr. on the 4 fresh tires didn't really get any spots on that last restart. In fact, actually lost a spot or 2. Michael McDowell is going to try to get around him now. Great run for Michael. He's been inside the top 10. Great recovery after spinning it, backing it into the wall pretty hard with the left rear corner panel early on after contact with Ross Chastain. 4 wide on the front stretch right now, right around the back half of the field. Chastain, Bell, Corey LaJoie, Ty Gibbs all in the mix there. It's where we've seen a lot of these accidents taking place outside the top 10. Contact between LaJoie and Chastain as Bell kind of closed the door pretty late on Ross. And they're still 3 wide down into turn 3. Contact between the 10 and the 1 now. 12 laps to go at the start-finish line this time by. Still 3 wide. For almost a full lap, the 10 is going to clear the 1 in, the 54 down low. At the front of the field, Kyle Busch has about a half a second lead over Larson. Denny Hamlin needs to get by the 5 car as quickly as he possibly can if he's going to want a chance at Kyle Busch. Larson just hasn't had the car capable to keep up with those other 3 cars that are around him in the running order. The 3 best cars on the racetrack today have been the 8, the 11, and the 12. But the 5 is kind of hindering any sort of a chance anybody has had of trying to get by Busch on the restart. Maybe not taking off quite as well. He's got older left side tires, but a lot of it is just not having that great of a race car compared to those other 3. Harrison Burton smoked the tires big time getting into turn 1 that last time by. Thought for a minute he was going up into the outside wall. Surprised he was able to catch the car as late and as deep into the corner as he did. Bubba Wallace and William Byron now door-to-door off of turn 4. They battle for the 10th place position. Truex to the inside of Michael McDowell again. Tried to get around him earlier. Harvick's on the inside lane, which is probably not helping the turn in the center of the corner for the 19 of Truex. Michael McDowell going to stay there. Gap continues to separate between Busch and Larson at the front of the field. And Denny Hamlin just not able to keep pressure on the 5 car of Kyle Larson right now. He's still about a half a second behind him. Ryan Blaney is actually putting more of a fight on Hamlin, it seems like, than Hamlin is putting on Larson. Down to 9 laps to go. Kyle Busch just hoping that the next flag he sees will be the white, not the yellow. He's had to endure about 4 late race restarts in the outside of the front row, and all 4 of them he's been able to hold on to the lead. There was a close call a couple restarts ago where Larson got close to clearing him but couldn't quite do it. Martin Truex Jr. underneath the 34. Michael McDowell finally clears him. Almost tagged the left rear corner panel of Kevin Harvick. Might have actually gotten him a bit aero loose. Harvick had to lift. Both Truex and McDowell get by to the inside. William Byron going to try to do the same on Harvick as he gets to the inside of him into turns 1 and 2, but he can't hold clear as he's got the 34 lodged right in front of him. 9/10 of a second now the difference between Busch and Larson. Hamlin closing in on the 5 car. And Blaney lost a little bit of time that last lap. Pushing hard, trying to keep up with the 11. Busch's race to lose at this point, the way things are looking. 7 laps to go. And one thing with all these late race cautions, you'd imagine with the brake rotor failures that we have seen periodically in today's race, brakes got a chance to cool off during that red flag period, so you would think that maybe not running quite as hot. Just a matter of whether they'll keep pressure to the end or not. Byron gonna nearly clear Harvick. 34 was in the way on the outside. Harvick's now gonna bump draft McDowell down the front stretch, but still can't clear the 24, getting down into turn 1. Harvick chases his car all the way up the hill, trying to go as wide as possible in the center of the corner to catch clean air. Good battle between the 34-4 and the 24 on racetrack right now. Those guys are battling in the 8th, 9th, and 10th place positions as they come up on 5 laps to go. Center of the corner, Harvick goes so far wide. Really wants to get to the outside of the 34. It's probably his best chance. He does clear the 24 car finally off of turn 4. Top 4 very spaced apart from one another. No battles for position going on inside the top 5. Bubba Wallace is up against the outside wall, and the caution flag has come out again. Is it another brake rotor failure, you wonder? As he was riding the wall all the way through turns 1 and 2. Slow pace. The caution's out with 5 laps to go for the 11th time tonight.
Laps to go. His teammate had issues earlier.
Yeah, that's true. Reddick had her brake rotor failure also.
If that's the case here for Bubba.
And he just pitted for tires, too.
You can just see the disappointment on Randall Burnett's face right there. How close they were to taking the checker flag.
Even Cliff Daniels, he's like, after the day we've had, I would so take a second place. Let's see what happens here. It looks like the same thing.
Yeah.
See it start wobbling.
Yeah, but you can see parts.
Parts flying across the racetrack. Same exact thing. He learned his lesson.
Turn 1 again.
All of those replays. Turned that wheel to the outside. Got into the wall early.
Right front's on fire.
See a good shot right through that wheel. No brake rotor on it.
4 races in a row. Top 5 for Bubba.
See, that's like a dust shield on the back of the rotor. You see that thing that looks like a rotor. That's not the rotor.
Yeah, right at the top of the wheel, you see the break between where the rotor was and where it is no more.
And now that rotor's on the front straightaway, much of it.
Yeah, that right there, that's the rotor. See it broke right there?
Yep.
That's what's left of it. Everything else came out from underneath of it. Thanks, guys. Good shot.
AMR safety team on the front straightaway looking for
there's a lot of it.
and there's a lot of it.
was Casey. That was the fellow that retrieved your phone. Now he's retrieving the brake rotor parts.
They've had a heck of a day, haven't they?
He's had a busy day.
Well, what you got to be careful for, don't run over these brake parts. All these spotters on that roof, you tell me, do you see anything on this racetrack?
Alex Bowman was right behind Bubba when that went down, so hopefully he avoided the debris.
So of the cars that lost brake rotors today, Hocevar was a Chevy, Reddick a Toyota, Noah Gregson a Chevy, and now Bubba Wallace another Toyota.
But more importantly, that's both 2311 cars.
Yep.
Such a great day going for Bubba.
Five laps away from what could have been a top 10 finish.
Yeah, it would have been, I think.
And it breaks his string of top 5s to 3. Top 5 finishes.
4 with the All-Star race.
Yes, yeah.
That was a great run in the All-Star race.
Runner up there. And Jamie?
Yeah, I was interested after we saw Noah Gregson lose a brake rotor there and get into the wall. I asked his crew chief, Luke Lambert, what's going on, why we're seeing these failures today. And he said, well, this particular track has such long straightaways that it cools down the brake rotors and then it heats up again in the corners, and it's the cycles that is wearing them out. Whereas on a short track, they just stay hot the whole time and they don't typically cycle like we're seeing today.
Kind of like your mom tells you in the wintertime. You stay inside and it's hot, you go out and it's cold, you come in and it's hot, you go out and it's cold, you're sick.
Well, it's, that's the thing. I mean, I was saying that earlier. They want to run at an optimum temperature. It's like taking a glass out of your dishwasher and putting it in cold water. I mean, it's going to break. They're brittle. They're extremely strong until you change that temperature so fast. They don't like that.
All right, Michael, it wasn't a good analogy, but...
Well, it was an analogy. I got it.
Well, here's one that Kyle Busch is not going to want to hear. 6 prior races this season have ended in overtime. The leader at the scheduled distance won only 1 of those 6.
Whoa. Don't tell Randall.
No.
He's got enough issues right now as it is.
But on every restart over these last 4 or 5 cautions, he has prevailed. Kyle Busch has gotten out with the lead.
You know, look at Brad Keselowski. Down or not, right off the bat, loses his cylinder. Something wrong with the engine in that thing. This is why you never give up in any kind of sport, anything in life. They were dead last, 36. Now all of a sudden everybody's having trouble running 27. Save some points here. It sucks that it's that way. It's terrible to ride around there and very frustrating when you have a promising weekend ahead of you, but that's why you never give up. At the end of this season, just might be the difference maker.
So Bubba Wallace stopped on pit road. They're going to have to pick him up with the hook and clear pit road before we can restart. So likely we will be going to overtime.
Well, just like Kyle Busch, you saw Randall Burnett, you saw Cliff Daniels on the top of the 5 box. They're nervous, everything. How about poor Michael McDowell, Mikey? Back there holding these guys off. Can he hold them off and fend off for a top 10?
This has been the drive of his year, I think, with all he's been able to accomplish. Remember, he's backed into the wall early.
There are the contending crew chiefs, both in the Chevrolet camp, Randall Burnett, Cliff Daniels.
We're going to see Hamlin back on the inside behind Larson again. Blaney on the outside. Will this Hamlin, will he?
How you know that?
Look at running order.
I mean, but he might go.
Think he will?
He might.
Doubt it.
We'll see.
If I'm him, I like the fact that I almost got underneath Larson. I mean, if you're here to win the race, I don't think you're going to do it on that outside.
All right, so now if you're 5th or 6th, if you're Logano or Suarez, what can you do differently now?
Wait and see if one of those guys wreck each other and hit it to you and put it in your lap.
Or you could use the dive bomb. If you get enough momentum, you could say, I'm going in there making it 3 wide and see what happens.
Not from that far back, though. You need something to materialize in front of you, in my opinion.
5 times Kyle and Kyle have finished 1-2.
Which one won?
Kyle.
Did
Busch.
he?
5 times.
That's good TV, Mike. I would have guessed Kyle.
It's a good guess.
Time to choose it up. Where will Denny go? Who is he going to push?
Steve. Looks like he's going to go to the outside.
Yeah.
To no surprise.
Well, I was wrong.
Yeah.
Whoa, Hamlin to the outside this time. Blaney to the inside.
Yeah.
Switching it up.
There's McDowell to the bottom. Truex up top with those fresher tires. He's just not able to get there. Too hard to pass unless you bump him.
I mean, if you're Hamlin going to that outside, I mean, I think the key to that is if the 5 slips up again, which by the way he did last time. He got loose into the corner and loose up off, slipped up a little bit on the inside. Maybe you can make that pass to the 5, but I just don't see that opportunity coming to the 8. Whereas that 12, oh, by the way, if he dive bombs a 5, now what's going to happen? They're both coming up into your lane.
But if Busch...
An overtime restart for the 7th time this season for the NASCAR Cup Series in these first 15 races. And as the last 4 restarts were, Kyle Larson will, for the 5th time, be on the bottom lane of row 1 with Kyle Busch to the outside. Busch has had the superior car in this final stage, it seems, at least specifically in this final run, now that he has gotten back to the lead for the first time after winning stage 1 earlier. His pit crew lost him some spots earlier in the day, but Busch has gotten him back under green flag conditions earlier in the stage to set him up for these late race restarts from the lead. Green flag is in the air as the field exits the Geico restart zone. Kyle Larson did not take off well at all that time. It's going to stack up Ryan Blaney behind him. Busch is easily clear down into turns 1 and 2 in front of the 5. The 11 of Denny Hamlin is going to get around Larson on the outside, who backed up even more. Maybe Hamlin's going to have a shot at Busch. Busch might have scraped the wall off of turn 2. I think he overdrove the corner just a little bit, and here comes Hamlin with a run into turn 3. Blaney is sandwiched between Truex and Logano, it looks like, as they all battle in the back half of the top 10. Larson in the middle of the corner got underneath of Denny. Hamlin held him up a little bit, and Busch is clear by about 2 or 3 car lengths now as they head into turn 1. 1 lap to go, sponsored by Credit One Bank. Logano on the inside of Kyle Larson as they battle for 3rd. Logano may have made contact with him, tough to tell for sure. Hamlin's got another run, but he's about 2 to 3 car lengths back as they get into turns 3 and 4. No matter how many late race restarts we ended up having, Kyle Busch won every single one of them, and he's going to win the race on top of it. Kyle Busch, his 3rd win of 2023 with RCR in the 8 car. Busch wins it at Gateway after finishing 2nd a season ago. Denny Hamlin ends up finishing 2nd today. Joey Logano 3rd, Kyle Larson 4th, and Martin Truex Jr. rounds out the top 5. Our leaderboard is showing Blaney in 5th and Truex 6th, but Fox's leaderboard is showing Truex in 5th and Blaney 6th, so I'm not sure exactly what that may entail. We're just going to go based off of Fox's leaderboard then right now. So Busch, Hamlin, Logano, Larson, and Truex, the top 5. You'll get to hear from race winner Kyle Busch here in a matter of moments, as he has captured his 3rd checkered flag of the year. This is the 6th race I predicted correctly already in the first 15 this season. That's unbelievable. Both times I picked Kyle Busch to win a points race this season, he got the job done. First at Auto Club, and now at Gateway.
Cup Series track.
Also, be sure to like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content if you haven't already on your way out of here. We did hit our goal of 200 likes on the stream. Our extra goal, our original goal was 150, but we did hit 200. Be sure to hit the like on your way out if you haven't already. Subscribe if you haven't already for more daily NASCAR content. 80% of viewers on the channel over the last 4 weeks are not subscribed, so definitely hit the subscribe button. Helps the channel out a ton. Helps me to be able to do these live commentary streams every week for the NASCAR Truck, Xfinity, and Cup Series. Here is Kyle Busch standing on the front stretch in victory.
Might even get a bow here, boys.
And a popular win for this Midwestern crowd. There's the family.
Here comes that bow, I bet, Clint.
Pole sitter, fastest car, just won the race, boys. Good job, Kyle Busch. Got in the corner so hard, so deep, every single corner, every lap. That was a difference maker, especially on them restarts.
2 nights ago at a local track, he and son Brexton both won their respective short track races. Denny Hamlin and Kyle Larson did not make it easy for Kyle Busch. 5 late restarts get him the win. Regan Smith.
Kyle Busch starts from the pole. Had a lot of work in the middle to get there, Kyle, but you complete the perfect weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. That was pretty awesome. Man, to sit on the pole, lead a lot of laps, and have my guys do such a great job today was pretty phenomenal for us. Great for RCR. Just win, baby. So thanks to Team Chevy. Appreciate 3Chi. Don't forget, hey, guess what? The number 8 special. Free chicken tenders at Cheddar's on Monday. Hey, so all the fans go out and celebrate with us. We're going to have a great time with this one. This one's pretty cool.
Kyle Busch, your winner at Gateway.
Busch beats Denny Hamlin by half a second with Joey Logano third, Kyle Larson and Martin Truex the top 5. We are headed to Sonoma for our final NASCAR on Fox race of the season. We'll see you in Sonoma. Thanks for watching.
Going off the air as they have gone past the scheduled distance, so we'll make this post-race show a little bit shorter ourselves. There will be no more interviews going forward, but your race winner, again, Kyle Busch. Here today, we'll go through the full field finishing order. To this one, we already went through the top 5, and yes, Truex did get 5th place, by the way. It is updated on our scoring leaderboard as well. We went 3 laps past the scheduled distance with this overtime finish. Kyle Busch is your race winner by a half a second over Denny Hamlin, who finishes in 2nd. Joey Logano finishes 3rd, Kyle Larson 4th, and Martin Truex Jr. finishes in 5th. Ryan Blaney ends up with a 6th place run. Daniel Suarez 7th, William Byron 8th, Michael McDowell with a great recovery after wrecking earlier finishes 9th, and then Kevin Harvick rounds out the top 10. Christopher Bell finishes in 11th, Chris Buescher 12th, Austin Cindric 13th, AJ Allmendinger 14th, and Todd Gilliland finishes 15th. Justin Haley 16th, Ryan Preece 17th, Eric Jones 18th, 19th was Eric Almirola, and Ty Gibbs finishes 20th. Corey LaJoie 21st, Ross Chastain 22nd, Harrison Burton 23rd, JJ Yeley 24th, Ty Dillon 25th. 26th was Alex Bowman, BJ McLeod 27th, Brad Keselowski last car in the lead lap finishes 28th, Greg Gaulding a lap down in 29th, Bubba Wallace was the first driver of those at DNF finishing in 30th. Austin Dillon ends up finishing 31st, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 32nd, Noah Gragson 33rd, 34th was Chase Briscoe, Tyler Reddick 35th, and Carson Hocevar rounds out the 36-car field. Only 5 different drivers led laps today. Kyle Busch led the most with 122 laps led. Ryan Blaney led the second most with 83 laps led. And then William Byron led 30. Kyle Larson led 5, and Tyler Reddick led 4. With those 5 different leaders, we had a total of 11 lead changes, and we had a total also today of 11 cautions in this race. 2 red flags, and actually, three red flags. My bad, 3 red flags. 1 for lightning, 2 for incidences, where they had to make some repairs to the walls. 3 hours, 28 minutes, and 15 seconds total time on today's Enjoy Illinois 300 at Gateway Motorsports Park. 87.67 miles per hour was the average race speed, and that is all your race statistics for this one. Also, your stage winners: Kyle Busch won stage 1, Ryan Blaney won stage 2. So Busch covers himself with 6 playoff points today in his win. We'll take a look at how the Fantasy League ended up shaping up this week. Again, you can join on the NASCAR mobile app or website. Search. Actually, I'll show you how to get there. You go there by hitting the quick links section. I'll back out of this and let me go into this real quick. So we'll back out of the raw feed, and I will show you guys how to get there from here. You go up to the quick link section of the NASCAR website, NASCAR.com, click on Fantasy Live, and you, again, have a chance to win 2 tickets to any NASCAR race if you're choosing the following season if you win the regular season or playoff championship. Gonna put it in the chat real quick. I don't know why I didn't just do that on my laptop, but KRC League is the league you want to pick to have a chance to win. So let's go KRC, all capital letters, space, and then a capital L on league. So that is the league you'll want to join for a chance to end up winning that. That's an ad. That was the wrong. it was the wrong screen. All right, so on my team today, I had Kyle Busch, who ends up getting the win, the most points as well, with 59 points total, getting 19 stage points and 40 place points for his finish. Ryan Blaney finishes 6th place today. Martin Truex Jr. had a top 5, finishing in 5th. Blaney also tied for the most stage points with Kyle Busch as they finished 1st and 2nd in the stages. Denny Hamlin had the 3rd most stage points today and ended up finishing in 2nd. I think he had the 2nd most points overall, just ahead of Blaney, so there's that. Joey Logano had a top 5, finishing in 4th. So I literally had 1, 2, 4, and 6. Or 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6 on my team today. And Reddick had a brake rotor failure. It was in the final stage, though. He didn't score as many stage points as those other drivers. That's why he was in my garage. As for the bonus points, I had Blaney over Reddick. Got that one right. Bubba Wallace over Almirola was not correct, although Wallace was in the top 10 late. Had a brake rotor failure, which caused that final caution. Austin Cindric over Ty Gibbs, which was correct. And I had Keselowski over Buescher. Keselowski had motor problems, so ended up only getting 20 of the possible 40 bonus points. Enough with my team. We'll check to see who won. Well, actually, more about my team. I won this week in the Fantasy League. 263 points for this week. Pretty solid on my behalf. Ends up getting the win by 9 points over Dark Crypto, who finishes in 2nd. Inside Uranus with 253 points will finish in 3rd this week. Dale 30 with 248 points finishes in 4th. And the Plow V3 finishes 5th. With 243 points. So I had a solid team this week. I'm proud of myself. Going to pat myself on the back getting the W this week in the KRC League on YouTube. Again, you don't want to miss your chance on joining. You automatically qualify for the playoffs if you're in the league when the playoffs begin with the Southern 500 at Darlington. So you might as well join now. Practice up over the next several weeks leading up to the start of the postseason so you have a better chance of trying to get the win. That is going to wrap up tonight's stream. Appreciate everybody that came out for this one. We came so... Actually, give me a second. We're not going to end the stream quite yet. And I'm going to look up how many likes we had during the Daytona 500 because we might have broken our record this year for the most likes during a live commentary stream. Definitely had more... We're so close to the Indy 500 from last week. We're 3 likes shy, so definitely hit the like button if you haven't done so already. Because we're 3 shy of the Indy 500 from last week. I've got to sort this out or I'm not going to be able to find it. Got to go back to February. Vegas, Montana, Daytona. I know this didn't get as many views total as last week's Indy 500, but looking at the likes on the stream, you gotta find it. Oh no, we're nowhere close. We had 252 likes on that one. We're very close to having this be the 2nd most liked stream of the season, though, so I do appreciate that still. We're just 1 like away from matching last week's Indy 500. But yeah, we had 252 for the 500, so I didn't realize I had that much at the start of the season. But that's going to be tough to beat, obviously, having it be the biggest race of the year in the NASCAR realms. Pats fan 12873, I should say. Thanks for tuning in. But Kyle Busch definitely capitalizing on his year with RCR, his 3rd win of the season. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the flag-to-flag coverage, our extra long stream. Almost 6 hours for the 2nd straight NASCAR Cup Series race in the last 6 days. But thank you, and appreciate the support as always. Appreciate it. Get a chance to do this every weekend with you guys because you guys come back week in and week out. Appreciate it from the bottom of my heart, really, being able to do this. When I grew out of, long story short, I raced growing up, and a large part of me still misses racing to this day and not being able to do it anymore, but this is one part of me that I can keep racing in my life, and growing a fan base of the sport that I love just really does make it all the more worthwhile, and keeps keeps me enjoying these streams every single week, even during the week when we get back to doing the live streaming during the week. I look forward to that every day when I'm at my full-time job during the week, and I'm like, man, I can't wait to get home tonight and talk some NASCAR for about an hour or so. So hopefully we get back into doing that soon whenever I can get a new laptop. So appreciate it, everybody. Have a good rest of your night, and I will see you guys back better than ever for the Sonoma races again next weekend.